Morale was high as Team 7 began the long walk back to the Leaf Village after their first successful mission. A town had been saved, two high-level ninja defeated, and all had learned a hard lesson about the world they lived in. It was a bright, sunny day with a few white clouds drifting through the sky. A warm breeze drifted through the trees, and birds could be heard chirping in the distance. Wait till I tell Irika about how awesome I was. He'll probably buy me 10 bowls of ramen for this one. The smallest ninja, a blonde, tan-skinned young boy, wearing an orange and blue jumpsuit, proclaimed, smiling as wide as his face could handle without tearing. Sure, Naruto, Sakura, a fair-skinned young girl with bright pink hair, answered, seeing an opportunity to both deflate Naruto's ego and hit on her crush, Sasuke, the third member of their group with black hair and eyes and a perpetual scowl on his face. You can also tell him how Sasuke did all the work while you showed off like a loser. She looked at her crush with longing eyes. Right, Sasuke? Sasuke kept his eyes forward, his only acknowledgement of Sakura's question an annoyed grunt. Their sensei, Kakashi Hitaki, listened to all of this from behind his book. The bickering of his young students had long become just part of the natural noise to him, and he used the long walk to catch up on some reading and think on a few things. During the fight with that young ninja, Haku, Naruto had tapped into some of the nine-tailed fox's chakra. It was a power that felt as ancient and vast as an ocean. Kakashi remembered feeling so small when he felt Naruto tap into its power. He had expected it to feel powerful and evil, but what he got was very different. Yes, the chakra felt more powerful than anything he had ever felt, but it didn't feel evil like he expected. If anything, it felt protective. It felt like the fox was trying to keep his container safe from harm during the battle. It didn't make sense. The nine-tailed fox was an ancient evil. It destroyed villages, leveled mountains, raised tsunamis. It was more a walking natural disaster than a living creature, but he knew what he felt, and he felt the fox trying to keep Naruto safe. When he got back to the Leaf Village, he was going to have a long talk with the Hokage. This might be important. Kakashi, who are they? Sasuke grunted, breaking Kakashi from his thoughts and make him look up from his book. Standing ahead of them was an older gentleman with long, spiky white hair and horned headband with a kanji for oil on it. A large scroll was strapped to his back, and he wore a red vest and stood tall on wooden sandals. Beside him was a small person about Naruto's size, hidden behind a black cloak. So, you're the one who got charge of this half, Kakashi? Kakashi suddenly knew who the kid in the cloak was, and why the kid and Naruto were silently walking toward each other. It's finally time, huh, Lord Jiraiya? Sakura was looking back and forth anxiously between her teacher and the two ninja. Naruto, come back here. Kakashi Sensei, what's going on here? The boy in the black cloak held out a hand to Naruto. We're making two halves into a whole again. With his other hand, the young boy brought his hood down to reveal Naruto Uzumaki. The young boy looked exactly like Naruto. The spiky blonde hair, the baby fat face, bright blue eyes, even the 6 whisker marks on his face. There were two Narutos staring at each other. The Naruto in orange took hold of the other Naruto's hand, a bright glow enveloping their hands and spreading through their whole bodies. About time. Do we have a ton of new jutsus to show off? The glow got brighter now, beginning to blind all others present. Hell yeah, we do. We're going to give a leaf a Hokage they'll never forget. With a bright flash, momentarily blinding all present, both Narutos disappeared. When the light cleared, one Naruto lay passed out on the ground, naked as the day he is born. 2 piles of clothes and shoes lay on the ground, suddenly empty. Jiraiya walked forward and covered the new Naruto with the black cloak, picking the sleeping boy up after he did. He turned to see 2 shocked young ninja, a novel worth of questions forming on their lips. I'll explain everything you need on the way back to the village, but just know that Naruto will be a little different when he wakes up and really hungry. So we should get back to the village now, so he can eat when he wakes up. No, I want answers now, Sasuke growled. What the hell just happened to that idiot? Jiraiya sighed and started walking, while Kakashi put his hand on his angry young student's shoulder and began to explain. When Naruto was 4 years old, a group of very powerful, very old people showed interest in raising and training Naruto with Lord Jiraiya's help. But, unfortunately, they knew that it would bring unwanted attention to Naruto if he were to suddenly vanish on a trip with no evidence. He took his hand off his shoulder and picked up Naruto's clothes and gear, following Jiraiya and his team toward the village. Sakura looked at her sensei. Why's that? This time, it was Jiraiya who answered. Because when powerful people want to train a kid, it makes bad people take notice and try to find out what makes the kid special. We didn't want that kind of attention, so my colleagues told me about an ancient and powerful jutsu, long forgotten in the ninja world. He turned and looked behind him, the soul clone jutsu. Sasuke was suddenly interested. If these people showed interest in a dope like Naruto, then they would jump at the chance to train an elite Uchiha like him. They could be the key to avenging his family. Who are Theseus people, and what is so special about this jutsu? Kakashi turned to answer Sasuke. There are people who you don't make demands of, Sasuke. Kakashi answered, already knowing what Sasuke was thinking. And the jutsu is one that makes a full, living, breathing copy of the person it's performed on. Like the shadow clone jutsu. Except this one stays unless killed. The clone grows, eats, sleeps, and reacts just like the person they are cloned from because they have half the soul from the original. Sakura was amazed that such a jutsu could exist. Why did this jutsu get forgotten? It sounds perfect for long spy missions and reconnaissance. Jiraiya kept walking in front of them, noticing they were a few minutes out from the village now. Because the jutsu itself comes with a huge risk to the people it's used on. Not only can it only be performed on younger ninja, who have less knowledge and thus less to split, but if one of the halves dies, then so does the other. So, really, it's more dangerous to use this technique because it gives the enemy more chances to kill you. But this way, Naruto could stay in the village and be trained and raised by me and my colleagues at the same time. Sasuke crossed his arms and stopped walking. Why Naruto? What's so important about that idiot? And who are you exactly? Jiraiya caught the condescending tone in Sasuke's voice and knew this kid was going to get on his nerves. You don't know who I am? Why? I'm the Toad Sage Jiraiya. I am one of the 3 legendary Sannin and lover of all women. He wanted to strike a pose till Naruto groaned in his arms and made him calm down. When Jiraiya saw blank looks on the 2 genin and Kakashi laughing behind his mask, he just grumbled under his breath and moved on to the next question. And we did it because they promised to protect Naruto if something happened to his parents. He looked down at Naruto's sleeping form, a sad expression coming over his face. And I promised as well. And the great Jiraiya is far too amazing to be called out for a broken promise. Jiraiya finished with a big smile and a boisterous laugh. Sakura kept on with the questions. So, what you're saying is there have been 2 Narutos, the one raised with you and your colleagues, and the one who was raised in our village. Jiraiya nodded and saw the wall of the village come into view. Yes, it will take a little while, little more than a week, they told me, for Naruto to be able to perform all of his jutsu and techniques and have all his memories sort themselves out. So, for a little while, Naruto will be acting a little strange. He'll be trying to figure out himself again. So, get ready to meet a slightly different Naruto when he wakes up. Kakashi put a hand on both of his still conscious students and gave them a look that let them know how serious he was. What you 2 have just seen is an S-class secret to the village. You're not to tell anyone about what you've seen here today. Understand? Sakura nodded and Sasuke gave a grunt of agreement, and they continued on to the village. As they walked through the front gates of the village, the guards immediately recognizing one of the legendary Sannin of the Leaf Village and allowing passage, both Jiraiya and Kakashi saw what Sakura and Sasuke failed to notice. Ever since they started waking, foxes had been following them. Now they all sat around in the forest, their eyes cast protectively toward the sleeping Naruto Uzumaki. Chapter 2. The New Naruto. Hinata was both scared and excited. She had just been assigned to watch over her crush, Naruto, while he recovered all his memories. She thought his own team mates would be picked to watch over him, but Sakura was stuck helping her mom at the library, and Sasuke thought it would interrupt his training. So, with the all Jonin, Irika, and that white-haired gentleman Naruto came home with Busy, the Hokage chose her to keep an eye on Naruto while his mind sorted itself out. The news of the two Narutos had shocked Hinata when the Hokage told her that morning. It was hard to believe that a jutsu like that could exist, let alone that it was used on Naruto. She had been given specific instructions not to tell anyone. However, as it was a highly classified secret that the village didn't want to get out, she gave her word not to tell anyone and was sent on her way to Naruto's apartment. But all that took back seat to the simple fact that she got to be by Naruto's side for the next week. She had to fight back the urge to faint when she heard that news. She always wanted to get closer to Naruto, but her shyness had always kept her away. Not this time, she decided. This time will be different. This was a new Naruto, and she wouldn't let her shyness stop her again. Hopefully. Her thoughts were broken when she realized she was outside of Naruto's apartment, with Naruto standing 15 feet from her, drawing seals on his door. He wasn't wearing his orange jumpsuit anymore. Instead, he wore a black hoodie with orange flames on the sleeve and hood, unzipped to show a dark orange shirt with a black swirl pattern on the front and black pants. On his neck, he wore a single green jade Magatama necklace that shined in the light. She felt her blush come back as she looked at his new look. She'd only ever seen him in his orange jumpsuit, and this looked much better on him. Naruto stepped back from his door and turned to see her there, and Hinata saw a look of amazement cross his face. She heard him whisper something that sounded like, "No way." She was in the village the whole time, but decided she was hearing things. He shook his head quickly and spoke to her again. "Oh, hey Hinata, are you the one?" The old man said. He was sending to keep watch on me while I recovered. He made sure to keep specifics out of what he said, in case she had just stopped over to say hello, and set his brush and ink pot down, giving her his full attention and a bright smile. Hinata could have squealed at that moment. He still had that bright smile that she loved to see. "Oh, thank goodness. What's that you say?" Hinata blushed, deepened, when she realized she said that out loud, and started to twiddle her fingers. Oh, I said, how are you feeling, Naruto?" Naruto's smile got smaller, but somehow warmer in Hinata's eyes. "You know, you're the first one out of our little group to actually ask that." "Yeah, I'm feeling fine. Thanks for asking, Hinata." Hinata felt angered that none of her friends had bothered to make sure he was okay. Yes, they hadn't been told what specifically happened, but Naruto had still been carried home passed out. But she kept her focus on Naruto for the time being. "Have you remembered anything about the people that raised you yet?" That let Naruto know she had been told about his other self, and he felt relieved that he could talk about this stuff with someone at last. Naruto put a hand on his head and rubbed. "See, that's the thing. Jutsus, taijutsu, specific tactics, those things all come in one big clump. It's just boom." He waved his hands at his door. "I know seals now. But people, they come in bits and pieces." He closed his eyes, tried to picture the people who loved and raised him in his other life. "I remember two girls, both around 20. One had this really pretty silver-colored hair, and the other had deep midnight black hair. I remember how the silver-haired one would always be dancing and happy, always joking and playing with me when I was little." The smile on Naruto's face grew warmer, and Hinata couldn't help the one coming onto hers at seeing it. "The dark-haired one would read to me at night. Sometimes she would read me all these amazing poems, and sometimes stories about brave ninja or samurai." Hinata wanted to meet these people so bad. She wanted to thank them for giving Naruto some kind of family growing up. "Sounds like they really love you, Naruto." "Yeah, I think they do." Naruto stopped talking as his hand suddenly went to his head again, grasping in pain as he slumped against the wall. Hinata was at his side in a second. "Are you all right, Naruto?" In Naruto's head, he heard a melodic voice speaking to him, and could see the dark-haired woman from his memories reading him a poem. He spoke with her as she read, trying to help the memory flow more smoothly. Out of the night that covers me, black as the pit from pole to pole, I thank whatever gods may be for my unconquerable soul. Hinata took his hand, her shyness beaten by her urge to help him. In the fell clutch of circumstance, I have not winced nor cried aloud. Under the bludgeoning of chance, my head is bloody but unbowed. The silver-haired woman was in this memory too, sitting beside Naruto, holding him as he listened to the poem, enraptured. Beyond this place of wrath and tears looms but the horror of the shade. And yet the menace of the years finds, and shall find, me unafraid. He could see them now. The girl with the black hair wore it long, and it fell down her mid-back. She was fair-skinned and had deep chocolate-brown eyes that held a quiet warmth. The silver-haired girl was dark-skinned and wore her hair in a short crop around her head with one emerald green eye hidden behind her bangs. But what were their names? It matters not how straight the gate, how charged with punishments the scroll. I'm the master of my fate. I'm the captain of my soul. Naruto's eyes went wide as he finally remembered who the two women were. Sorry, Hinata. Yeah, I didn't think I'd have a big one like that. Hinata kept holding his hand as the memory finished, and Naruto stood against the wall, panting. Never mind that. Are you all right, Naruto? What did you remember? Naruto took a deep breath and pushed himself off the wall. He spoke with an amazed whisper. Rika and Kagum. What? Naruto turned and grabbed Hinata in a happy hug. Their names are Rika and Kagum. Hinata. I remember them now. They helped to protect and train me in my other life, and they'll be here soon. There are other people I still need to remember, but I got two more down. He started laughing and jumping up and down, Hinata still trapped in his arms. Hinata was happy for him, but this was way too much contact for the poor shy girl to handle all at once, and she felt herself on the verge of fainting when he let go. That's great, Naruto. She needed to change the subject before her mind hammered in her holding his hand back there. What were you doing to your door when I got here, Naruto? Naruto turned to the door and rubbed the back of his neck. Oh yeah, sorry. Got a little sidetracked there for a moment. He cleared his throat and waved his hands at his door again. I was installing my new home security system. See, I put this seal on my door and windows, and now nobody but me can get inside my home unless I let them in or set up the seal to let them in. Pretty sweet, huh? Hinata was genuinely impressed. He knew how to do something like that. Seals were difficult to master for anyone, as they were all memorization and formulas. But then again, she could see Naruto, of all people, studying day and night without rest in order to master them. She got an image in her head of a young Naruto, surrounded by scrolls full of seals, his face down in a book, passed out from exhaustion. Yep, that was probably how it went. Naruto made a few hand signs and put his hand on the door. Immediately the seals began to swirl and glow red, and Naruto turned to Hinata. Since you're going to be watching me for a while, I'm giving you the keys to the house. Just put your hand on the door with a little chakra, and you have free reign to come and go. Hinata steeled herself, placed her hand on the door, feeling the warmth of the chakra coursing through the seals, and focused chakra into her hand. Immediately the seals all spun in different directions, swirling faster and faster in perfect circles on the door, till they all stopped dead in perfect rows, turned blue, and vanished from sight. Naruto clapped his hands together to shake off some dust from the door. There you have it. You have complete freedom to come and go as you please now. He made a quick hand sign, and the brush and ink pot he was using vanished in a puff of smoke. Hinata guessed that he sealed them back up into a scroll he had on him somewhere. Now, since that is taken care of, how about you and I head to grab a bite to eat? I'm actually really hungry. And, come to think of it, I don't believe we ever have really hung out and gotten to know each other. Weird, huh? Hinata could hear a little voice in her head, screaming in joy. First he gave her free access to his house. Now he wanted to grab a bite to eat with her and talk to her. She was beginning to like this new Naruto. She acted before her shyness could mess it up for her. Yes, I would like that, Naruto. They both started walking down the stairs out to the road. Why don't you pick where we eat, Hinata? It would be kind of rude of me to just drag you to Ikareku all the time. Naruto was walking beside Hinata, hands in his pockets and a smile on his face. Oh, there's a nice place I go to that makes great cinnamon rolls and udon. Do you want to try there? Naruto got a look on his face, like he was trying to remember something. Udon. Say, is there a type of udon that has fried tofu in it? Hinata nodded. That's their specialty dish at the restaurant. What? If I remember right, Rika and Kagum loved fried tofu, and I remember udon being served all the time where I was. Hey, maybe eating some will help get some more memories going. He grabbed Hinata's hand with his. We're off to get some udon. Hinata kept on walking, keeping herself conscious through sheer force of will. Instead of focusing on the warmth of Naruto's hand on hers, she focused on her surroundings in an effort to calm her nerves. The streets of the Leaf Village were alive with people. A group of academy kids were playing soccer in a nearby field. Families walked by with huge ice cream cones. Shops were filled to the brim with buyers. All around, Hinata could smell different pastries and snacks being cooked to draw in potential customers. It was amazing. The only time she'd seen the village so busy was during festivals and holidays, and the closest one of either was a month away. What's all the commotion about? She wondered to herself. The more Hinata looked, however, the more she realized all the different ninjas in the village. Ray ninjas with their gas masks, huge rock ninjas wearing plates of armor, lightning ninja with swords strapped to their sides. The village was full of ninja from all different villages. Then Hinata remembered the Chunin exams were starting up tomorrow, and she felt her confidence start to crumble around her. All these ninja were going to be competing against her in the Chunin exams, and she started to doubt she could do it. She was a failure of a ninja, after all. Even her father knew that and disowned her in favor of her little sister when she first became a genin. She had wanted to take the Chunin exams to try and change herself a little, but now she didn't know if she should even bother trying. Then Naruto started to speak up. Wow, all these people are here for the Chunin exams. Naruto looked to Hinata and smirked. That's a lot of people who will have to tell their friends that Naruto Uzumaki and Hinata Hyuga kicked their ass. Huh, Hinata? That was just what Hinata needed to hear. Even now, when his mind was still trying to figure out who he was, Naruto never doubted himself for a second. He would charge forward at whatever obstacle came his way with his head held high, no matter what. Hinata drew strength from that. If he could drive himself forward despite everything going on with him, then she would try to as well. For Naruto, she could take all of these ninjas on. She tightened her grip on his hand. Why, yes, they will, Naruto. They walked on, just enjoying each other's company, until they reached their destination, a quaint one-story restaurant called Nook. The place had nice, warm atmosphere. With comfy bench chairs and hanging lights, it made for a good spot to stop and have lunch with a friend. But as Naruto and Hinata approached the door, they were stopped by some waiter who gave a death glare at Naruto. Sorry, but he is not allowed to eat here. The waiter, some 20-something with dirty brown hair and unshaven face, told them. Naruto should have known this would happen. Even when everything about him was changing, the village still saw him as a monster and a freak. And who are you exactly to tell me where I can and can't eat? Eh? The waiter bent down and put a finger in Naruto's face. I'm the one who knows better than to let a freak like you into their workplace. The waiter had venom dripping from every word. Oh, we got a badass here, calling a 14-year-old a freak. Oh, how the ladies must swoon at your feet. Yeah, laugh it up, you little shit, but you're not getting in this restaurant. At that moment, Hinata had enough of the waiter insulting Naruto and caught a glimpse of the manager of the restaurant behind the waiter. She held up a hand and waved at the older woman. Miskana. The owner of the Nook, Kana, was a lady in her early 40s with her light brown hair done up in a tight bun and stood and walked with an air of authority and grace. The second she turned and saw Hinata, her expression turned soft. The shy young Hyuga had become a favorite of Kana's over the years she had been coming to the Nook, and she always enjoyed the visits she would make to her restaurant. She walked over to the Hinata, bent down, and hugged her. "Hey there, princess. Haven't seen you in a few days. I missed ya." She saw Naruto, standing with a slightly confused expression, and recognized the young boy from all the times Hinata would talk about him. A proud smirk came over her face, and she whispered to Hinata, "Finally caught him, you little devil." She chuckled at the shade of red. She blushed and stood to look at the angry expression on her waiter's face. "There a problem here?" "Boss, she's trying to bring." He pointed at Naruto, him into the Nook. Naruto smirked. "Yep, guy tries to walk in with a girl, and douchebag here gets pissed cause he can't get one." Hinata couldn't help but chuckle at that one. "Whatever, freak. I'm still gonna stop her from trying to bring you in here." Kana's expression turned as hard as a statue and spoke with a voice that left no room for arguing. "She's not trying to bring in, boy. She is brining him in. This boy is a ninja, which means he puts his ass on the line every day to make sure yours is safe and happy. He has done nothing to me or anyone at this restaurant except help keep them alive, so he can come eat here whenever he wants." She stepped close to the waiter, staring him down with hard eyes. "If that's going to be an issue, then I suggest you turn in your uniform and go home." But boss," he wanted to argue, but Miss Kana's look never faltered, so the waiter sighed in defeat. "No, Mom, there won't be any problems." "Good, now get back to work. Table 3 needs refills on their drinks." She didn't know what came over her, but before Hinata could stop herself, she heard herself say as the waiter walked away, "How'd that work out for you, jerk?" Both Kana and Naruto turned to look at the normally shy wallflower just to see her cover her mouth with her hands in shock. Naruto laughed and took her hand again. "Way to go, Hinata. Now let's go get us some food. Oh, before I forget." He turned to Miss Kana and smiled. "Thank you for helping us with that, ma'am." Kana smiled and pointed toward the back. "You're very welcome, young man. Table 10 is open. A waiter will be with you in a second. Have a good lunch, princess." Naruto and Hinata sat at their table, ordered 2 fried tofu udon and a dessert of fresh cinnamon rolls, and talked. They talked for hours about whatever would come to their minds. Naruto's memories and the stories he could tell her so far, Hinata's training with her family, and even her father's disowning of her, something that immediately made the head Hyuga an enemy in Naruto's book. Jutsu they were studying, movies they had seen. They talked about it all. Every now and then Naruto would groan and rub his head as a new memory came back to him, but never as bad as the one he had when they met that afternoon, and Hinata would sometimes get stuck stuttering for a few seconds, but they both found a lot of fun just sitting and talking with one another. Then Naruto brought up the Chunin exam that started tomorrow. "Are you going to go for it, Hinata?" Naruto asked, noticing how she started twiddling her fingers, something he had learned she did when she was nervous. I want to Naruto, but I am scared." "What of?" She couldn't look him in the eyes of letting my team down, of being a failure. Naruto closed his eyes and sighed. "Hinata, I think you're an amazing ninja who's been around a lot of dumb ones for too long." She looked up at him. What do you mean?" "All those things your father said about you, Hinata. I'll tell you this. He's wrong on every single one. I think you'll be amazing in the Chunin exam. Personally, you just have to stop listening to all that bull he said and push forward with all you got." "Why you really believe that, Naruto?" Naruto nodded. Ido. "I've seen little glimpses here and there of what kind of person you are already today, Hinata." He began listing traits off on his fingers. "When that rush of memories hit me this morning, you didn't hesitate to come over and take my hand to make sure I was okay. That shows me that you're a kind person who cares about others. Then that douchebag waiter got told off by Miss Kana, and you give him that little blast at the end. That tells me you're protective of the people you care about. And all this talking has showed me that you're a smart girl who has had to deal with a lot of trouble in her life and still came out that way. This shows some amazing endurance, Hinata." Hinata was slowly floating to cloud 9 by this point. Her crush was listing off reasons that she was amazing. She hoped this wasn't a dream. "Thank you, Naruto." But all that doesn't make me a better ninja. Naruto nodded. No, but I'll bet you'll shine brighter than any star if you just believe in yourself a little bit, Hinata. I can feel it. He saw that waiter from before in his side view, still giving him a death glare. Look, we both have people who think we're nothing. He gave Hinata a bright smile. So let's use the Chunin exams to make them eat those words. That gave Hinata strength. She would stand against the world as long as Naruto stood with her. Yeah, let's show them what we can do. But, are you going to be alright, Naruto? Won't those headaches hurt your chances of passing? Nah, the headaches have been getting less and less painful every time. Even that big one I had when we met was not nearly as painful as the one I had yesterday when I remembered a good friend of mine. I'll be fine, Hinata. Shortly after leaving the Nook, a Hyuga messenger came to bring her back to the Hyuga compound. Apparently, according to the messenger, her father wanted to have a word with her about the upcoming Chunin exams. She gets to tell her not to embarrass the Hyuga clan more than she already has. She apologized to Naruto and promised she would stop by later in the day to check up on him. Even her father couldn't keep her from doing a job the Hokage gave her, after all. So, unfortunately, Naruto made the walk back to his apartment by himself. But when he got back home, two foxes were sitting outside his door. Both were normal-looking red foxes, save for the Ein mark on one's chest and the yang symbol on the others. Naruto smiled at the two foxes. I had a feeling you two would show up today. The fox with the Ein symbol looked up at Naruto and seemed to smile. We missed you, master. Naruto sighed with a smile on his face. I wish you would stop calling me that, Kagum. You two are more like sisters to me than anything else. Besides, you two only listen to me if you think I'm in the right about something, so I'm not much of a master. The fox with the yang symbol ran up to Naruto's legs, rubbing her side against him lovingly. Nope, the Sun Sage is our master. You're the Sun Sage in training, so you're our master. But you're more a brother to us as well, little bro. Thanks, Rika. He put his hand on his apartment door, unlocking the seal and letting the two foxes inside. Once they were all inside and the door shut and sealed, the two were enveloped in a bright blue flame. The flames shifted and turned, taking on the shape of two women right before Naruto's very eyes. Once the flames vanished, the two foxes had transformed into the black and silver-haired women from Naruto's memory. They both wore the same battle-ready kimonos, except Rika's was black and Kagomi's white. Both Rika and Kagum had knockout hourglass figures, which brought up images of his sexy jutsu that Naruto knew most women would kill to have. Then again, most kitsunes prefer to shape-shift into better-looking figures when they could. If you can change into whatever you want, why not make yourself look good? Naruto smiled as he remembered how much trouble that little bit of information got Jiraiya into. Naruto found it amazing how far Jiraiya could be punched and still be relatively alright. Kitsune shape-shifting, it never gets old, said Naruto as he handed a doggy bag filled with fried tofu to Kagome. I had a little extra, so I grabbed some in case you were hungry. Rika looked at the bag. Deep-fried tofu? Naruto nodded. Rika's unhidden eye went wide and she walked toward the bag, arms out. Oh, gimme, gimme, gimme. Kagome brought out a few pieces for her, and Rika, thank you very much. She looked up at him and smiled. Master. I swear you do that just because I don't like it. Naruto walked to a small table in his kitchen and took a seat. Anyway, you're welcome, girls. And I have got some amazing news. I think I found the Moon Sage. Kagomi's eyes went wide, and Rika choked on and spat out the tofu in her mouth. You serious? You actually found her right here in the Leaf Village? You mean to tell me that we searched all over the 5 villages just for her to be here the whole time? Damn, I hate irony, said Rika. Kagome nodded and played with a lock of her long black hair, something she always did while thinking. Was it that girl with the pink hair you said you had a crush on? Sakura was her name, if I remember. Naruto shook his head. No, it's not her. I think a little of my aura sight came over to me here, but my aim was off. I knew she was someone in my class, but I focused on the wrong one all this time. Naruto groaned and put his head in his hands. It was all around her this afternoon. this soft, heavenly glow that made her look like some kind of picture in a temple. How did I miss that for so long? Rika chuckled to herself. Maybe you got thrown off by that girl's pink hair. We saw her when the old perv carried you into the village. Seriously, she could lead convoys through a storm with that head of hers. Kagum ignored Rika's joke and focused on the matter at hand. How'd that old saying in the tales go? The sun and moon are never far apart. We always thought that meant the sun and moon sages would always meet, but we never thought it would end up being that they were born close to each other. Are you sure it was her? Naruto nodded, smiling. No doubt about it. I've never seen an aura like hers before, Kagum. I swear, it was like starlight. Naruto ran a hand through his hair. Now how am I supposed to tell her all of this? Rika walked over and put a hand on Naruto's shoulder, giving him a warm look with her unhidden jade green eye. Well, first you have to introduce us to her, and we'll help from there. We'll always be there for you, little bro. Besides, if she's the moon sage like you say, then she probably already wants to be close to you. Kagome nodded. The sun and moon sages are as much two halves of one whole as your two selves were. You need each other, master. I know. Naruto dragged up his right sleeve, revealing a black tattoo of a fox curling around a fiery sun on his forearm, its long tail snaking down around his arm to his wrist. She'll be back in a little bit, and then we'll head out to one of the training grounds and get some practice in. I've been getting a lot of jutsu back lately, and I want to make sure I can perform all of them perfectly. He looked up to the two girls sitting in his house and gave a worried smile. Then I'll tell her how I've been trained by kitsunes, and that I have a summoning contract with them. Rika smiled and took a bite out of her tofu. This is going to be so awesome. The Hokage sat behind his desk, taking a calming puff off of his favorite pipe. Across from him stood his old apprentice, Jiraiya, and the sensei of Team 7, Kakashi. They were currently discussing the prospect of one Naruto, Uzumaki, and all that entailed. He was glad for the talk, however, as it gave him an excuse to ignore the stack of paperwork still left to sign on his desk. If he had to see another request to find that damn cat again, he was sure he would go senile. The Hokage, Hiruzen Tsurutobi, looked up at Jiraiya, blowing out a puff of smoke as he did. You are certain that these foxes are not a threat to the village, Jiraiya? We haven't had that much luck with foxes in this village, after all. Jiraiya nodded his head. I realize that, old man, but you have nothing to worry about from these particular foxes. I've been around them long enough to know that Naruto has them wrapped around his finger. They would walk into hell if it would help him out. The Hokage nodded, happy that he didn't have to worry about that particular issue. Good. I'm happy to hear that. Jiraiya gave a playful smirk at his old sensei. What are you getting so worried about, old man? Who is it that had a summoning contract with the apes when the four-tailed bijou happens to be an ape? And don't we know someone who has a summoning contract with slugs, despite what the six-tailed bijou happens to be? The Hokage gave an amused chuckle at that. A very good point, Jiraiya. And maybe all these foxes will help to keep you away from the woman's bath from now on. At this point, Kakashi spoke up. I'm more interested in what jutsus the foxes can give the leaf, if they can make doubles of people who knows what else they can do. Jiraiya gave an amused chuckle. Well, keep wondering, because they won't train anyone but Naruto. You could try and talk them out of it, but trust me, he reached a hand up to rub at his neck. They may look weak, but they hit hard. Kakashi gave a nod. That's a pity. Well, I guess we'll see what they taught him in the Chunin exam soon enough. I'm sure he'll surprise us all. Jiraiya just sighed, suddenly serious. That's not really what I'm concerned about, Kakashi. I'm more worried about what happens when the last bit of Naruto's memories comes back. Kakashi turned to Jiraiya. Why is that? Jiraiya turned to Kakashi, his expression somber. Because, according to the foxes, the worst memories, the memories you don't want coming back, are the ones that come last. And we all know what that means. The Hokage looked at his student, suddenly somber and curious. Yes, we know what happened to Naruto at the orphanage when he was 6, but how do you know, Jiraiya? Jiraiya looked up at the ceiling, trying to keep his memories of that day at bay. I know because that day my Naruto suddenly just dropped to the ground, screaming in pain. The foxes were furious beyond words, old man. A group of them actually asked the head fox if they could come to the village and start murdering whoever was responsible. I don't know what we're going to do when that memory comes back to him. The Hokage took another long drag off of his pipe, blowing the smoke out after a few seconds. I'll have to make sure I'm there when he remembers then, so I can apologize to him again for not saving him sooner. Not another word was spoken as everyone started to dread when Naruto truly had all his memories back in place. Meanwhile, across the village in Naruto's apartment, said Ninja was getting ready for his talk with Hinata. He had decided not to tell her about her being the Moon Sage just yet. He didn't want to overwhelm the girl after they had been having such a nice time and screw up whatever friendship he had made with her so far. He had to tell her about Ra and Kagum. However, since they were going to basically be living with him from now on, so he might as well tell her about the being raised by foxes that can shape shift part. When he said it out loud to himself like that, even he thought it was crazy, and two of them are like his adopted big sisters. But it would be pretty simple to prove it to her. He would just have Ra and Kagum turn back into foxes, which they already had, and transform when Hinata got to his home. He wanted to make sure they were alone. He didn't need everyone to know his secrets. Yet. As Naruto walked around his apartment, grabbing all his ninja gear for a round of intense training, Ra and Kagum sat on their haunches, finishing off the last of their fried tofu. Kagum was the first to speak up. So, do you wish to tell her everything up front or wait till later, master? Naruto walked out toward the kitchen, stopping in front of them and strapping his gear pouch to his right leg. We'll tell her before we leave for the training grounds. She's going to be by here a lot, so she should know about you too ASAP. And I'd prefer to do it here, where I personally set up the security. Let's just hope she's okay with it all. Rika looked toward Naruto, sensing his worry. This isn't like you, little bro. You don't normally get nervous over whether or not someone likes you. Hell, you laugh in the face of that and keep in hidden mist when he called you a hooligan. Why are you getting so worked up now? Naruto finished with his gear pouch and looked at his two sisters, trying to describe why this was so important to him. She stood up for me, sis. A girl my age, and from this village, stood up for me in front of a group of people. No human besides Irika Sensei has ever stood up for me before, and definitely nobody my age has. It just felt nice, you know? Felt nice that someone actually didn't like seeing me put down. He walked over and kneeled down in front of them, petting their heads. This girl, I just basically had something of a date with her, and she never hit me in the face or even looked embarrassed to be seen with me. So I kind of want to keep her around, you know? Both Kagum and Rika were shocked by the display of emotion their little brother gave and rubbed themselves against him to comfort him. Kagum was the one to speak up first. We'll make sure to help you do that. Naruto, we promise. Don't we, Rika? Rika quick nod of her head. Damn right, we do. Thanks, girls. Naruto looked at both of them with a warm smile. It's good to have my big sister's back, you know that? Rika's tail started wagging without her knowledge. Course it is. You're useless without us to keep you out of trouble, little bro. Kagum sat beside Rika, her tail beginning to wag as well. We missed you to master. Everything seems duller when you're not around. A knock at the door caused all of them to look up. Naruto, are you here? Naruto stood and took a deep breath to calm his nerves. Yep, come on in. Rika nudged Kagomi's side, whispering to her. This will be interesting. The seal on the door faded and Hinata walked in, not noticing the two foxes yet. Sorry, I had to go, Naruto. My father wanted to talk with me about the Chunin exams before tomorrow. It hadn't been that much of a talk. He had called her into his study, where he sat drinking his tea, and gave her a quick talk about keeping the Hyuga honor intact. He told her make sure she didn't embarrass the Hyuga by losing in the first round, which she caught immediately as his way of letting her know he expected nothing but failure from her. But as she sat there, her father coldly insulting her ability as a Kanochi, all she could hear was Naruto telling her he thought he was wrong about her. It didn't change her father's words, but it did help her get through the lecture with her head held a little higher. Naruto scratched the back of his neck, which immediately got Hinata's attention. What's wrong, Naruto? Naruto shook his head back and forth. Nothing. I just have to introduce you to some friends of mine. He walked to the door, activating the seal again. Really? Did those two girls you were talking about earlier show up while I was gone? She hoped that was the case. She would like to know that Naruto wouldn't be alone when she left him that night. Yeah, you could say that. He saw Hinata's confused look, but ignored it and turned toward his kitchen. Come on out, you two. Out of Naruto's kitchen came the two foxes. Rika bounded over to Hinata, her tail wagging happily, and Kagum carried herself over with a graceful stride, unable to keep her tail from wagging as well. Hinata couldn't help but be smitten by the two. Ah, they're so cute. Hey, are these your pets, Naruto? Rika gave an indignant yip at that, but Naruto shushed her and took a deep breath, willing himself to explain the two foxes to Hinata. No, these are Rika and Kagum. Hinata stopped petting the foxes and looked up at Naruto, confusion on her face. Why you named them after those two women that helped raise you? She had heard stranger names for pets, but she always expected something more creative from Naruto. That's when Rika spoke up, wanting to get this mess over and done with. Nope, we are those girls from his memories, honorable. It took a few seconds for her brain to register what had happened. She heard the fox's voice, seeing its maw moving up and down with the words, even registered it calling her Han. But it took a second for her brain to get words to reach her mouth. Did one of the foxes just tea-talk? Naruto shut his eyes and groaned. Yes, she did, though she could have waited for me to explain a little before jumping the gun like that. Rika turned to stare Naruto down. Well, we're burning daylight here, and I want to get some training in before bed too, little bro. Naruto went to argue with Rika, but was cut off by Hinata's quiet voice. Naruto, what's going on? Why did that fox just call you that? Naruto sighed and pulled up the sleeve on his right arm, revealing his summoning tattoo to Hinata. They're kitsunes, Hinata. Fox spirits, just like the old myths. They were the ones that wanted to train me when I was little. They were the ones who split me into two, and they're the ones I have a summoning contract with. Hinata was amazed and went to ask more questions when a bright blue light erupted beside her. She backed up away from it, nearly tripping over a coffee table on the way, and watched as the two foxes were enveloped in flame before becoming the two women Naruto had described to her earlier in the day. As Hinata looked at the pair of women that used to be foxes, all she could manage was an amazed whisper. They really are Kizuns. Naruto held himself higher, ready for her reaction. Yeah, these two in particular are like big sisters to me. Sorry for springing all of this on you, Hinata, but you were going to find out sooner or later if you kept coming by, so I wanted to tell you as soon as possible. Well, what do you think? Hinata walked toward the two women, staring at each of them, and then did something that he never expected. She bowed slightly to the two women and thanked them. Thank you for keeping Naruto safe for us. I am really glad he's not alone here anymore. Kagome looked from Hinata to Naruto, a warm smile coming over her face. I'm beginning to like this girl, master. Rika, however, just started chuckling. And you were all worried about her reaction. Feeling kind of stupid now, huh? Naruto was feeling too good to really care about Rika messing with him. I kinda am right now, sis. But, honestly, you're taking this surprisingly well, Hinata. Hinata turned to Naruto and gave a nervous smile. After being on the same team as Shino, not a lot can surprise me. Now Naruto was curious. Really? Shino never struck me as that weird. The constant silence and sunglasses, no matter the weather, was always kind of weird, but not that bad. Hinata gave a slow nod. Let's just say Shino is really close to some of the bugs he has. Naruto got the feeling he didn't want to know the details behind that. I'll take your word for it. But anyway, me and the girls were just going to get some training in before the exams tomorrow. Would you like to come too? Hinata started twiddling her fingers. Oh, of course, Naruto. I will be happy to. And I promise I won't tell anyone about the foxes. I'm sure that's part of the big secret, right? Naruto nodded, walking toward his door. Yeah, I like to keep it a secret that I can summon foxes. For a little while, at least. He unsealed his door and held it open. After you, ladies. Rika leaned down and whispered in Hinata's ear. Years of being raised around women will do wonders for a boy's manners. Kagum gently elbowed Rika's side and walked toward the door. Thank you, master. After that, both Hinata and Rika walked through, both thanking Naruto on their way out. Naruto resealed his door, and they began their walk to the training ground. On the way, several passers-by stopped to stare at the entourage. Most men stopping to stare at Kagum and Rika, some getting death glares from their spouses and girlfriends in the process. Wanting to make the walk go faster, Hinata started talking to the two girls, eager to learn more about them. Hinata turned to look at Kagum, who stood at Hinata's side. I'm curious, how long can you stay human before having to change back? Kagum kept walking but looked down at the young girl. As long as we wish. This isn't a simple transformation jutsu. This is actual shape shifting. We only need the chakra to make the initial transformation. After that, we are human for as long as we wish. Rika nodded, hearing their conversation over by Naruto's side. She was initially worried about people hearing them, but then she noticed the only people who looked at them were either making eyes at Kagum and her or shooting icy death glares at Naruto, which was something that was beginning to piss her off. Either way, she was sure the conversation was safe. Nobody really seemed to care what they talked about. It's a lot better than that transformation jutsu ninja use nowadays, but it uses a lot more chakra. This is why it kind of fell out with the ninja world. Hinata looked at Naruto. See, can you do it, Naruto? Naruto just smirked and kept walking, the training grounds coming into view. Yep, I actually find it easier than the regular transformation jutsu. Hinata looked confused. Why's that? Naruto rubbed his neck, thinking of how to explain it. Well, as it turns out, I have so much chakra that it's actually really hard for me to pull out tiny amounts of it. Seeing the confusion on Hinata's face, he decided he needed to explain further. It's like most ninjas have a pawn with a valve on it for chakra. You open the valve and let out just what you need for the jutsu you're using, right? Hinata gave a nod, following him so far. My valve, however, is connected to a huge lake of water, and whenever I open mine, a huge jet of water comes out. Hinata nodded in understanding. I think I get it. That's why you had so much trouble with the regular clone jutsu in school, but you can use the shadow clone jutsu without a problem. It takes more chakra, so it's easier for you to pull out the right amount. Naruto nodded, but then got a little curious about what she said. Now, how did you find out I can use the shadow clone jutsu, Hinata? Hinata got nervous, afraid she might have made him angry. Sakura told me, Tintin and Ino when we went out for lunch one day. She said it was the only jutsu you could do. Naruto groaned at that. Yeah, that and the transformation jutsu were about all I used to have. A devilish smirk came over his face. But you're about to see that's not the case anymore. Up ahead, Naruto saw the gate to his favorite training ground, the very same where he officially became a genin in Team 7. They all stepped into the training grounds looking around for any people in the area. Once Naruto knew they were alone, he turned to his two sisters to see them standing about 30 feet back. Kagum had on a mischievous smile, and Rika was cracking her neck and knuckles. All right, so let's go through the basics first. Rika didn't wait another second. She just smiled and made a few hand signs. First up, speed training. Hinata watched, amazed as a shining bolt of lightning appeared in Rika's right hand, which she held up like a javelin, aiming right at Naruto. Lightning style, taser spear jutsu. Naruto paled slightly, remembering how Rika had a very practical outlook on training, and that she would throw non-lethal jutsu at him till he got fast enough to dodge. Oh crap! Dodge! Yelled Rika before she hurled her lightning bolt dead at Naruto. It wasn't as fast as an actual bolt of lightning, with Hinata still able to barely make out its path through the air, but it still rocketed through the air straight at Naruto. Hinata was shocked at what was happening, till Naruto disappeared out the path of the bolt, reappearing several feet from where he originally stood. The bolt striking the ground with a loud thunderclap. Rika just gave a proud smirk and made more hand signs. This time, several bolts of lightning appeared, floating around her in lazy circles. Rika yelled out to Naruto, "Nice one, little bro. Couple more, and we'll move on to strength and Jutsu's. Naruto smirked and got ready, legs bent and arms out. "Come with it, sis. I'm ready for ya." Hinata sat transfixed as she watched the bolts start flying at Naruto, but they would always miss. Sometimes they would get close, but Naruto would twist and turn away from them. He was all over the training grounds, ducking, weaving, jumping, and turning away from bolt after bolt. It was amazing to watch. Eventually, Kagome noticed the girl's stunned face and decided to talk with her a little. Kagome nudged Hinata, making the girl tear her gaze away from Naruto for a second. The bolts won't hurt him too badly, even if they did hit him, of course. The jutsu is designed to stun enemies, not injure them. All that would happen is he would get a nasty shock and his ears would ring for a bit from the thunder. Hinata felt herself relax a little at that. She thought that was the case with the bolts, but it didn't hurt to have it confirmed to her. How is Naruto moving so fast? Kagome pointed at the ground at Naruto's feet, causing Hinata to notice how there seemed to be a blast of wind every time Naruto moved. "We taught him how to turn his chakra into gusts of wind, helping him jump higher and move quicker. He's propelling himself with the air around him." Across the field, another devilish smirk came over Naruto's face as the last bolt flew at him. Hinata saw him make a hand sign before holding his right palm out toward Rika. "Wind style, air cannon jutsu." Immediately, a loud bang rang through the fields as a ball of air burst from Naruto's hand and crashed into the ground near Rika's feet, blowing a large cloud of dust into her face. Rika coughed as the dust cleared, and she started to dust herself off. Beside her, Kagome couldn't stop the giggles coming from her mouth, and neither could Hinata. Yeah, very funny." Rika kept dusting off her clothes, grumbling to herself as she did. "I swear, I will zap his ass next time we do this." She turned to Kagome. "I think speed has been covered then. Strength is your department, Kagome. So have at it." Kagome walked out toward Naruto as Rika walked back to stand next to Hinata, the same graceful stride as always. But once she got a good distance away from Rika and Hinata, she launched herself into the air toward Naruto. As she came down, she brought her leg down in a downward kick. Naruto used another gust of wind to get out of the way as her leg hit the ground, and the ground erupted beneath her foot like a small meteor had just hit. Hinata was shocked at the display of strength the normally graceful lady displayed. Rika pointed toward the crater when she spoke to Hinata. She loves it when people underestimate her. She says the faces people make when she puts some random mook who won't leave her alone through a wall are priceless. Rika turned toward to look out towards Kagome and Naruto. She's nowhere near as strong as that Tsunade woman from here, but she can still break a few walls if she wants to. Over near the crater, Kagome called Naruto over with a crook of her finger. Once he got within earshot, she pointed down at her crater. "Now then, I want you to try and match the crater I just made." Naruto looked at the crater in the ground and cracked his knuckles. "Right, let's do this." Jumping to a fresh spot beside the crater, he got ready to make his try, cocking back his fist and striking at the ground with a yell. The ground erupted into another crater, though this one much smaller than the other. This one only about 2 feet deep compared to the other's 10 feet. Naruto took a step back as Kagome observed his work. "You've gotten better, master. Last time you only made one a foot deep. Well done." Hinata turned to Rika, pointing at Naruto. "How did he do that?" Rika just laughed. "That's a sage secret. We'll tell you another time, Kage." Hinata nodded, looking back to Naruto, seeing him in a new light. He was smiling up at Kagome, happy to be praised by his big sister. It wasn't the smile she remembered, however. That old one was big, but never reached his eyes. Even his biggest smile never seemed to cover the loneliness in his eyes. This one, however, was warm and his eyes shined as bright as his smile. She quickly decided that she liked this one much better. Naruto just laughed and put a hand on his neck. "Thanks, sis. Guess all that's left is to run through a couple jutsus, and I'll be ready for tomorrow. Let's start off with the chains." Kagum gave a nod and clapped her hands together in an earth sign, cat-sized rocks floating up around her from the ground. You ready, master? Naruto grinned and nodded. Yep, pull. Kagome grunted as the stones took off into the air in front of Naruto. When suddenly, from out of Naruto's back, several spiked chains with speared and shot around him to pick off the rocks in front of him. As Hinata stared at them, she noticed how they looked to be made of orange flame. Orange tongues of fire were flickering on the edges of them as they swayed in the air in front of Naruto, before they retracted back into him and vanished from sight. Hinata turned to Rika. I didn't know a jutsu like that even existed. Rika was uncharacteristically somber when she answered. Neither did we. That jutsu was created by Naruto's muth. He asked us up and down to teach it to him after we told him who his parents were 2 years ago. Hinata's eyes went wide as the full gravity of what Rika said hit home. Does he remember her yet? Rika just shook her head. No, he got the jutsu back, but I don't believe he has remembered everything we told him about her yet, or that the necklace he's wearing was an old family heirloom she used to wear to special occasions. Hinata felt a shiver run through her as the conversation had revealed something important to her. The foxes had known Naruto's parents. This also told her that the foxes may be older than they looked, but she could learn about that later. At that moment, she immediately set out to learn everything she could about the woman who brought Naruto into the world. As Naruto started using slashes of air from his hands to cut rocks in half in front of him, Hinata gave her full attention to Rika. What was she like? Rika closed her eyes, envisioning the red-headed girl who had become like a sister to her as much as Naruto had her brother. She was a lot like Naruto, actually, headstrong, happy, and always ready for anything. She had this way of getting the people around her to smile, you know? It was like her energy was so infectious that you couldn't help but be in a good mood around her. She looked out at Naruto, seeing Kagome rubbing his head affectionately. I remember when she first got pregnant with Naruto. She walked up to me with the brightest smile I've ever seen on anyone's face and just whispered, I'm going to be a mommy, Rika with a hand on her stomach. Rika felt tears starting to form in her eyes as she remembered how happy she was for her friend and how they spent the rest of the day talking about how the pregnancy would go. Out of everything in her life she could brag about, being a mother was the one she was most proud of. What about his father? What was he like? Rika chuckled. That man could be just as stubborn as his wife, but he always had this air of calmness around him, like he was just at peace with the world. He loved Kushina with everything he had and was about as excited as she was to be a parent. I hate that it never got to happen. I'm not going to tell you his name, though. That's something you'll have to get straight for Naruto. Hinata looked toward Naruto, a few tears in her eyes now. So he loses a loving mother and father, and gets a village full of people making his life miserable. It's not fair. Rika felt herself liking the young Hyuga more and more by the minute. You're right, it's not fair at all. She put a hand on the young girl's shoulder as Hinata wiped a few tears from her eyes. But he's got plenty of people who love him now. Me, Kagome, the rest of the foxes, that old perv, Jiraiya, and he's made a pretty good friend with you. Hinata smiled at that. Why, yeah, you're right. We'll just have to make up for all the bad in his life. Hinata held herself taller for a few seconds and spoke clear and with no stutter at all. The future Hokage should have people on his side, after all. Rika nodded in agreement as Naruto finished up another jutsu. Guess there's just one more left to test. Little bro, the Sun's Wrath jutsu. Rika said, getting her attention back on Naruto's training. Naruto was noticeably nervous at the mention of that jutsu. You sure, sis? We might get some notice if I use that one. Rika waved a hand through the air dismissively. Oh, it's all right. Kagome can just use an earth jutsu to fix the training field afterwards. These training fields are here for ninja to try out jutsus. After all, we won't get notice for using a jutsu out here. She's right, master. I can fix any damages, and we need to know if you can use that jutsu without hurting yourself. Kagome said, backing away from Naruto a few steps. Naruto nodded and made a hand sign Hinata had never seen before. His right hand was held horizontally in front of him with his middle and pointer fingers stuck out and the rest curled in. His left was the same, except he held it vertically. He closed his eyes as his hands began to become surrounded by orange flames, flickering and dancing around his hands. He twisted his right hand up and steepled his fingers together, drawing the flames between them. Suddenly, between Naruto's hands, there appeared what Hinata could only describe as a small sun. The center was a dark, almost red, orange with bright orange flames flickering and swirling around it. Naruto moved his hands out farther in front of him and planted his feet firmly in the ground, sweat starting to form on his brow. Everyone better cover their ears. This one's gonna get loud, he yelled, as Kagome jumped back toward the others and all covered their ears as told. Holding the small sun in front of him, Naruto yelled out Sun style, Sun's Wrath Jutsu, with a blast strong enough to dig Naruto's feet a few inches backwards. The small sun shot from Naruto's hands and screamed across the field. Then a burst of light filled the field, and an explosion shook the air around them. The winds roared, dust flew into the air as a shockwave washed over the small training party. Hinata felt the impact in her chest, as if she had been weakly punched, and saw a small dome of fire across the field. Once fire stopped and the dust settled, Hinata uncovered her ears and opened her eyes to see a scorched crater where the sun had gone off. By its size, Hinata guessed that jutsu would demolish a small building if it were fired at it. It was both the most amazing and terrifying thing she had seen in her ninja career up to that point. After the dust had settled, Rika and Hinata ran over to where Naruto stood as Kagome slammed her hands to the ground to fix the damage done to the field. As they got closer to him, they noticed Naruto was bent over with his hands on his knees, panting for breath. Hinata put a hand on his back. "Are you all right, Naruto?" Naruto held up a finger, taking a few more seconds to catch his breath before he stood and wiped the sweat off his brow. Yeah, I'm okay. Even for someone like me, that jutsu takes a lot of chakra." He held up 3 fingers. 3 is the max I can do it a day. And that's only if I don't use any other jutsu at all. If I want to be able to use that, and some others, then 2 is all I can do. Any more, and I'll pass out from chakra exhaustion. Rika put a hand on his shoulder. "You may not be able to do that many in a day yet, but 1 is more than enough to mess some poor prick's day up." Rika had turned out to the field to see all the craters being filled in as the earth reformed around them. "Thanks, Kagome, that should keep the village off our beat." She turned back to Naruto. "Aren't those your teammates, little bro?" Naruto turned to see Sasuke storming into the training field, Sakura coming up behind him. He came to stop in front of Naruto, pointing a finger at him. "We both heard an explosion come from here, dope. What is going on?" Naruto just shrugged and put his hands behind his head. "Never heard of explosive tags there. Sasuke? Gee, guess the #1 rookie doesn't know everything, huh?" Sakura spoke up then. "Naruto, quit picking fights with Sasuke. We heard you've been coming by here, so we got worried when we heard the explosion. Right, Sasuke?" Sasuke ignored her, instead focusing on Rika. After a few seconds of his staring, Rika put her hands on her hips. "Hey, creepo kid, little advice. Undressing a woman with your eyes like that is a good way to get a black one." Sasuke ignored the insult and pressed forward with a question. "Are you one of the people that trained Naruto in his other life?" "Yes." Sasuke smirked. "Then train me too. It'll be easier than training that dope, anyway." Rika was beginning to dislike this boy. "Oh, and why do you want us to train you exactly?" A dark look came over Sasuke's eyes as he spoke. "I need to kill a certain ninja, and you all might give me the power I need to do it." "Oh, well, that makes this answer easy then. Hell no." With that, Rika started walking away, but Sasuke wouldn't have it. He jumped in front of her, stopping her from walking away. "Why? You'll train some worthless loser, but not an elite Uchiha." Rika had officially had enough and picked Sasuke up by the front of his shirt to hold him in the air. "Listen, brat, we decide who we train, not you. Do you really expect us to train you when you outright just said that you want to use it specifically to kill? You must be out of your damn mind if you think we'd do that. She chucked Sasuke to the ground and walked over to Kagome's side, leaving Sasuke to pick himself up and dust himself off. He pointed toward Naruto, a smirk on his face. And what if I beat the loser in a fight, what then? Oh, is this happening? 'Cause I'd so like this to be happening. Naruto said as he stepped towards Sasuke, his fatigue leaving him with his anger. Sasuke turned to face Naruto, still smirking. I was joking, but now I think it would be fun to beat you down. Good. I've been wanting to pound that pretty boy face of yours out the back of your skull for a while now. Let's do this. Both boys went to walk toward each other when Sakura and Hinata got in the way. Hinata jumping to stop Naruto, while Sakura got Sasuke. Stop, Naruto! You'll get in serious trouble if you two start fighting. You might even get banned from the Chunin exams. Sakura nodded in agreement with Hinata. She's right, Sasuke. You two are teammates, after all. You shouldn't be fighting each other. Both Naruto and Sasuke stared each other down, neither one giving an inch until both gave a loud sigh and backed down. Sasuke turned and started leaving the training grounds. Fine, I'll leave the loser alone for now. But if we have to fight in the Chunin exams, I'll show him why the Uchiha are the elite. Naruto stepped back too, Hinata keeping with him to make sure he didn't go at Sasuke. Agreed. We'll settle this in the Chunin exams then. Naruto took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Sakura is right though. Sasuke, we are teammates and we have to work together. So let's drop this till we get our fight. Sasuke gave a grunt of agreement and began to walk away, leaving Sakura behind. Sakura herself watched Sasuke walk away a bit before turning toward Naruto, fist clenched. You idiot. Although I told you not to pick fights. She got up beside Hinata and threw a fist right for Naruto's head, only for Naruto to reach up and grab her fist, stopping it in midair. I know what you said, Sakura, but this whole hitting me in the head when you're mad thing, that's not going to fly anymore. And I'm sorry I got mad and picked a fight with Sasuke, okay? Me and him don't see eye to eye on damn near anything, but I know both of us hate to lose, so we'll get it together for the Chunin exams. He released her fist, finally noticing how low the sun had gotten, and walked off her home. He gave a little wave to her as he left. See you tomorrow, Sakura. We got us a Chunin exam to ace, you know. Bye, Sakura. I'll see you tomorrow too, said Hinata, catching up to Naruto and walking by his side. Rika and Kagum fell into step with them as Naruto turned to Hinata. Thanks for holding me back there, Hinata. Things might have gotten out of hand if you hadn't stopped me. He turned to look at Kagum. Why didn't you guys stop us? Kagum shrugged. We were going to, but Hinata handled it before we could. We really shouldn't have had to stop you anyway, Naruto. You should be able to control your temper by this point. Naruto caught that she called him by his actual name that time, a sure sign that he had disappointed her. I know, sis. I know. I'm sorry. He sighed and turned to Hinata. Come on. We'll walk you home, Hinata. You should get some rest in before tomorrow, too. With a blush and a nod from Hinata, the group set off for the Hyuga compound. Around them, the street lights started to come on as the sun set beyond the horizon. The crowds of people had greatly diminished save around a few bars where laughter and cheers could be heard coming from inside. Hinata always seemed to like the nights around the village better than its days. Everything was so peaceful at night when all the hustle and bustle of the day was over. Hinata didn't want the day to end, but she took solace in the fact that she would see Naruto tomorrow at the Chunin exams. Soon enough, too soon in Hinata's eyes, they arrived outside the Hyuga compound, and it was time to say goodbye for now. Naruto turned to Hinata, rubbing the back of his neck as he spoke. I had a great time today, Hinata. I'll look for you in the Chunin exams. Igriegajis. She started to twiddle her fingers again. Promise me you'll be careful. Naruto, I don't want you to get hurt. Naruto couldn't help the small smile coming to his face or how he reached over to hug her. Thanks, Hinata. That means a lot. He held her for a second, her face turning redder and redder by the second, before letting her go. You be safe to tomorrow, okay? Hinata couldn't find her voice at that moment, so she just nodded her head. Good. Good night, Hinata. See you tomorrow. With that, Naruto and his sisters walked away, leaving Hinata to watch them as they left. Once they had finally disappeared from sight, she stepped into the compound, through the halls, into her room, and fainted right on her bed with a blush and a smile on her face. If there was ever a moment where Naruto was happy to have the ability to see a person's aura, it was as he walked into the building where the first phase of the Chunin exam was being held. Everyone's was a different color, of course. Sakura's pink, Sasuke's dark blue, his own bright orange, which made it pretty easy to see through transformation jutsus when he knew a person well enough. Didn't work with shape-shifting, however, but only Naruto and the foxes could use that. The big perk, however, was how a person's aura could tell a lot about said person. A darker aura meant that a person was more cruel and heartless than normal. A bright one, Hinata's being a shining example, save that hers looked like it had stars floating in it, showed how kind and loving a person was. Big ones showed willpower, while smaller ones timidness. The pattern around the aura, however, showed a little of what that person was feeling. A spiked, jagged aura always meant anger or hatred, which was an easy one to remember, as that always made the person look like knives were coming out of them. While a flowing, smooth one meant happiness, joy, and serenity. Murderous intent was extremely easy to pick out as well, thankfully, as that made skulls appear to fade in and out of a person's aura. The combination of all those let you know how a person was feeling. Naruto remembered how the fox who taught him how to use it, a happy gray fox who he could never seem to make angry, had pounded it into his head to watch for a person with a large, dark, flowing aura with skulls in it, as this was the sure sign of evil in a person. Nervousness and anxiety, however, made a person's aura look like it couldn't decide what shape it wanted to be. It would flicker and warp, twist and turn, shrink and grow in 20 different ways every minute. If it was doing all this while shrinking in on itself, then that meant the person felt fear. Hinata went into that a lot yesterday while he was hanging out with her, but it always seemed to go back to flowing throughout the day for some reason. However, that was what damn near everyone's aura looked like in the building that day, and it made Naruto feel even more confident about the test that day than he already had. Unfortunately, one of those ninja with a nervous aura happened to be Sakura. He wanted to help her, but it made sense to keep everyone thinking he was still an idiot, so he just had to hope she could find her confidence again on her own. As Team 7 walked down the hall to the testing area, a huge crowd around a door drew their attention. Standing in front of a door were two ninja who looked to be around the same age as Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke, knocking down anyone who tried to get through the door. One was light-skinned, wearing a blue cap with the leaf symbol, and the other was tanned with 3 bandages on his face, spiky dark hair, and 2 swords strapped to his back. They had just knocked a genin in a green jumpsuit to the ground, gloating over him. "You want to be a Chunin, and you can't even get by us?" said the ninja with the swords, smirking at the ninja he just knocked down. The capped ninja laughed with his friend. "Yeah, why don't you just give up? I think I hear your mama calling you." Naruto looked on stunned that all of these Chunin hopefuls had missed a big sign. The door was numbered 301 when they were on the 2nd floor. He knew this because Team 7 had walked up the stairs to get to the 2nd floor. How did no one remember going up 2 floors worth of stairs? It must have been some kind of illusion that works on the weak-minded. He guessed that this was a way to weed out the people who were not ready for Chunin at all. A girl with dark brown hair, done up into buns, and a Chinese-style shirt tried to get through the door next. "Please, let us through. We're supposed to go in there." She made an attempt to get past the two, but was met with a swift punch to her face that sent her to the ground by the other green genin. "You all might think we're being cruel, but we're doing you a favor. This is nothing compared to what will happen to you in the Chunin exams," the ninja in the cap said, pulling his fist back to his side from punching the girl. The sword ninja nodded. "That's right. These exams will test you in ways you can't imagine. Some of you will be messed up for life from it, and some may even die. You're all not ready for it. Go run back home to your dolls." At this point, Sasuke spoke up, stepping up to challenge the two ninja. "Nice speech. Now would you get out of the way? We need to get to the 3rd floor. While you're at it, release that genjutsu you've got." Behind him, The other Genin were wondering what he was talking about. They were on the third floor, weren't they? He turned to look at Sakura. Sakura, you picked out the genjutsu when we first walked up, right? You were top in the class, after all. Sakura had to stop and think for a second before she realized what he was talking about. Oh yeah, of course. She stood a little taller, and Naruto noticed her aura smooth out slightly. I spotted it right away. This is only the second floor. Naruto put his hands behind his heads. Go ya. Ah, ah. As the illusion faded to show the real number of the room, Naruto saw the sword-wearing ninja's aura suddenly become jagged, angry at having been caught so soon. Well, aren't we the smart ones? Try this then. The two ninja went to throw kicks at each other, intent on putting each other in the hospital, when a sudden green blur appeared between them and two bandaged hands stopped both kicks dead in the air. Sakura looked on shocked. Where'd that come from? She thought to herself, although he was somewhat getting knocked around so easily, but he's as fast as Sasuke. As Sasuke and the sword-wearing ninja stepped back, the Kanochi with the buns in her hair and a ninja with long brown hair tied at the end, his right arm and leg banged wearing what looked like to Naruto, a straight jacket with short sleeves. By his all-white eyes, Naruto immediately knew he was from the Hyuga clan. But where Hinata was kind and calming, this guy's aura told Naruto he was cold and calculating. Amazing that those two are related somehow. Though Naruto, as the two ninja yelled at the green-clad ninja, who they called Lee, for blowing their cover like that. Apparently Naruto wasn't the only one hiding what he could do from everyone. Interesting. After being told off by his teammates, Lee walked right over to Sakura. You were Sakura, right? Lee smiled and held up a thumb. Please be my girlfriend. I promise to always protect you. Sakura was shocked dumb. Mue. His shoulders slumped and his smile left his face. Why not? He said with a whine. She didn't even flinch. Because you're a weirdo. Naruto chuckled at that and walked over next to Lee, who had leaned himself against a nearby wall, ignoring whatever conversation Sasuke was having with Lee's other teammates. That was rough, but you get props from me for being brave enough to ask straight up like that, man. Lee was still hurt from the rejection, but felt better from Naruto's words. Thank you. But rest assured I will not give up. I will just have to try harder to win the beautiful Sakura's heart. Naruto chuckled to himself. Another ninja without the ability to give up on what he wanted. He was really starting to like this guy. Now, that is what I like to hear. Naruto held out a hand for Lee to shake. Naruto Uzumaki. Nice to meet a fellow hardhead. Lee smiled and took the offer hand. Rock Lee. Pleasure's all mine, Naruto. Naruto leaned his back against the wall. Don't let it get you down, Lee. I'm sure she'll come around once she realizes what a prick Sasuke is. He didn't know why, but he felt he could trust Lee, so Naruto let a little of his real self shine through in their talk. You don't like your teammate? Naruto shrugged. I'd like him just fine if he climbed down off his high horse and got that pole out his ass. You are preaching to the choir, my friend. My teammate, Neji, also sees himself above us all. Naruto poked a thumb over at the ninja with the long hair. Dude with the floor sweeper hair in the jacked-up, straight jacket. Lee had to cover his mouth to keep his laugh quiet. He then stood back up, smiling brightly. That is him, yes. Neji Hyuga. Naruto smiled. Well then, let's hope this exam gives us a chance to drag them both down to the ground with us hardheads. Lee gave a smile. Agreed. Naruto, we don't want to be late. Let's get going. Sakura called her, and Sasuke making their way for the door. Got ya. Naruto pushed to the wall, holding out a fist for Lee. Let's go show these pricks how real ninja do things. Lee pumped his fist into Naruto's. Yes, we'll show them the strength of our youth. Naruto didn't know what that meant, but he just waved back behind him as he caught up with his team. Unbeknownst to all the Genin, however, was that the two ninja blocking the door from before had taken off, watching everything from behind a door. So these are the candidates for Chunin this year, huh? Said the ninja in the cap. Looks like a smart bunch this year. The ninja with the sword remarked, as they both released their transformation jutsu, changing back into full-grown men with standard ninja uniforms. This year's going to be a fun one, it looks like, the ninja and the caps said, both walking away from the door. As Team 7 made their way through a small, wood-floored room, on their way to the real exam area, all were having thoughts about the exam. Naruto was a little bit worried that he showed a little of himself to Lee, but it wasn't that much, and everyone was watching Sasuke and Neji instead of them, so it was alright. Sasuke, on the other hand, was thinking on all the ninja he had met so far. Neji, Lee, that sand ninja Gaara, and one thought went through his head. The Chunin exam was turning out to be a freak show. Sakura, herself, was still trying to shake off the weird proposal from Lee back there. Did he really think she would fall for a weirdo like him? Then, suddenly, all of their thoughts were broken by a lone voice. Hold it! All of Team 7 looked up to see Rock Lee standing on the balcony above them, before he jumped to the floor, landing softly and looking up at Sasuke. I want to fight here and now. Sasuke looked on in amusement at his challenger. Here and now, huh? Lee nodded. Everyone's always talking about how great the Uchiha are, and I want to see it for myself. Lee took up a fighting stance. Also, I wish to take you off your high horse. He turned to look at Sakura, a blush coming over his face. Oh, Sakura, I love you. That was when Naruto started laughing. Oh my god, this is too good. You get me to stop hitting on you relentlessly, and then another guy starts. Oh, that's rich. After another bout of laughing from Naruto, Sakura had enough. Shut up, Naruto. And my answer is still no. You weirdo. Your eyebrows look like caterpillars fell asleep on your head, and your hairstyle's horrible too. You are such a weirdo. She gave a shiver as she thought about it. Sasuke moved right on with the issue. You know about my clan, yet you still want to fight me? You're even dumber than you look, if that's possible. His eyes narrowed as he locked eyes on his challenger. But I'll be glad to show you why the Uchiha should never be challenged. Sakura turned to look at Naruto. Aren't you going to say something? Sasuke's going to crush that weirdo if they fight. He sighed and looked to Sasuke. You sure you want to fight? Sasuke? You could just walk away, you know? You just might not want to fight this guy. Anyways, you don't know what he can do, you know? Naruto tried to warn Sasuke, because Naruto saw something that let him know Sasuke didn't want this fight. Lee's aura was a blazing green and was covering an area about 5 feet around him, calm and still, not one flicker of doubt or nervousness to be found. He knew he could win this fight, and he wasn't scared of Sasuke at all, which always meant trouble in Naruto's book. Sasuke smirked. What's wrong, Naruto? Lose your courage now that those freak women aren't here to back you up. Naruto's eyes narrowed with anger. Nobody. Insults. His big sisters. He didn't care what happened anymore. Lee could use his face to make new door in the wall for all he cared. That's all I needed to hear. Naruto walked back to a pillar, sitting down with his back to it. Proceed. Naruto, yelled Sakura. You're really going to just sit there? He shrugged. All I can do, Sakura. I don't have any popcorn on me, after all. Sakura groaned and turned to Sasuke. Sasuke, we have to register by 3. We don't have that much time. Less than a half hour even. Relax, Sakura. This will be over in 5 seconds, boasted Sasuke, taking off after Lee. The second Sasuke got close enough to attack. However, Lee vanished and reappeared to launch a kick at Sasuke's head. When that missed, he used his momentum to spin on his hands for another kick. Sasuke tried to block, but Lee broke right through his guard and landed a fierce kick to Sasuke's cheek, sending the Uchiha soaring through the air to crash to the ground. Naruto clapped. Nice! Do it again. Sasuke ignored him and stood back up. He's using some kind of jutsu to get by me. But is it genjutsu or ninjutsu? Well, one way to find out. Sasuke brushed himself off. Been meaning to test this out. With a bit of chakra, he activated his family's trademark, the Sharingan eyes. Sakura saw his eyes and turned to Naruto with a smirk. See, Naruto, you can't keep Sasuke down. He just gets more and more amazing by the day. Sasuke took off at Lee, ready to take him down. Now he'll see through whatever jutsu this weirdo's using and blow him away. He'd never lose to a guy like that. Never. The second the word never left her lips, Lee had landed another kick to Sasuke's jaw and sent him into the air again. Huh. Guess his eyes are defective then, because that looks a lot like losing to me, said Naruto as Lee moved in to attack. What followed was a stunningly one-sided fight. No matter what Sasuke did, Lee had an answer for it. If Sasuke tried to block, then Lee would break it. If Sasuke tried to attack, then Lee would counter. If Sasuke tried to run, then Lee turned out to be faster. Nothing Sasuke did could even touch Lee. As Sasuke stood on the floor panting, Lee decided to explain something to him. Do you see it yet, Sasuke? I'm not using ninjutsu or genjutsu in this fight. It is all just taijutsu. You can't do anything about it because you are too slow. Lee vanished and reappeared behind Sasuke. What good is copying jutsu if your opponent can just beat you without them? Sasuke growled and turned to strike. Shut up. Lee dodged again, knocking Sasuke up into the air and appearing behind him, the bandages on his arms unraveling. This will be the proof that hard work beats natural talent. Lee went to use his trademark technique, but a small windmill came from nowhere to pin one of his bandages to the wall. Lee recognized it immediately and turned to see a large red tortoise down on the ground staring up at him. Just what do you think you're doing, Lee? Bellowed the tortoise. You know you're only supposed to use that technique in dire conditions. Lee jumped down to bow in front of the tortoise, while Sakura ran to catch Sasuke as he fell from the air. Naruto kept his position at the stone pillar, hoping that this would help humble Sasuke slightly. Lee bowed his head to the turtle. I am sorry. Naruto stood and walked over to where Sakura held a fuming mad Sasuke. You okay, Sasuke? Looked a little like the great Uchiha just going ass-hoping to me. Sasuke growled. I'm fine. Naruto held up his hands. First those freak women flat out told you no and chucked you to the ground. Now a so-called weirdo beats your ass. You have got a serious underestimating problem. Sasuke's angry retort was cut short, but a loud pop and a burst of white smoke. There on top of the turtle, striking the weirdest pose any of Team 7 had ever seen, was what could only be described as a giant Lee in a Johnine vest. It was so strange. The same green jumpsuit, same bowl haircut, same leg warmers, and a pair of eyebrows that may have been even bushier than Lee's. Naruto rubbed his head in confusion. Wow, there are two of them. Okay. Sakura looked in shock as well. It's like they're multiplying. On top of the turtle, the giant Lee spoke to the little one. Lee, I'm shocked at you. You know the circumstances for the use of that jutsu. I'm sorry, Guy Sensei. I have embarrassed you as your student. Guy brought back a fist. Yes, and here's your punishment. He brought his fist full out to knock Lee across the room to the shock of Team 7. You idiot. After Lee picked himself up, Guy kneeled by his student. Now let's forget about all of this, my student, and charge on to win the Chunin exams. Lee began to cry and hugged his sensei. Guy Sensei. Guy hugged him back. Lee, they're insane. Sakura deadpanned, a blank expression on her face. Naruto nodded. Looks that way. Guy looked up from Lee, noticing Team 7 standing there. So you're Kakashi's new squad, huh? Sakura started to sweat. Crap, he spotted us. Suddenly, in the blink of an eye, Guy was behind them. Naruto looked quickly from Lee to Guy, seeing the distance that he traveled. Holy crap, this guy's even faster than Rika. Damn, I gotta train harder. Naruto thought to himself, vowing to up his speed training when exam was over. Guy spoke with a smile on his face. So, how's my old rival anyway? Don't tell me he's mad over me beating him. Say what now? Naruto said, still dizzy from the Jonin speed. My record is one better than his, which makes me slightly better than him. Guy smiled brighter and gave a thumbs up. You tell a guy says hello the next time you see him, K? With that, he vanished, and Team 7 turned to see Lee wrapping his hands back up, his calloused, beaten, and bruised hands immediately reaching Naruto's eyes. Lee looked up to Sasuke. Just so you know, you're not the one I wanted to truly fight. The one I truly wish to fight is named Niji, and he is on my own team." Lee pointed at Sasuke. "But now that we have fought, you are now a target, and I will crush you. Be ready." With that, Lee took off, leaving Team 7 alone in the room. Sasuke growled and clenched his fists. "Next time I'll drive him to his knees." Naruto chuckled. Says the guy who he just hooped without breaking a sweat. "Guess the Uchiha aren't so great after all." Sasuke turned on him with murder in his eyes. "Shut up." Sakura immediately defended Sasuke. "Stop it, Naruto." Naruto went on unfazed by Sasuke's look. "Didn't you see his hands when he took the wrappings off? I'll bet bushy brows there has been training till he drops, day in and day out." He pointed at both Sakura and Sasuke. "He trains more than the both of you combined, so of course he was going to win. That's all I'm saying." With that, Naruto began walking off toward the first test, leaving both Sakura and Sasuke behind to reflect on what he said. After a few seconds, they caught up to him and fell in a step beside him. Not another word was spoken. Handing in their registrations was a boring affair. The line to hand in their paperwork was longer than it should have been, seeing as they got held up by Lee and took a good amount of patience to see through. They stood in line with all the other Chunin hopefuls and handed in their paperwork when they reached the front. They were given a room number they were to report to, and that was that. As Naruto walked, he kept his eyes open for Hinata. He hadn't seen her since last night and hoped to talk to her before the exam started. Unfortunately, Rika and Kagum had gone back to tell the head fox, Moro, that Naruto was doing fine. He was glad for that and hoped she could show up to see him soon. He had asked him not to tell her about Hinata being the moon sage, but knew it was useless. She probably already knew, somehow or another. She always did. So he had to find time to sit Hinata down and explain it to her. If she accepted, then Naruto would first hug her silly, and then she would be allowed to sign the fox contract, and he could help the foxes teach her the sage arts like they had him. That wasn't the only reason he wanted to see her, however, as he had found out the day before that the shy Hyuga girl seemed to have a calming effect on him. He was ready to tear Sasuke's throat when he called him out the day before, but she seemed to melt that away when she stepped up to stop him. He literally couldn't seem to stay mad around her, and it was a pretty good feeling. As they reached the room where the first exam was held, Kakashi was there waiting for them. "Hey guys," he said, looking up with his uncovered eyes. "Hey Kakashi Sensei, didn't expect you to be here," Naruto said, resting his head back on his hands. Kakashi pushed off the door, turning to allow them entrance. "Good, you're all here. That means I can allow you in trance." Sakura's eyes went wide. "What? You told us this was an individual decision, Sensei." Kakashi nodded. "It is, but your decision would have decided whether or not I could allow you entrance. You either walk in as a whole team or not at all. It's that simple. Why didn't you tell us that?" Kakashi motioned toward Naruto and Sasuke. Sasuke would sign up on the spot, and though I don't know much about this new Naruto, I'm willing to bet he would still jump head first into the fray. I didn't want you to feel pressured into signing up just to keep them happy. You had to choose to do this by your own free will. Naruto gave a smirk. "Good. I'm glad you did that. We're all here to win, so let's go show these clowns how real ninja do things." Kakashi gave a nod and motioned for the door. "Go on in, then. Good luck on the first test." With that, Team 7 marched through the doors with Naruto in front, just to see an entire room full of ninjas staring at them and sizing them up. They were getting death glares from every ninja present, and Naruto was starting to get excited. The Chunin exams were beginning to look like fun. "Oh, you guys are here too? What a drag." A slow, bored voice came from beside them, which could only belong to Shikamaru Nara. There was no one else who could sound like just being awake was a chore. Next to him was the blonde queen bee and eternal rival to Sakura, Ino, and Big Choji, with his ever-present bag of potato chips. Ino jumped onto Sasuke's back with a blush. "Hey you, did you miss me, handsome?" Sasuke looked annoyed as he replied. "Not as much as you'd think, Ino." "Get your hands off Sasuke, Ino pig," Sakura yelled, ready to beat the girl down for touching her Sasuke. Ino smirked at Sakura. "What's wrong, billboard brow? Upset because he obviously likes me more? Ah, isn't that sad? With that started a back and forth argument between that Naruto really could not care less about, because at that moment Kurenai's team walked up, Hinata in the back twiddling her fingers. Naruto registered Kiba saying something, probably bragging about how great he was or something. Naruto would deal with that later. Right now, he couldn't take his eyes off Hinata. Her aura was smaller than a lot of the genin there, but it was definitely the prettiest. A light lavender shade that made her seem to glow no matter the lighting, surrounded her, with tiny stars and crescent moons sprinkled throughout it. It started out kind of shaky and wavy, but as she looked at him, it turned smooth and flowing. For some reason, that made him feel pretty good. Naruto walked by Kiba, ignoring what he said. Yeah. Bark, growl, woof to you too, dog boy. Naruto walked up to Hinata, smiling at her. Hey, Hinata. Sorry we're late getting here. We got held up in traffic. Hinata shook her head. It's fine, and Naruto. Before they could get a talk in, an older ninja with silver hair and glasses showed up. Hey, you guys mind keeping your voices down? You're kind of painting targets on your chest with all the other competitors. It took one look for Naruto to immediately not like him. His aura was a dark shade of gray, which made him immediately think the guy was playing some kind of game. Darker auras never meant helpful people. Who are you? He smiled. I'm Kabuto. Nice to meet you all. I noticed you guys look like rookies, so I decided to be nice and help you all out. Sasuke grunted. How's that? Kabuto pulled out a deck of cards. Each of these cards holds some information I've gathered on a ninja here. It's not all the info, and I didn't get everybody, but I got most everyone. Anybody you feel like checking on? Sasuke immediately went about checking on Neji, Lee, and Gaara, looking into the three who he felt were threats. Neji was the most balanced of the three. With some ninjutsu but a good lot of taijutsu, it was clear the Hyuga were a up-close and personal kind of clan. Rock Lee, however, had nothing but taijutsu, and that was maxed out. Not surprising since he had beaten an Uchiha with it. Gaara was a mystery. He had nothing on his card for ninjutsu, taijutsu, or genjutsu, but he had completed several C-rank missions and even a B-rank mission, all without receiving one injury. Kabuto picked up his cards and put them into a pocket of his clothes. All the major villages have sent some very impressive recruits this year. A new village has sent a few as well. There are a few ninja from a newly formed sound village. Small place, but it's so new that I have no info on them. Sakura needed to know one thing. So, is this your first time as well? He smiled, and Naruto's stomach turned. No, this is my 7th time trying, and I've never seen a crop of competitors this strong before. That was when both Sakura and Hinata noticed that Naruto had started to shake. Hinata noticed it first, but she also noticed the one detail Sakura couldn't from where she was standing. Naruto was smiling. It took her a few seconds, but she soon figured out the reason why. To most of the genin, hearing that you were in a room full of people older and more experienced than you all competing against you for a prize or title would be enough to drive the person into a panic. Naruto, however, was anything but a normal genin, and nobody knew that more than Hinata. He thrives on challenges and obstacles like this. This isn't a test to him. She soon realized it's a playground. Sakura, not realizing this, thought Naruto was breaking down under the pressure of the exams. This was something she so did not need to see. Naruto was the most hard-headed, fearless idiot she knew, and if he started getting scared, then she wouldn't be able to keep herself strong for long either. Poor guy, she thought to herself. I've never seen him this upset before. Guess everyone has a breaking point sometime. Maybe I can cheer him up. Sakura walked closer to Naruto, hoping to help out someone she did consider a friend, even if he annoyed her sometimes. Hey, it'll be all right, Naruto. We'll get through to you're smiling. Sakura, having finally noticed the smile and realizing what that meant, suddenly felt a new kind of fear in her. Naruto, calm down and don't do anything. With a yell, interrupting whatever tangent Sakura was about to go off on, Naruto pumped a hand into the air. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, and I'm the guy who's gonna whoop all of you. Stupid. Sakura finished, feeling a headache coming on. The outburst was met with mixed results. Outside of the room, Kakashi was smiling quietly to himself, thinking about how much like his mother Naruto was. Inside, Rock Lee was impressed by the passion Naruto showed, but Tintin, just though he was a jerk and Niji, didn't care either way. Around Naruto, the other 9 rookies all looked at him with disbelief and anger. Save for Hinata, who giggled at his antics and felt her spirits rise with his outburst. All the rest, however, had begun staring daggers at the young genin. "You idiot! Do you want everyone here to hate our guts?" Shikamaru droned his voice, still strangely neutral despite his anger. Ino walked right up to Sakura. "Is that idiot trying to get us killed?" Sakura groaned. "I should have known. He's too stupid to be scared of anything." Naruto heard that and turned. "Rather be stupid and brave than smart and scared, Sakura." With that, Sakura started a vicious yelling session at Naruto, trying to get him to apologize to all the contestants. Naruto was able to ignore her easily, partly because she yelled so much that it had become a shapeless noise to him, and partly because he saw 3 blurs working their way through the crowd towards them. "Shut the hell up, Sakura. We got company," Naruto yelled as 3 sound ninja burst from the crowd, going straight for Kabuto. One of the ninja, a hunched-over banged rap guy with a large piece of fur on his back and overly long sleeves, swung at Kabuto. Kabuto, to his credit, dodged the blow easily, but a second later his glasses cracked and he hunched over vomiting. Naruto couldn't figure out what he had done to Kabuto, but these sound ninja were now officially on his do not underestimate list. "So, how's your info on the Sound Village now?" said another ninja with spiky brown hair and an armored headband. "Bet you'll think twice before bad-mouthing us again." Naruto tensed up, ready for whatever they threw next, when a loud burst of smoke from the front of the room drew everyone's attention. They looked to see a man dressed in a long trench coat, black shirt, black gloves, and a bandana headband standing there, and not looking happy. "That's enough," he shouted, his voice echoing off the walls. "If any of you throws one more punch, then you and your team will fail right then and there. There are no fights without our direct say-so. Understood?" His eyes narrowed. Naruto, seeing his aura, turned darker. This was not someone to challenge. "Mess with me, and you'll be out of this exam before you have time to even ask why." "Got it." Everyone shut up and stood down then, all thoughts of fighting gone. Naruto, even though he still did not trust him one bit, helped Sakura to get Kabuto to his feet. He took a second to shake himself and get his footing back, but got back to health rather quickly and pulled a spare pair of glasses from his pocket. "No fighting? Where's the fun in that?" said the sound ninja with the armored headband, obviously trying to intimidate the people sitting there. "Enough. Now all of you report up here and get a number. This will determine where you will sit for the written portion of the exam." Naruto ran that through his head a few times. Did he just say written portion? Hearing Naruto, of all people, stutter got Hinata worried. She walked to his side. "Yes, he did, Naruto." "Why? What's wrong?" Naruto visibly paled. No, not a written test. I suck at written tests." Hinata put a hand on his shoulder. "It's okay, Naruto. You'll make it." Naruto didn't hear anyone else as they walked up to get their numbers. What was he going to do? He was an action kind of guy. His brain was built to work out on the field, built to work out in real-life situations. Remembering facts and figures just to write them down later has always been his Achilles heel. Sure, he had managed to learn a few seals, but that had taken him weeks of constant study and practice. What good was knowing what the square root of 25 was when a ninja was coming at you with a knife, anyway? This went on till he found his seat, trying to calm himself for the test. Sakura sat watching Naruto slowly break down and couldn't help the smirk on her face. Tough luck for Naruto. Guess this too Naruto thing didn't help him with written tests. She gave a little chuckle. A hand touched Naruto's arm, stopping the small panic attack he was having. He turned to see Hinata sitting beside him, concern in her eyes. "Oh, hey Hinata. Sorry, I was thinking too much to see you there." "Why, you'll be all right, Naruto. I know you can do it. Just block out everything else and focus on passing this test. Hinata could see her words were having an effect as Naruto began to visibly relax in his chair. Naruto felt his nerves calming the longer he was next to her. Thanks, Hinata. You're right. I need to get my head in the game. He took a deep breath, and Hinata saw the fire return to his eyes. Let's do this. The examiner, the man in the coat, Ibiki, started explaining the rules of the test. They all started off with 10 points and lost 1 point for every question wrong, and they were graded on a team basis. Naruto could hear Sakura bang her head against her desk on that one. Sentinels were placed along the walls, watching for any signs of cheating. If someone got caught, 2 points would be deducted from their score. Hit 0, and that was the end of the road. They got the first 9 questions now. The 10th would be given out in an hour. And last but not least, if one team member fails, then the entire team went down with them. Naruto could feel Sakura and Sasuke glaring daggers at his back. Great, I'm a better ninja than I ever was, yet I'm still the most likely to get us failed here. Crap, 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 he thought to himself. Ibiki cleared his throat. All right, begin. The room was filled with the sounds of pencils meeting paper, groans of frustration, tapping feet, and teeth on pencils. Even though it was just a written exam, people were sweating like they had run for days. The stress of it all making Naruto think that this was worse than just having them fight each other. At least then they would have had something to hit. Naruto quickly scanned through the questions, looking for one that he would be able to solve. If he got one, then the others would be able to make up the slack. But Naruto found one big problem with the questions on the test. What the hell language is this written in? I need a calculator, a library, and about 3 weeks to solve one of these things, and nobody else seems to be doing better than me with them. What's going on here? Naruto looked around and saw people cheating like crazy, looking over at other people's tests, using kunais to reflect the person's test behind them. Out of his side view, he could see Sasuke with his Sharingan activated, his arm mimicking the guy in front of him. On top of Kiba's head, Akamaru yipped answers to him, then went around looking for more. Some of the dumber ones were getting caught and thrown out a few minutes later, but it made Naruto start thinking. Almost everyone was cheating, save for Sakura, who was burning through the test like wildfire, and they only got thrown out if they got caught after a certain number of times. What gives? That's weird, thought Naruto. If this is a test to see how much we know, how come they don't throw you out the first time you get caught? That's how they did it in the academy. Is testing done differently everywhere else or something? I mean, it's almost like they want us to cheat and not get caught. The answer hit Naruto like a bolt of lightning, and he face-palmed himself for not getting it quicker. This was a test of how well the contestants could gather info. The questions were way too complicated for the contestants to know them, and that was the point. They had no choice but to cheat in order to pass. Naruto turned to look at his right arm, his summoning tattoo just barely peeking out from under his sleeve. And I have just the way to get what I need. Hinata saw Naruto with his head in his hands and thought he needed help. She had figured out the secret behind the test a while ago, and it had been easy to get the answers with her eyes. It would be risky, but he needed her help, so she didn't hesitate. Naruto, you can look at my answers if you want. Naruto stopped plotting immediately after hearing this and turned to look at her. Really, Hinata? You would do that? She blushed and nodded. Igiriegajis. I don't want you to have to leave, Naruto. Naruto felt warmth flood him. Thanks, Hinata, but it's okay. I've got it covered. Hinata looked at his test, not seeing anything but his name written on it. Are you as sure, Naruto? Naruto gave her the same warm smile he did the day before. Yeah, just watch this. Hinata turned her head, watching him from the side so as to not draw attention, and saw Naruto put his head onto his arms on the desk with a groan. She knew he was acting, and it was working given the chuckles coming from the sentinels around the room who turned their gazes away. She saw Naruto slowly put his left thumb in his mouth while his head was down and bite down hard enough to draw blood. She didn't like him hurting himself, but trusted that he knew what he was doing. Moving his bloody thumb up into his right sleeve, he wiped his blood onto his arm. Suddenly, with no hand signs or even a puff of smoke. Only a small glowing of the tattoo covered by Naruto's sleeve. The shadow of a fox appeared in the circle of Naruto's arms. Hinata kept her eyes semi-straight, but couldn't help but look at it out of the corner of her eye. It really was a living shadow of a fox, its head moving and ears perking up near Naruto, as if it were looking up at him from its flat position on the desk. Naruto spoke to it using some kind of language. It was guttural and harsh, but flowing at the same time. Hinata guessed that it was something the foxes had taught him. Soon after, the shadow nodded its head and slid down Naruto's arm, to his leg to the floor where it stayed hidden in shadows of the tables and other contestants, so well that Hinata lost sight of it a second after it hit the floor. Naruto leaned over to whisper to her. It's an old fox trick. They haven't taught it to me yet, but it lets them turn into a living shadow. I sent him to take a look at Sakura's test. She's going to help me through this whether she likes it or not. Hinata smiled, happy he had found a way to beat the exam. Thank goodness. I was worried when you got nervous before. Naruto smiled. Thanks, Hinata. Now all that's left is the 10th question. The fox shadow came back a little later, ghosting through the shadows like water. Hinata was curious as to how the fox would get the answers to Naruto, till she saw him flip his hood up over his head. The shadow moved over Naruto's chest, Naruto bending over with his head in his hands to hide its path up inside his hood. From Hinata's position beside him, she could hear a voice whispering to Naruto in the same language as he used before. Then, smiling in victory, Naruto started writing down answers. The first exam beat, Naruto began to relax a little and wait for the 10th question. Eventually, Ibiki stood in front of the test takers and began to speak. All right, listen up. I'm about to give out the 10th question. This one comes with a few special rules. Sakura spoke up, already worried about Naruto not getting any answers. She didn't want more ways to have him get them thrown out of the exams. What kind of rules? Ibiki held up a finger. First, you have a choice whether or not to answer this question. That was met with a lot of murmurs from people feeling like they had enough answers to skip the 10th question. Second, if you do refuse to take the 10th question, then you and your team fails this test. Sakura spoke up again. Well, that makes it easy then. Why would we ever choose to not do this question then? Ibiki smiled like a shark that smelled blood in the water. Because if you take it and fail, then you and your team will never be allowed to take the Chunin exam again. Silence fell over the exam room. No one moved, spoke, or barely breathed as the gravity of the choice they had been given set in. Naruto looked around to see almost all the auras in the room wave, flicker, and warp as they shrunk in on themselves. People were panicking now. It would only be a matter of time before the first quitters took the way out. Kiba stood up and pointed at Ibiki. What the hell kind of rule is that? That's bull. There's plenty of people who have taken the exam more than once in here. Ibiki shrugged. I wasn't the one running the exam then. Tough luck for you lot. A few seconds later, the hands started to go up. People were quitting in droves, taking their teammates down with them. As the number of people started to dwindle, Sakura turned her attention to her blonde teammate. She didn't know how he had already gotten all her answers, to be precise, so she was worried for her teammate. She thought back to all the times he boasted and bragged about how he would be Hokage, how he would make it to the top of the village no matter what. Her chance at Chunin was important, but Naruto's whole dream was on the line here. Sakura had a rare moment of insight into the mind of her teammate in that moment. No parents, no family, not even a roommate. All he has is that dream. It would kill him to have that taken away, she thought to herself, a sad smile coming onto her face. Go on, Naruto. Raise your hand. Over by Naruto, however, was a different story. Naruto never for a second thought of leaving, but when he looked at his side, Hinata's aura was shrinking like everyone else's. She was honestly thinking about leaving, he realized. Hinata, it's okay. You can do this. Hinata started twiddling with her fingers. In Naruto, I don't know if I can. My whole team is counting on me. She looked up to him, fear in her eyes. I am scared. He made his decision right then and there. Then let me help. With that, he raised his hand high into the air. Sakura saw him start to raise his hand, happy to see that he had the humility to get out while he could, but was shocked when he slammed his hand down on the desk and stood to yell at Ibiki. Do not underestimate me. I will not run. I will not quit. Keep me a genin for the rest of my life, if you want. It'll make it that much more amazing when I'm the Hokage. You don't scare me. Ibiki watched as Naruto sat down, crossed his arms, and put his feet up on the desk. No fear at all. This decision shouldn't be taken lightly. Are you sure you don't want to back out? Naruto smirked, the shadow in his hood climbing down his coat and onto the floor unseen. No way. My word is my law. I'll never go back on what I say. Do your worst, big man. Beside him, Hinata had a beaming smile on her face. That was just what she needed to hear. And I won't leave, either. Ibiki scanned the room, seeing the looks on all the contestants change. No one was scared anymore. Not one more person rose a hand, fidgeted, or even blinked. Naruto's outburst had inspired everyone into staying. Amazing. Guess that covers it. About 70 passed. That's a lot more than usual. He looked to the sentinels, each nodding their heads in conformation. Well, then I guess all that's left to do is to congratulate you all on passing the first part of the Chunin exam. The jaw-dropped looks on all the contestants' faces made him smile. The 10th question was a trick. You passed by staying, choosing to stay. Naruto was curious. Why is that? Ibiki cleared his throat. This whole exam was about information gathering, as you all figured out, I'm sure. Those questions were way above the usual genin's talent, so your task was to get the information you needed while under heavy watch. He removed his bandana, showing off the nightmare that was his scarred head. Burn marks, puncture wounds from screws, slashes, gouges. His head was a mess. Information can be the most vital thing on the battlefield, and there will be times you'll have to risk your lives to get it. Naruto felt his respect for Ibiki grow when he saw all he had endured for his village. So then why give us a trick question at the end? Ibiki put his bandana back on. Let me give you a hypothetical mission to explain it then. Say you and your squad have been given the task of retrieving an important scroll from an enemy base. You have no idea how many enemy ninja are inside or what kind of traps and security they have placed around the scroll. Do you have the choice to refuse to go in? Do you abandon your mission, despite the fact that the information inside is vital? Do you refuse the suicidal mission? No. There will be times when you will be given missions that seem crazy to even be attempting, but you will do it anyway. Your village is counting on you to get that scroll, so you go, even though your lives are on the line. Those that would choose the easy way out, that would value their own lives over their teammates and village, would put their own lives higher than honor. These people do not deserve to be Chunin, at least as long as I'm here. Whatever shred of doubt still remained in the contestants was gone after that speech. They would all run headfirst into battle right there if the situation called for it. But you stayed, which means you have passed the first part of the exam. Congratulations! Naruto gave a cheer with Hinata smiling happily at him. The rest of the contestants were all letting out sighs of relief or thanking whatever god they could think of for helping them through. Suddenly, in the span of a second, something crashed through the windows of the room, and a big sign had been put up in front of them with the words, Proctor of the Second Exam, Anko Mitarashi, printed on it in big bold letters. Standing in front of the sign was a Kanochi with her purple hair tied back, a long brown trench coat, and an armored shirt on. She held up a hand. All right, you lot. I'm the proctor for the next part of the exam, so get ready to head out. Save for the chuckles coming from Naruto, she was met with blank stares. Then Ibiki stuck his head out from behind the sign. You jumped the gun again, Anko. Naruto laughed and clapped. Who cares if she did? That was awesome. Anko turned to Ibiki with a smile. At least you got one candidate who can loosen up a little. She turned to the remaining candidates, counting the number in her head. 70? You've gone soft, Ibiki. You let too many pass. He shrugged. Or these are a higher quality of candidates from other years, Anko. Whatever. When I'm done with them, more than half will have failed. Seeing she now had the candidates' undivided attention, she gave out her orders. You are all given a half hour to get all the ninja gear you can carry and rest up from this test. After that, meet me at training ground 44. Clear out. After getting out of the room, Naruto slumped himself against a nearby wall, taking a deep breath. He watched as all the candidates started to walk away, patting each other on the back for a job well done. Sasuke and Sakura were busy dealing with Ino, and Hinata was walking toward him. Hinata stopped in front of Naruto. I'm glad we both passed, Naruto. He smiled. Yeah, me too, Hinata. He looked up, seeing the stars shining in her aura, and realized he had to tell her soon. Look, Hinata, I actually wanted to talk to you about something. Her head cocked to the side slightly. About what, Naruto? Well, Hinata, come on. We gotta get ready for the next exam, interrupted Kiba, derailing Naruto's conversation. Hinata sighed. See coming. She turned to Naruto. Sorry, Naruto. I have to go get ready. I promise we can talk later. Okay. Naruto nodded. Okay, no problem. Hinata waved and walked away, Kiba shooting Naruto a disgusted look, like he was insulted that Naruto managed to pass. From the other side, Naruto heard 3 pairs of feet walking toward him. Naruto turned to look up at the 3 sand ninja they had run into the other day. The one with the red hair stepped up to him. Naruto Uzumaki, am I right? Naruto smirked. Oh, so you remember now, huh, Gaara? He looked up to see Gaara smiling slightly. What was that about? He shrugged, checking to see if you remembered us yet. He held out a hand for Naruto. Good to have you back, brother. Naruto took the hand, pulling Gaara into a one-armed hug for a second. You too. Bro hasn't felt the same without you guys around. Naruto turned to look behind him, seeing nobody paying him any attention, and then gave a fist bump to Kankuro and a hug to Temari. She chuckled. We all missed you, Naruto. Sorry about that run-in with the kid. Kankuro said it would be a good way to tell if you were back or not. When you actually thought we were going to hurt him, we knew you weren't all there yet. Naruto waved a hand dismissively. I'll explain it to Kanemaru later. But Kankuro's going to apologize for that, too. Gaara looked forward, seeing the girl he was talking to walking away with her team. Is that her, Naruto? The moon sage the foxes talked about. Naruto turned to look toward the retreating Hinata. Yep, finally found her. Now all that's left to do is tell her she is one of 2 people in the world who can learn the original sage arts. Introduce her to you guys, and explain the part about me and my best friend both having an ancient demon sealed in us. Gaara put a hand on his shoulder. Everything's gonna work out, Naruto. You'll see. Naruto looked up to the ceiling, seeing the shadow fox from before looking down on him. It's not just that, Gaara. Naruto looked down, seeing Kabuto walking away with his team. I'm getting a bad feeling about this exam, like some big storm is on the way. Naruto didn't see it, but behind him Kankuro and Temari both had guilty looks on their faces and seemed conflicted about something. While in a nearby graveyard, a grass ninja licked his lips with a long tongue, 3 faceless bodies left behind him. The forest where the second phase of the exam stood before the contestants like a dark fortress on the horizon. Trees as tall and sturdy as towers reaching toward the sky as if to swallow the sun. The sounds of dozens of different breeds of animals could be heard just inside the trees, several giving death moans as the sound of breaking bones and tearing flesh cut through the air. The forest seemed to call out to the contestants as they stood frozen in fearful awe. Come in, it seemed to call. Come in and know my horrors. What is this place? Asked Sakura, her voice failing to hide her failing nerves. Anko picked up on the fear in a second and smiled. This is Training Ground 44, also known as the Forest of Death. Soon enough, you'll all find out why. Naruto saw the forest ahead of him. He could see all the different auras of all the different animals living inside the imposing forest. But thankfully, he was a sage. He had been trained to be at one with nature since he was little. Sticking him inside of a forest was like throwing a shark in the water with dolphins. He smirked and mocked the proctor with a little dance. We call it the Forest of Death, and soon enough you'll find out why. He pointed toward the proctor. Do your worst. I can handle anything. Anko's smile turned predatory, like a lion that spotted a limping gazelle. Oh, is that so? In the blink of an eye, she drew a kunai and threw it at Naruto, grazing his cheek and slicing through the long hair of a grass ninja who didn't even blink. She vanished to reappear behind Naruto, who was suddenly grateful for his accelerated healing. Can you handle this? Not scared, are you? She brought her hand to his cheek, wiping off the blood from his cut. Tough guys like you are usually the ones who leave their blood all over the forest floor. A step from behind drew her attention for Naruto, a fresh kunai flying from her sleeve to her hand. She turned to see a grass ninja with a large straw hat holding her kunai in her 4-foot tongue. I just wish to return your knife, said the grass ninja, who was still perfectly legible despite her tongue outside her mouth. Why, thank you, grass ninja. The two ninja stared each other down for a few seconds, sizing each other up. You know, standing so close behind me is a real good way to die, she said, taking her kunai from the extended tongue. The tongue retracted into the grass ninja's mouth. My pardon, your blade slicing through my hair got my blood boiling. I meant no harm. The grass ninja walked away, Sakura moving out of her way as she went. Anko smiled and turned to see a shocked, pale Naruto. Well, tough guy lost his mouth, huh? Get over it quick, Blondie. Naruto didn't hear her. He didn't hear anything at that moment. He had decided to see what kind of person the grass ninja was and tried to look at her aura just to make a horrifying discovery. The grass ninja had the blackest aura he had ever seen. There was a 10-foot radius around the ninja where light seemed to stop existing. Around the edge, smiling skulls faded in and out, snakes weaving their ways through the empty eyes of the skulls. Naruto may have been a shark in the water in this test, but now a demon had jumped in the water with him. Anko went up to talk about the exam. She told the contestants that each team was given a different scroll. Half of the teams a white heaven scroll and the other half a brown earth scroll. The goal was to find a team with a scroll your own didn't have, get it through whatever means were necessary, and then for the whole team to make it to the tower at the center of the forest. This meant exactly what Anko had said before. At least half of the contestants would fail this test. Anko reached into her coat and pulled a stack of papers. Now, I need you lot to sign these sheets. Naruto took one and passed on the rest. And what are we signing exactly? Anko gave her predatory smirk. It keeps the Leaf Village from being responsible in case some of you die in this test. She saw the frightened looks on all the contestants' faces. Look, this is a test to find Chunin. Chunin face life or death situations on every mission. If you can't find the courage to risk your life, then you shouldn't be here. Naruto took his sheet and walked off toward a small grove of trees, touching his summoning tattoo as he went. He really needed to talk to Ra and Kagum after seeing whatever that grass ninja was. When he reached the trees, after checking to make sure he was alone, both of them, in fox form, walked out from behind a tree. So there we were, taking a nice quiet walk over here, and you go and summon us. What gives, little bro? Said Rika, cocking her head to the side. Naruto motioned his head behind him at the grass ninja. See that woman in the straw hat over there? They both looked, so he went on. Take a peek at her aura. He knew they saw what he had when their ears went flat against their heads, and Rika started to growl a little. That's why I summoned you guys. If people like that are in this exam with me, then I need to step up my game and get a few steps ahead of the curve here. Kagome looked up at her little brother, worry all over her face. I do not care what you say, Naruto. We are coming with you from here on out. Rika nodded, dragging her eyes away from the grass ninja. Damn straight. It'll be a cold day in hell before I leave you alone to possibly face off something like that. Little bro. Naruto smiled happy for that. Thanks, sis. But I'm thinking bigger than you two coming with me into the forest. Naruto turned to look out toward the contestants. See all of them? Half of those teams will be my opponents in the next exam. half of them are going to be smarter, faster, and stronger than all the others here. He turned back to Rika and Kagum, a devilish smile on his face. And they'll all be showing that off in this next exam. That sounds like something to see, doesn't it? Rika gave a smirk of her own, using the test to gather info on your opponents. We have taught you well, little bro. What did you have in mind? Naruto looked toward the forest and pulled the sleeve up on his tattoo. That forest is full of shadows as it is, sis. I think 70 or so more will be unnoticed in there, don't you? Seeing the proud expression in his fox sister's eyes, Naruto sat down with his back to the tree, Rika and Kagome lying down next to his legs, and started telling them his plan for the next phase of the exam. Hinata had been looking for Naruto since the proctor had given them half an hour to decide whether or not they were willing to take the test if it meant that they could possibly die. Mostly because she was curious as to what he had wanted to tell her before, and also because she was worried about that cut on his cheek. She knew even the smallest cuts could become infected if not treated, and she wanted to give him the healing ointment she had made to keep that from happening to him. She found him near a tree, talking to two foxes that she immediately recognized as Rika and Kagome. As she got closer, she heard Naruto say to the two, "Now remember, that grass team and the team that Sneak Kabuto is on are not to be gotten close to. That grass ninja is bad news, and I got a feeling Kabuto is too." Hinata got closer. Naruto. Nice to see you again, Rika and Kagome. Rika and Kagome smiled up at the girl, with Rika bounding forward to rub her side against her leg. Nice to see you again, too, Hinata. Rika turned to Naruto, her expression becoming devious. Naruto was just going to look for you two. Said he had something important to talk to you about. Naruto looked down to Rika and began to speak to her in that strange language again. Hinata didn't know what he was saying, but the look in his eyes and harsh tone was enough to let her know that he wasn't happy with what Rika had said. Rika answered back in the same language. Her voice was calmer, however, and Naruto seemed to relax after a few words. Naruto looked up to Hinata. "Yeah, there was something I wanted to tell you." He stood to talk to her when Hinata saw the cut on his cheek again. "You're hurt." She reached into her pouch, digging around for her ointment. "Oh, this? I'm fine, Hinata." "Really?" Hinata pulled out her ointment and, without thinking, put some on her hand and applied it to Naruto's cut cheek. After a few seconds, her brain realized what her hand was doing, and she blushed bright red. Tea that will keep it from becoming infected." To her amazement, the wound began to steam for a second before closing up and disappearing, as if it was never there. Seeing the amazement on her face, Naruto put a hand to the back of his head. "I heal up really quick. Don't know why. Any injury I get will usually heal overnight, unless it's really bad." Hinata was amazed, but decided to get the conversation back on track. What did you want to tell me, Naruto?" Naruto cleared his throat and took a deep breath. "Well, first of all, the foxes have all decided that they want you to sign the Kitsune summoning contract." Hinata's eyes went wide. "Really?" He nodded. "Yep. After we beat this exam and meet up at the tower, I'll have the contract ready for you to sign." Hinata sensed something was up. Something about this didn't make sense. Do the foxes just pick people they like to sign the contract? I'm honored they picked me. But is there something you're not telling me, Naruto? Naruto gulped. This was it. No turning back. "Well, you could say that, I guess. As it turns out, Hinata, you possess a very special chakra, and the foxes picked you because of that. There are only two people in the world right now who have the chakra types they are looking for, and you are one of them." "And what kind of chakra is that, Naruto?" Naruto sighed. "The chakra of the Moon Sage and Sun Sage. I am the Sun Sage, and you, Hinata, are the Moon Sage. You're the only other person in the world who could be taught the original sage arts of the foxes." Hinata was having trouble believing him. "I am not sure I follow, Naruto." He nodded his head. "I figured you wouldn't, and I promised to explain it a lot more at the tower, but I can prove it to you if you'll let me." Naruto put a hand on her arm and focused his chakra. Immediately, Hinata saw a bright orange aura appear around Naruto. It was big, surrounding an area of 10 feet around him, with suns and smiling foxes fading and swirling throughout it. More amazing was the feeling she started having. She felt warmer and happier the longer Naruto kept focusing his chakra. Like her own personal sun, she soon felt a sense of peace come over her, as if this was right where she belonged. She barely noticed the lavender aura around her, as she felt an urge to give Naruto her chakra. Something was compelling her to give him her chakra, to complete the circle. The strange urge was easily ignored, however, because she started seeing flashes of memories that weren't hers. She saw Rika and Kagum in their fox forms playing with her as she ran through a field, the joy of being with her sisters spreading through her. Then she was walking toward a sad young boy with red hair, sitting alone on a swing, and her voice that wasn't hers asked if he wanted to play with him. Then she saw a woman who was hands down the most beautiful woman she had ever seen. She had the same hourglass figure as Rika and Kagum, but her skin was pale with hair so blonde it looked like she had dyed it with gold and sunlight. Her eyes were a deep blue that held more wisdom and grace than she had seen even in the Hokage's eyes. In the memory, the woman held her and said, "I may not be your real mom, but you are still my son, Naruto, and I love you." That's when Naruto took his hand away, stopping the flow of memories and chakra. Hinata still felt the warmth in her veins, but could feel it slowly leaving with time. She didn't like that it was going away, but she had more important things to focus on. "Those were your memories." Naruto nodded. The sun and moon sages are almost like one mind in two bodies. If you choose to become the moon sage, and you always have the choice whether or not to, of course, you get an all-access pass into my mind permanently, and I get let into yours. We'll be able to feel a fraction of what the other is feeling, like joy, grief, or anger. You'll be able to learn ancient jutsu like my son's wrath jutsu, and learn how to see auras like you saw with me before. Hinata was flying high. To know she had the opportunity to have such a bond with her crush was something she could only dream of. She had so many questions for him. Who was that woman in your memories? The one with the pretty blonde hair. Naruto gave a bright, warm smile. My mom. Hinata remembered Rika talking about his mother, Kushina, the other day. That didn't look anything like the woman she described to her. Your adopted mom, you mean? He nodded. Yep. Her name's Hiroko, and she happens to be the head fox, and more than 1,000 years old. And the young boy with the red hair? Is he the same one in the sand team? Right again. That's my best friend, Gara. I met him when I visited the sand village way back when I was 5. The other two in the sand team are his siblings. Actually, the hooded one's called Kakuro, and the girl's name is Temari. They're extremely strong ninja, but mostly big teddy bears once you get to know them. She nodded, suddenly hopeful to meet them sometime in the near future. So what did you make with the moon sage just now? He shook his head. No, I wouldn't do that till you've had time to think and decide what you want. If you decide to become the moon sage, then we'll both have to give each other some chakra at the same time. Either that, or have my mom awaken you like she did me. Hinata gave a shy smile. I think I prefer if you did it. It felt nice just then. Naruto couldn't stop the blush coming over his face. Vow. Okay. Looks like my chakra helped your confidence a little. Actually, you're taking this surprising well, Hinata. She wanted to tell him it was because she was ecstatic to know she had such a bond with her crush, but her shyness, while quieter, was still there. Hinata shrugged. You tell me that I have some kind of special chakra that allows me to learn ancient and powerful techniques, as well as sign a summoning contract with partners that have shown nothing but kindness to me. And you're amazed I'm happy about it? Naruto held up a hand. Hang on, Hinata. If you agree to become the Moon Sage, then the training to master it will be tougher than anything you've done so far. Not to mention that you will be connected to me from that moment on. This is a big decision, so please take some time to think about it before you decide. Hinata felt like she had already decided, but saw that he was right. She didn't need to take the time to think on it before she made such a big decision. But she knew there was more to Naruto wanting her to think than her. She could feel, faintly, the worry in him, after all. All right, Naruto. I promise. She moved forward and took Naruto's hand. My decision will not have anything to do with whatever the villagers think of you. Naruto. She saw his eyes widen and knew she had hit the nail on the head. When we meet in the tower, I'm going to ask you to make me the Moon Sage. Then I'll see whatever the ridiculous reason is that the villagers all hate you so much. And you think I'll hate you as well the second I find out. Because however loud the voice is that tells you the honest fact that they are wrong, there's still a voice in your head that thinks they're right. Isn't there, Naruto? Naruto was stunned silent. Nobody had ever seen through his mask so effortlessly before. He couldn't look her in the eyes, so he lowered his head and nodded. By his feet, Rika and Kagum rubbed their sides against him in an attempt to comfort their little brother however they could. Hinata used a hand to turn his head so she could see his eyes. No matter what he tried, Naruto's eyes showed everything going on in his head if you care enough to look. That was why he always closed his eyes when he smiled, because the sadness would still be there for all to see. He needed to hear what she had to say. They are wrong, though, Naruto. No matter what they think about you, they would change their minds in a second if they just took one day to get to know you. The real you. Naruto looked at the girl in front of him, saw the warm smile on her face, and felt the warmth from her hand, and found that he didn't want to let go. He wanted, more than anything, to just make her the Moon Sage right then and there. But, more than that, he wanted to stay by Hinata's side. The words came out before he could stop them. Would you like to go out sometime, Hinata? No lunch between friends or training between ninja. A real honest date and nice restaurant. The bravery that Naruto's chakra had given her left completely at that point. A different kind of warmth filling her. It finally happened. Naruto had asked her out. There was a firework show going off in her head at that moment, and she couldn't help the face-splitting smile come in her face. I'd love that in Naruto. Naruto gave a bright smile too. Great. Then that is what we win when we make it to the tower. You get to sign the Kitsune contract and become the Moon Sage, and I want a date with the prettiest girl I've ever seen. Hinata blushed and started twiddling her fingers, but her eyes took on a determined fire. Heaven help whatever team gets in my way in this test. Naruto surprised her and hugged her. I'll see you on the other side. Be safe. She swallowed her shyness, which was becoming easier and easier by the day, and hugged him back. You too, Naruto. A whistle sounded, letting the two ninja know that it was time to hand in their sheets and begin the test. The two walked back to their teams, a new fire running through their veins, and handed in their sheets. The teams were given their scrolls in secret and were given an entrance to stand until they were allowed in. Sakura looked at Naruto, feeling confidence coming off him in waves. What's got you so pumped up, Naruto? Naruto chuckled. Just got some great motivation to kick ass at this test is all. Sasuke grunted. Whatever. Just make sure not to slow us down a much, dope. I don't want to have to carry you through this test any more than I'll already have to. Naruto gave a devious grin at Sasuke. I'll be busy watching out for Lee. Wouldn't want him to show up and whoop your ass again, would we? Sasuke turned to yell at Naruto, but the staring alarm and the gate flying open stopped him. Team 7, as well, all the others, charged through the gates into the darkness of the forest. Soon the light of the sun seemed to be swallowed by the forest, and all the teams found themselves lost in the foreboding forest. The second phase of the exam had begun. Hinata rang deep into the forest, her eyes scanning for any nearby teams. Kiba was busy sounding off how he was the leader and that they should listen to him, while Shino was silent as a grave. But Hinata was not paying them any attention, distracted by a large horde of leeches nearby. Hinata stepped in between the two. Shino, what do you know about giant leeches? Shino turned toward her, expression hidden behind his ever-present sunglasses. Enough to know to avoid the big ones at all costs. Why is that? He adjusted his glasses. Leeches of that variety are ambush predators that hunt by scent. They fall from trees onto their prey and latch on, sucking huge amounts of blood from their victims. 5 minutes of sucking is all it takes to kill someone. Kiba stepped up. Why do you ask, Hinata? Hinata pointed north of them. There is a horde of them right ahead of us. She pointed to the right. And another team is closing in on us from that direction. Kiba figured out. You want to use the leeches to trap the team? Hinata sighed. Igiriegajis. We make sure to get them off before they kill them, but we can use the leeches for a trap and get their scroll. Hopefully it will be a heaven scroll, and we can get out of here. They all agreed, and the trap was set. The poor team never knew what hit them. In the span of a few seconds, they had leeches latched onto them and a net hauling them up with a scream. Hinata's team had gotten what they wanted and were on their way to the tower. The scream carried over to the nearby Team 7, who stopped to listen to the scream. Sakura shuddered. What was that? Naruto looked toward the sound. Sounds like some team just got taken out. First win of the exam, and it wasn't us. We gotta get moving here. Sasuke moved toward Naruto. First things first, hand over the scroll, Naruto. I don't trust you with it. Rika yipped angrily at him. And keep your pets quiet. It's bad enough having to worry about you. Naruto gave a devilish smile and handed him the heaven scroll. Okay, but here's the thing. From his back, a fiery orange chain shot out to a bush. A scream cut the air, and a second later, a rain ninja in a gas mask was suspended in air by the chain, struggling and yelling to be released. Naruto raised the ninja high and brought him screaming to the ground with a crash, knocking him out cold. Watch your mouth about my foxes, bastard. Sakura looked on stunned as Naruto dug through the pockets of the ninja for a scroll. Unfortunately, he didn't have one. After getting a good distance away, Naruto put a hand on a nearby tree and focused. Using the natural energy around the forest, he would be able to tell if there were any ninja teams nearby and if they were strong enough to straight-up attack or sneak attack. Sasuke was not in the mood to wait. However, he wanted answers. Just what have these people been teaching you? What other jutsu are you keeping from us? Naruto held up a hand for silence. There was a team nearby and getting closer. They seemed to stop a good 50 feet from them and discuss something. Behind Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura were both demanding that Naruto start talking, both not happy about being kept in the dark. They were mostly upset, however, at the fact that Naruto, the dropout, had not only detected an enemy ninja that they hadn't, but had taken him out without even looking at him. Naruto blocked them out and focused harder on the team, trying to get an idea of what they were dealing with. Then, suddenly he felt a spike in one of their chakras and felt his blood run cold when he realized what team of ninja they were. Naruto's eyes went wide in fear and turned to his team with a shout. We gotta move. Just then a burst of wind rocketed through the forest. Trees were destroyed and dirt uplifted in the gale force winds. Team 7 tried to stand the force of the blast, but couldn't and was blown away by the winds, with Naruto holding onto Rika and Kagum for all he was worth. He had attempted to ground himself by impaling 4 chains in the ground around him, but it proved useless as the earth was torn from the winds and he was flung several dozen feet from his team. After a few seconds to get over the ride, he stood and brushed himself off. Rika and Kagum hopping from his arms to the ground at his feet. You two all right? Rika nodded. Little dizzy from the ride, but doing good. We're okay, master, said Kagum, stretching out her legs. Naruto looked forward, scanning for his team's aura. Okay, they're not too far away. We got to get there before. He never got to finish his sentence as a snake the size of a building crashed into the clearing, coiling around Naruto in the blink of an eye. The snake's skin felt thick, like armor that had been melted down over a snake skeleton. Even with Naruto's strength, the snake held him tightly, binding his arms to his side. He tried to use his chains on it, but the skin was so thick that the speared end just bounced off. This meant only one thing. Naruto groaned. Oh, you have got to be kidding me. This thing has chakra running through it? This is no regular animal. It's a damn summoning. Rika looked up, lightning crackling around her. I don't care who sent you. You put my little brother down now. The snake ignored her and shot down to swallow Naruto, when Naruto saw pink, unarmored flesh in its mouth. In a flash, another chain had shot for Naruto's back up through the snake's upper jaw into its brain. Should have kept your damn mouth shut, fucker. No armored skin inside to help you. The spikes on the chain burst out, turning the snake's head into a pincushion. A second later, the snake's coils loosened and Naruto was free. Rika and Kagum were by Naruto's side in a heartbeat. Rika looking up at him with worry. You alright, little bro? Naruto sighed. Yeah, I'm okay. Damn thing snuck up on me while I was distracted. Kagum looked toward the snake, her eyes narrowing. Snake summoning are bad news. Manda, the head snake, is vicious and bloodthirsty. He wouldn't allow just any ninja to sign the snake contract. Whoever sent this must have wanted you dead, master. Naruto nodded, wiping off some sweat from his brow. Makes sense. Split up the team with that wind, and then send in a summoning. Take one down before we even know what's happening. Brutal, but damned effective. He looked at the dead snake. Usually, Rika turned toward the other auras, seeing a black one standing beside two that had retracted on themselves in fear. Naruto, your team. Naruto looked up and saw what Rika had and reached up to tighten his headband. Looks like we have a fight to get to. They all took off, Rika and Kagum easily bounding through the trees in fox form, while Naruto started using the wind for speed. Let's do this. Over at Sasuke and Sakura, things had gone from bad to worse. The two of them had landed in the same spot when the blast had gone off. After getting up and dusting each other off, they had decided to go look for Naruto. Sasuke began walking off. Whatever happened, we need Naruto to pass the exam. We had better find him. Sakura nodded, worried for her teammate. Right, I think he flew this way. You have more pressing matters to worry about than your teammate right now. Little worms, said a sinister voice behind them. They both turned to see the grass ninja from before, standing in the clearing with them, licking her lips. The look she was giving was blood-thirsty and sadistic. There was no mercy or forgiveness in those eyes. They both knew from her eyes alone that they were about to fight for their very eyes. Sasuke wasn't afraid of her. So, you're brave enough to walk up to two ninja alone. You're either strong or stupid, lady. She gave a smile that sent a chill down Sakura's spine and pulled out an earth scroll from her pouch. I must be even dumber then for brining an earth scroll with me when you have a heaven scroll. The two watched horrified as the ninja's long tongue slithered around the scroll as she began shoving the scroll slowly down her throat. Inch by inch it disappeared into her gullet before she gave a swallow and the scroll was sealed inside her stomach. But know this, worms, before this fight is over, one of us will have both of the scrolls. She pulled slightly on the skin beneath her left eye, and one of us will be dead. In an instant, both Sakura and Sasuke were assaulted by a nightmarish vision. A large explosion cut the air and their bodies were being torn apart, their flesh evaporating into bloody scraps, bones being shattered and bodies destroyed in the blast. Then, suddenly, two kunai shot through the air, impaling them both in the forehead, killing them instantly. Sasuke dropped to the ground, vomiting. What was that? When I looked at her, I saw my own death. Is it genjutsu? He looked up at the grass ninja, seeing her almost chuckling at the suffering they were enduring. No, it's more than that. Her taste for blood is so strong that she can weaponize it. Looking at her showed us our own death. He turned to look at Sakura, trying to find someone to help him, but she was a broken mess. Tears streamed down her face, and she shook with every breath she took. She was paralyzed with fear. Sasuke turned back to the grass ninja. We have to get away. Have to run. This ninja is death itself. Struggling to his feet, his muscles twitching and seizing with the effort, Sasuke dragged out a kunai. It was useless, however. He was still too weak and shaking hard to do anything with it. The grass ninja chuckled. I'm impressed that you were able to even stand. But it's pointless to resist. She pulled out two kunai. This is where you both die. With that, she casually flicked her wrist, sending the kunai flying towards the two ninja. Sasuke watched the kunai coming at him in slow motion. He needed to move now. Shit, why can't I move? Move, Sasuke, move. He brought his kunai down to his leg, impaling it deeply. The illusion left him in a flash, and he quickly grabbed Sakura and dashed up the trees. The two kunai sinking harmlessly into the tree behind them. The grass ninja chuckled. Clever. Dispelling a genjutsu with pain is a risky move, but it works. I guess my prey isn't so feeble after all. Up in a tree, Sakura had regained her senses to find Sasuke pulling the kunai from his leg. Sasuke was breathing heavy with a mix of fear and pain. He was frantically looking around, trying to spot the grass ninja before she caught up to them. The forest was dead silent. Not even birds chirped to break the quiet that fell over them like a shroud. All still, all quiet, as if the forest itself was holding its breath. Sakura leaned forward, worried for Sasuke's welfare. That wound is deep, Sasuke. Let me treat it before it gets worse. A hand covered her mouth, silencing anything else she had to say. Sasuke continued to scan the forest for the grass ninja. He was scared and panicking. That ninja would find them soon, and they would have no chance against her. They needed to run, needed to get as far away as possible. Sakura was worrying more and more for Sasuke by the second, when a giant snake reared its head beside them. Tearing Sasuke's hand from her mouth, she screamed, "Sasuke beside us!" With a hiss, the snake lunged at them. Sasuke and Sakura jumped aside, the snake ignoring Sakura to coil up the tree after Sasuke. When the snake lunged for him, Sasuke drew as many kunai as he could and flung them at Snake's open mouth. The snake fell dead shortly after, but there was no time to rest as a new horror came from its corpse. The grass ninja was appearing out of its scales, slithering out like a parasite whose host had just died. With a spine-chilling laugh, the grass ninja reared her head, her tongue out and waving in the air. Good. Very good. Prey shouldn't let its guard, even for a moment, in the presence of its predator. With a laugh, the grass ninja slithered up the tree. Her legs morphed into the form of a snake tail. She flied up the tree, moving faster and faster after Sasuke, till an orange speared chain impeded itself inside the tree above her head. She turned in time to see Naruto speeding at her, using the chain to drag himself through the air towards her. Somehow, she was able to use her snake tail to move herself out of the way as Naruto landed a flying lariat where her head used to be, crashing straight through the tree and landing on a thick branch nearby. The grass ninja looked down at Naruto with an amused smile. "So, boy, you managed to get away from my little friend. Well done." Naruto made a sweep and saw where Sasuke and Sakura were. Sasuke Aura told him he was in straight panic mode, and Sakura wasn't very far behind. "Rika, Kagum, protect those two." To the shock of Sakura and Sasuke, two bright flames in fox shape soared through the air at them. One was black, the other white, but both looked like fiery clouds in fox form. The two stood in front of Sakura and Sasuke, big as horses, snarling and growling at the grass ninja in front of them. "The hell?" Sasuke yelled, stunned at the fox's change. "Interesting. You grow more interesting by the second, boy." The grass ninja chuckled, amusement dripping from her voice. Naruto pointed at the grass ninja. "I don't care about that crap. You get lost, demon, before I skin you and make shoes out of whatever you are." Sasuke looked on in horror at what was happening. Naruto was going to get them all killed. This opponent was so far above their league that she could probably destroy them by focusing her chakra hard enough. There was no way to fight against such an opponent. There was only one way they could get out of this and live to see another day. Sasuke reached into his pouch and pulled out their scroll. "Listen, I'll give you the scroll if you just leave us alive." Naruto jerked his head towards Sasuke. "Are you for real? You honestly think that's going to help us?" "Shut up, Naruto. You have no idea what's going on here," said Sasuke, panic dripping from his voice. The grass ninja gave a smirk. "Yes, very wise decision, boy. Sometimes you have to give up something valuable in order to survive." Naruto felt his anger rising by the second. This was exactly what Ibiki had told them about. A ninja who would give up on a mission to save their own life did not deserve to be a Chunin. He knew that this grass ninja was powerful and soulless, but that meant they had to fight even more. There was no possible way that handing over a scroll would stop this demon. It would take the scroll and then kill them just for the fun of it. Sasuke's request to the grass ninja showed blatant and pure how much of a coward he really was. Naruto was on his own in this fight. As Sasuke chucked the scroll to the grass ninja, Rika caught it in her fiery tail and threw it to Naruto. Yeah, that's not happening, whiny. Sasuke recognized the voice. That's the voice of the woman from the other day. What is going on here? Naruto's interrupted Sasuke's question by landing beside him and launching a hard fist to his face, knocking Sasuke back into a tree with a crash. Sasuke tried pushing himself to his feet, wiping the blood from his mouth as he went, but he crashed back to the ground when Rika put a large paw onto his back. "No moving, wimp. The ninja are handling business here," said Rika, happy to see the arrogant punk taken down a few notches. Naruto turned to Sasuke, and that's when Sasuke got a look at Naruto's eyes. They were still blue, but the color was swirling and flickering in his eyes, like he had blue fire burning just behind them. Naruto spoke, and his voice shook with anger. "Surrender? How dare you even think that word while I'm here? You are many things, Sasuke. Self-absorbed, arrogant. You live off the pity of all the fools of the village, and I highly doubt you have a caring bone in your body. But I never thought you were a coward." Sasuke tried again to stand when a small electric shock went through his body, robbing his strength. "Stop trying to be the damn hero, Naruto." Naruto sighed in annoyance. "It's not about being a hero, stupid. It's about staying alive." He pointed toward the grass ninja, who watched with amusement on her face. If she really wanted the scroll, why didn't she just take it already, huh? She has the power to do it, and we wouldn't be able to stop her. Hell, she has been toying with you this entire fight, and you know it. Seeing the dawning realization on Sasuke's face, Naruto turned his attention back to the grass ninja. "She doesn't give a rat's ass about the scroll, dumbass. She's gonna kill us for the sick thrill of it." The grass ninja reformed her feet and stood with arms outstretched. My, aren't we the clever one?" She pulled up her sleeve, bit her thumb, and wiped the blood on a snake tattoo on her arm. "The scroll isn't my goal, but neither is your lives. But that doesn't mean killing you won't be fun." As she started making hand signs for a summoning, Naruto charged ahead, chains out. Before he could reach her, another house-sized snake had been summoned to the battlefield and smashed its head down at Naruto. With a gust of wind, Naruto avoided the blast and shot a chain at the snake's eye. This one was quicker than the last, though, and moved in time for the chain to bounce harmlessly off the skin under its eye. Before it could strike at him again, Naruto leaped forward, landing a hard punch to the snake's face and knocking it back with the force of the punch. Seeing the snake reeling form the punch, Naruto used the air to launch himself at the grass ninja. She's the real threat. No good taking out the snake if she can just summon another one, he thought to himself as he closed in on the grass ninja. As he got close, however, the ninja held up a hand and blew a torrent of flame straight at him. With no time to slow himself down to dodge, Naruto brought his chains out in front of him to try and shield himself. It worked to keep him from being burnt, but the force of the blast sent him flying backward from the grass ninja, who focused her attention to Sasuke and Rika. "I admit, I don't know what manner of creature these foxes are, but they're standing in my way all the same." The snake lunged for Sasuke and Rika, the latter taking up a defense position over the boy with sparks dancing all over her. As the snake got closer, however, it was stopped by Naruto. He stood in front of them both, holding the snake at bay by impaling 3 chains into the surrounding trees to ground him and his strength to hold it still. Naruto, pained with the effort, the damn snake was going to overpower him soon. "What's wrong, Sasuke? Embarrassed to see the dropout, acting more like a ninja than you." The grass ninja gave a patronizing clap above Naruto. "Very impressive, those chains. Quite a versatile jutsu, and you use them to great effect. But it seems 3 is your limit, boy." Without warning, a 4th chain shot for Naruto back at the grass ninja, catching her off guard and impaling her straight through the heart. With a smirk, Naruto yelled out, "Wrong. Four's my limit. Got ya." His confidence shattered when the impaled ninja smiled, shook, and melted into a pile of mud. "It's a substitution." Suddenly, the grass ninja appeared in front of Naruto. Rika and Sasuke, both trapped and bound by large snakes that slithered out of his arms. Rika gave a yell as the snake binding her bit her shoulder and she dropped to the ground, too weak to stand any longer. The grass ninja quickly used a paralysis jutsu on Naruto before he could react and reached down to pull up his shirt. "That poison I injected into her is a simple paralysis toxin. She will be fine shortly, but not soon enough to help you." She saw the intricate seal appear on Naruto's stomach and made 5 flames appear on her hand. "As I thought, you're that boy. What an interesting life you must have had. I look forward to seeing more from you and these peculiar foxes, but I won't be staying to tangle with the other one down there." Kagum was on her way with Sakura in tow, cursing her promise to protect the girl that kept her from flying towards her sister and brother. 5-pronged seal. The grass ninja slammed the 5 flames into Naruto's stomach, sending a wave of excruciating pain through Naruto's body and causing 5 seals to appear over Naruto's original. Rika fought as hard as her weakened body could to be free of the snake to get to her little brother, but it was useless. Naruto hung limp and unconscious, the grass ninja holding him up by her tongue and fishing the heaven scroll from his pouch. "Little bro, answer me." She was starting to panic. She didn't know anything about seals and had no idea what that one had done to him. The grass ninja turned to Rika, Naruto, still suspended in the air. "Interesting. You seem quite attached to this little fool, my dear. Guess this helps me then." She chucked Naruto off the edge of the branch and had the snake wrapped around Rika throw her over as well. Before they hit the ground, Kagum caught them both and brought them to a nearby branch, safely out of harm's way. Sakura watched horrified as the grass ninja had the snake hold Sasuke off the ground and she bit into his neck. She threw Sasuke down to Sakura, who caught him and watched as he writhed in pain. "He will do nicely for my plans, with a little tutoring to help him along," said the grass ninja, waving a hand over her headband and changing it to the symbol of the Sound Village. Sakura held on to Sasuke as he was racked with pain. "Who are you, and what have you done to Sasuke?" The ninja held up the heaven scroll he snagged from Naruto, the scroll bursting into green flame in her hand. "My name is Orochimaru, and what I want will be revealed soon enough. After you all defeat the Sound Ninja, who serve me and pass this test, I gave Sasuke a little gift, a small taste of the power I can give him." As she spoke, her voice changed from that of a woman to that of a man's. With that, Orochimaru melted into the tree branch he stood on, disappearing from the fight. Sakura held on to Sasuke's hand as he screamed in pain before passing out into her arms. With tears in her eyes, Sakura yelled out as loud as her voice could, "Naruto, Sasuke's hurt." After she stopped screaming, she heard the 2 large foxes below her and looked to see them both over Naruto Black, one standing on wobbly legs as she bumped her head against Naruto. She could hear her begging for Naruto to wake up, for him to let them know he was okay. The white one was waving a glowing tail over Naruto's body, examining his injuries. That was when it all sunk in for Sakura. Sasuke and Naruto were out of commission. One of the foxes that came with Naruto was seriously weakened, and the other was trying desperately to make sure he wasn't hurt. Night was beginning to fall, and for the first time in a long time, Sakura truly didn't know what to do. The white fox appeared beside her, a sad expression on her face. "I know this looks bad, and you have no idea what's going on, but you need to trust me when I say that me and my sister are going to help you get through this." Sakura held Sasuke closer to her. What are you? Is Naruto okay? What exactly has he been taught that made him so strong?" Her mind needed answers, or else it would explode. She felt so helpless and lost. The fox walked forward, kindness radiating out of her eyes. "Naruto will be fine. I checked him, and he will wake up tomorrow morning. We need to get that seal off him as soon as possible but the only one who will be at that tower in the center of the forest with the Hokage. I am Kagum, and the other one is Rika. As for Naruto's training, he has been taught sage arts. She kneeled down by Sakura, using her tail to help them both up to her back. We'll explain everything after we get these two to a safer location. I promise. With that, the two leaped away, Rika following slowly behind with Naruto on her back as her strength slowly came back to her. As darkness fell through the forest, both Rika and Kagum carried the wounded party away from the battlefield, away from the site of an absolute defeat after being easily defeated Orochimaru. Rika, Kagum, and Sakura carried the two boys to a nearby tree. The roots of the tree appeared to be partly above ground and seemed to make something of a large cave above the ground. Enough room to fit all of them, even the large foxes, comfortably and funnel any enemies in one direction. It was an ideal shelter for the wounded boys. After Rika and Kagum got under the trees, they set about carefully unloading the young ninja from their backs. As soon as Sasuke was gently placed on the ground, Sakura was by his side with a first aid kit, treating every wound and wetting a cloth to place on his burning forehead. Whatever that freak had done to him had left him in a horrible state. Besides Sakura, Naruto had also been gently placed against the ground. The fiery, horse-sized black fox that had carried him then slumped against the tree, her body still fighting off the effects of the poison injected into her minutes ago. Rika looked down at Naruto, her eyes sad and worried. He tricked me with a substitution, one of the oldest tricks in the book, and I let it distract me from protecting my little brother. She closed her eyes and pressed her head against the tree. I'll kill that bastard if I see him again. Kagome walked up to her sister, placing a paw on her side for comfort. He fooled us all, Rika. We were both worried for Naruto, and he was busy trying to keep his team safe. He used that to his advantage and nailed us all to the wall with it. She turned to look at Naruto, unconscious on the ground. But we need to focus on Naruto right now. He needs us, Rika. Rika nodded, shook herself off, and walked toward Naruto slowly on her shaky legs. She used her tail to lift him up slightly and lay down under him with his head on her side and her large muzzle laying lightly on his chest. I'm staying glued to you till you wake up, little bro. She nuzzled in his chest, feeling his heart beating calmly while he slept. I promise. Safe in the knowledge that Rika would keep Naruto safe no matter what, Kagome walked over to Sakura and sat down by Sasuke, her long white tail swishing slowly behind her in thought. If you want, I can examine him for you, hon. Sakura looked up at the fiery fox creature and narrowed her eyes. I want you to tell me one thing first. Who are you, and why do you sound like that woman from the other day? Kagome leaned down to look Sakura in the eyes. We are kitsunes, fox spirits. The form we are taking now is our natural state. It's how we really look. We normally stay as regular foxes because, honestly, she waved her tail over herself, gesturing to her fiery white appearance. You get a lot of questions when you walk around looking like this. Rika spoke up then, barely lifting her head off Naruto's chest. And we sound like those women from the other day because we are those two women from the other day. Kagome gave a small giggle at Sakura's confused expression. We can shape-shift, hon. It's not hard for us to turn into humans. Now, would you like me to check up on him for you? Sakura gave a deep breath, calming her nerves. Yes. Would you please make sure he is okay? Kagome nodded and held her tail over Sasuke, where it started glowing brightly. She didn't know a lot of medical jutsu, but she knew quite a lot about seals. Enough to know that the one on Sasuke's neck was an evil jutsu. Instead of just sealing his chakra, it seemed to be infecting it like a disease. She saw what she could only describe as a black snake slithering through his normally dark blue aura. An aura that seemed to have become a shade or two darker since the seal was put on. Unfortunately, this was wreaking havoc on his body. His chakra was trying to reject the foreign chakra, like white blood cells after an infection. This was causing his own chakra to damage his body. At this rate, the boy had at most a 1 in 10 chance of surviving the night. Kagome gave a tired sigh. This just gets better and better. she thought to herself. She turned to look up at Sakura, pity shooting through her at the young girl's desperate expression. She knew she had to word this delicately. The girl had been through enough as it was. The seal he put on is hurting him, but his body is fighting it off. I can't do anything with the seal right now, unfortunately. His chakra is going so crazy that if I tried to remove the seal, it would kill him. All we can do is try to keep him as comfortable as possible, I'm afraid. Sakura nodded and took a deep breath. She needed to get her mind off things for a bit. Will you please watch over them for a bit? I want to set up a few security measures before we sleep, just to put my mind at ease. Kagome nodded and walked over to Rika. She looked up at her sister from her spot on Naruto's chest. What did he do to Naruto, Kagome? Kagome could tell from the pleading tone in her voice and the expression in her eyes that her sister was worried sick over their little brother. He'll be fine, Rika. He used a 5-layered seal on Naruto's 8-layered one. Odd over-even seals makes chakra flow horribly. He'll be weak for a while, but he's not in any immediate danger. Rika lifted her head and looked her sister dead in the eyes. Immediate danger? Weren't you telling me, Kagome? Kagome closed her eyes and took a deep breath to steady her nerves. Naruto wasn't done getting his memories back, and the seal is disrupting that process. Basically, putting that seal on him right now was like dropping a boulder in a stream. Everything is slowly building up behind it. Rika seemed to curl tighter around Naruto before she spoke. And what will that do to Naruto? The chakra buildup is going to put him through more and more pain the longer it's on. Soon enough, maybe less than a day, he'll be in so much pain he won't be able to move. And when that happens, his chakra will start finding other ways out, through the chakra network and into his organs. Rika looked up horrified. We have to get that thing off him come morning. I'll carry him to the tower if I have to. And if that perverted old fart isn't there, I'll make sure no woman wants him after I get through with him. Kagome nodded. He'll be there, Rika. Sakura had finished her traps shortly before the three had shown up to the bushes and was unaware they were there as she walked back. After getting back inside the tree, she immediately went to sit by Sasuke's side, placing another wet cloth on his forehead. She looked up to the two foxes, her expression serious. I do know some stories about kitsunes. Some say you are righteous defenders who will protect the weak, others malevolent demons that destroy lives. I'm betting you are a bit more complicated than either of those, but seeing Naruto's attitude toward promises makes me think one thing is true. You can't break promises, can you? Kagome gave a small nod. Our word is our law, true, and Naruto did adopt it wholeheartedly from us. What? She sat up straighter. I need you two to promise me that you will protect these two, even if my life is in danger. I can't fight if I'm worrying about them. I need you to say the words, we promise to protect Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki, even if Sakura Haruno is in mortal danger. Rika and Kagome both nodded their heads. She really should have worded that promise better. They had ways to protect everyone at the same time, after all. So they both said the words and settled in for the night, setting up 3 shifts of watch for the night. Unknowing to Sakura, however, Kagome noticed 3 dark auras hiding in the bushes near their camp. They arrived halfway through her watch, but made no move to attack them. Kagome made the guess that they were waiting for daylight to attack. She decided just to tell Rika when her watch came up next, and keep it a secret from Sakura. The girl would have enough to deal with come morning, so there was no use worrying her now. Over in the bushes, Zaku, the ninja in the head armor, leaned over to his teammates. So what's up with the 2 freak foxes, Dosu? The ninja wrapped up in bandages spoke up next, not taking his eyes off the small group under the tree. Not sure, but the black one isn't moving far from that loudmouth blonde, is she? Kin, the one female in the group, nodded. Think they're with him then? Dosu grunted. Not sure, but it doesn't matter if they are. We are not after him anyway, so the foxes shouldn't be a problem. Remember why we're here. Zaku gave a vicious smile. Yeah, kill the Uchiha. Dosu chuckled. Right? Settle in. Come morning, we end the Uchihas once and for all. When the morning came, Sakura was on watch and felt relieved to finally see the sun rise. Looking over at Naruto, both the fiery foxes had curled themselves around him, completely protecting him from whatever may come. Sakura found herself feeling happy for her friend at seeing that. Whatever the story was with those two, it was clear that they truly loved Naruto. Hearing a sound ahead, she turned to see a small squirrel making its way toward them. She threw a kunai near the small thing, scaring it away, without ever seeing the explosive tag on the side of the small squirrel. Seeing their trap fail miserably, the Sound Three burst into the clearing, intent on finishing the job personally. Hearing the attack, Rika and Kagum shot awake, seeing the attackers and baring their fangs with a growl. Sakura smirked and cut a string by her head. Got ya. With the string cut, a massive log swung down from above, heading straight at the Sound Three. Rika leaned toward Kagum, her tail still draped over Naruto. How exactly did she set that up now? Kagum looked on just as shocked. I have no idea. The log swung straight and true at the Sound Ninja, but Dosu just put a hand out and focused some chakra into the strange device that encased his arm. With a thunderous bang, the log exploded into splinters and the Sound Three turned their eyes toward a shocked Sakura. There were spectators to this fight. However, as Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji sat in a nearby bush, watching the proceedings, they sat and waited, knowing they would be useless right now. Shikamaru looked toward Ino. Looks like Sakura is in deep trouble. What do you want to do, Ino? Ino didn't take her eyes off of Sakura, her expression worried. Why are you asking me what to do? Look at what me jumping in and getting killed to accomplish. Shikamaru shook his head in disbelief. How long was this charade of hated rivals going to go on between those two when she obviously still thought of Sakura as a friend? She would have already left if she wasn't. Weren't you two friends way back? Do you really want to just leave her out there? Ino couldn't answer that, her mind flashing through all the memories of the good times they shared and finding herself missing them. Her thoughts were broken when the sound of the Sound Three rushing toward Sakura reached her ears. As they descended toward Sakura, however, Rika and Kagum taking up a position beside in front of the entrance of the tree to guard the two down ninja, a green flash burst into the field, and the three Sound Ninja were sent flying backwards. Sakura looked up to see a green jumpsuit, a bowl haircut, and orange leg warmers. Rock Lee had arrived on the field. Sakura sat outside the tree as Rika and Kagum took up positions at the entrance, completely blocking the entry behind their fiery bodies. Sakura silently thanked the foxes for that, relieved to see them keeping their promise. Turning to Lee, she saw him standing tall in a fighting stance, waiting for the Sound Three to make a move. Lee turned to look at the foxes and Sakura. I do not know what manner of creature you two are, but I thank you for protecting my new friend Naruto. The foxes nodded, keeping their eyes on the three Sound Ninja. Sakura spoke up, delighted to see someone come help them, but also confused as to why he would do it. Lee, we are enemies in this test. Why would you help me? Dosu sprinted forward after Lee, his device out and ready on his arm. Lee just smirked as he ran. Because, Sakura, I will never allow you to be harmed when I'm around. Lee shot a hand into the ground and dragged up a giant root, blocking Dosu's attack dead in its tracks. This was no time for half measures, he decided. This ninja had some sort of trick to his attacks. He had not touched Kabuto before, yet he still fell to his knees for some reason. This ninja needed to be dealt with now, before he could use whatever trick he had up his sleeve. With a yell, Lee kicked Dosu upwards, sending the Sound Ninja flying into the air. Appearing behind Dosu in midair, Lee's bandages began to unravel and wrap around the Sound Ninja, binding him completely. Lee grabbed the wrapped-up ninja and spun them towards the ground like a meteor. This will end it. Just before impact, Lee detached himself from Dosu, and with a yell of Hidden Lotus, Dosu crashed into the ground with a thunderous impact. Unfortunately, Lee had failed to notice Ziku using a jutsu to soften the ground before impact. Lee's best jutsu, and Dosu barely felt anything. As Lee sat panting in exhaustion from the taxing jutsu, Dosu pulled himself from the ground, and Zaku showed off the 2 holes he had inside his hands. This is my jutsu, freak. I can manipulate air pressure and sonic frequencies. I can turn boulders into pebbles or make the ground as soft as a feather pillow. Welcome to the future. Dosu went on the attack almost immediately, not waiting for Lee to catch a second wind. Lee easily blocked the blow from the device encased arm, but something strange happened shortly after he did. The world started spinning and distorting around him. Sounds became warped and pitched, and he couldn't help but feel horribly dizzy and began finding it hard to stand up. With a grunt, Lee collapsed onto his hands and knees, vomiting violently onto the ground. Sakura looked on shocked. What did you do to him? Dosu placed a loving hand onto the device strapped to his arm. I guess I did forget to mention this little gadget on my arm. My mistake. This lets me use the vibrations of an impact to create a drill of sound directly into an opponent's inner ear. Where certain bones affect what exactly? Rika growled. The bones in the ear affect a person's balance and ability to walk straight. So you go right for an opponent's ability to counterattack or even move. You fight like such a pansy. Zaka gave the fox an arrogant smile. I wonder what kind of rug you'll make with skin like that. Or, better yet, why don't we just kill that blonde idiot behind you? You seemed awfully close to him before. Arcs of lightning began to appear in the air around Rika, her tail wrapping around Naruto's body like a shield as he lay still, and the ground around Kagum was splintering and cracking as if she suddenly weighed a ton. Rika spoke with a voice as cold and merciless as an ice sword. Touch him, and I will tear out your organs and show them to you. Dosu turned to Zaku. Seems we'll just have to kill them all then. With that, Dosu rushed at Sakura, ready to take her down as well. He was stopped as Lee, using every ounce of will and strength he could muster, charged at him for one more leaf hurricane spinning kick. It was useless, however, as his body was too slow to deliver the full speed of the kick, and Dosu effortlessly leaped over and countered Lee with another drill of sound. This one was stronger, though, and Lee dropped to the ground, utterly defeated. Dosu drew his arm back for the killing blow to the back of Lee's skull, when Sakura threw a handful of shuriken at him. It proved futile as Dosu just blocked them with his sound drill, and Zaku shot a shockwave of air at her, blowing her down next to the female member of the group, Kin, who grabbed a huge handful of Sakura's hair, holding her tight. Kin shook Sakura's head back and forth, enjoying the power she had over the girl. My, what pretty hair. Maybe you should have spent more time on being a ninja instead of some fashion model, though. You might have actually been able to do something about this if you had. Sakura tried to get free of the girl's grip, only to be met with a fierce kick to her stomach that dropped her back to her knees. This did not sit well with Kagum at all. I'm quickly becoming sick of you gutless thugs. Before she could move, however, the strained, pained voice of Sakura stopped her. No, please, protect those two. You gave me your word, so stay there. Sakura grabbed a kunai from her pouch and gripped it tight. I know you could handle this, but please let me fight. I need to handle this myself. I can't be some scared little girl waiting on the boys to save me. I can't be some damsel in distress anymore. Flashes of her past self went through her head as she brought the kunai up. She saw herself crying on the side of the road, a fresh bout of teasing reducing her to tears when Ino came up and helped her, hanging out with Ino and feeling happy to finally have a friend. The two of them finding out about Sasuke, their shared crush, liking girls with long hair. That's what had to go. With a swish of the kunai, Sakura sliced off the bulk of her hair, freeing herself from Kin's grip. She turned to look at the other two sound ninja, a new fire burning in her eyes. I am a Kinochi. Rika gave a loud whoop and raised her paw in the air. Yeah, baby, that's more like it. Kick some ass. Ino in the bush could see the change in her rival. She stood taller, held herself with more confidence, and seemed ready to fight with everything she had. Wow, Sakura, she whispered to herself. You really have come far, huh? Shikamaru heard her and gave a small smile. What did you say, Ino? She shook her head. Nothing. Now shut up before they hear you. Zaku growled at the new development. They couldn't seem to get anywhere in this fight. Sure, they took down that green freak, but they still had the original 3 threats to still deal with. And they still didn't know what the 2 foxes could do. This was getting annoying. Kin, finish her. Kin pulled a few senbon from her pouch as Sakura strung a series of hand signs. But even before reaching Sakura, a lightning bolt struck Kin in the chest, dropping the girl to the ground with a scream. All those present turned to where the bolt had come from to see one of Rika's claws pointed toward the girl, sparks still coming off it. 3-on-1 seems a little unfair. Pricks. At least now, just few 2 clowns left. She turned to look at Dosu, who had found a new fear of the fiery foxes. You come any closer to me, and I'll zap you too, pansy ass. And before you say anything, Sakura, we promise to protect these 2. You never made us promise not to use any ranged jutsu, though. She put her claw down, turned to check on Naruto's sleeping form, and looked back at Zaku. You really should be paying more attention to your fight than me. Zaku heard something behind him and turned to see Sakura coming down on him with kunai drawn. No, he knew why the fox had chosen that moment to strike Kin down. She distracted all of them from the obvious substitution jutsu long enough for Sakura to launch an attack. She was too close for Zaku to do anything but defend, so he brought up his arms to block Sakura's kunai. As the blade sank into Zaku's arm and dropped him to the ground, Zaku went to blast the girl with his other arm until Sakura bit down on it with all her strength, holding on for dear life. Zaku managed to get the kunai out of his arm and began to repeatedly punch Sakura in the head, trying desperately to get her off, punching and punching at her till blood and bruises all but covered her face. Both of the foxes watched from the sidelines, as did Ino and her team. Ino, at this point, could feel tears in her eyes at seeing her old friend being beaten like this. She may have insulted and bickered with her, but she didn't want to see her hurt. But it was more than that, she realized. She truly felt horrible because her friend was being hurt, and they've been acting like dramatic bitches to each other over a guy for the past couple of years. She still wanted Sasuke and would fight Sakura tooth and nail for him, but only she was allowed to fight and argue with her friend. This punk was toast. Rika had sparks dancing around her claws, aching to zap the little creep into a twitching mass on the ground. Damn it all. I can't get a clear shot off with her on top of him like that. Kagum looked at her sister. Just keep waiting. The chance will show itself. Zaku eventually did get a battered and bloody Sakura to release him, but before he could launch an air wave or Rika fire off another bolt of lightning, Ino stepped up between Zaku and Sakura, with Shikamaru and Choji following behind her. Zaku smirked at them. So what's this, the second string? Sakura looked up at Ino, shocked she would help her. Ino, why? Ino didn't take her eyes off of Zaku. I'm tired of you showing off in front of Sasuke and making me look bad. Plus, she turned to look at Sakura, a small smile on her face. What else am I supposed to do when a friend is in trouble? Sakura felt shocked, but couldn't help the small smile that came over her face. Zaku, on the other hand, was not happy. You losers want to die, then I'll just kill you and get it over with. Big talk from someone so hopelessly outnumbered. Came a voice from up above. Everyone looked up to see 2 other Leaf Ninja arrive on the scene. Lee's teammates, Tintin and Niji, sat on a nearby tree branch, and they did not look happy about the state of their fallen comrade. As Dosu analyzed the situation, he came to the conclusion that their mission was a complete failure. Not only were these newcomers a wrench in the works, the foxes still hadn't moved an inch from guarding the 2 under the tree roots. One of them could fire bolts of lightning if they got close enough to her, and heaven only knew what the other one could do. Dosu shook his head. Are there any other surprises I should know about? Just then, behind Rika and Kagum, a dark chakra began to rise, and Sasuke opened his eyes. Sakura turned, happy to see her crush awake and alive. But her expression turned to horror as she watched dark markings appear on his skin and a black mist seemed to swirl around him. Rika and Kagum could see, more than anyone, that this was not the same boy that fought with Orochimaru yesterday. His aura was so much darker and harsher than before, and a large shadowy snake seemed to coil around him in a stranglehold. Something evil was happening to Sasuke, and there was nothing anyone could do about it. Sasuke stood, glaring at the wounds on Sakura's face. "Sakura, who did this to you? Answer." Sakura sat and shuddered on the ground. Terrified of the change she saw in Sasuke. What happened to you?" Sasuke stared at the black marks on his arm and gave a vicious smile. "Nothing is wrong. I feel better than ever. I finally know exactly what I am, Sakura. I am an Avenger. To follow my path, I must have power, no matter the cost." He turned to look at Sakura. "Now tell me, who did this to you?" Zaku gave smirk. This was just what they needed. If Sasuke came out to fight, then they wouldn't have to go through this small army to get at him. "That would be me, tough guy." As Sasuke turned to lock eyes with Zaku, Ino helped to pick up Sakura and carry her to the bushes. Rika and Kagum still stood their ground in front of Naruto, not leaving their unconscious brother defenseless. Dosu, on the other hand, was shaking in his boots. Sasuke's chakra was so brutal and powerful that he knew one thing then and there. There was one hope for victory for them. Zaku held out his arms, taking aim at Sasuke and the tree behind him. "Dosu, don't go soft on me now. Watch. I'll kill him, those freak foxes, and that sleeping idiot in one shot." Dosu turned to his friend in fear. "Zaku, no." Supersonic slicing wave. Ignoring Dosu, Zaku launched his attack, a maelstrom of wind tearing up the field in front of him. All present ducked their heads from the wind and dust. The ears rang from the thunderous explosion, and their vision blurred from the shock and dust cloud. Ino helped to shield Sakura from the blast, and Niji leaned in front of Tenten to shield her. After the wind and dust faded, all were shocked at what they saw. Sasuke was gone, and a large metal gate had appeared in front of Rika and Kagome. The door was amazingly decorated. An iron fox on the front, with the kanji for protect on its chest, stood tall and unmarked with its teeth bared and eyes glowing with fire. Seals and symbols glowed all around the door and fox, showing the chakra pouring through the metal. Rika poked her head around the side of the door, a satisfied smile on her face. "Oh, what a lovely breeze we have today. Just the thing when you feel hot. Hussis." Kagome poked her head around the other side, amused at Zaku's stunned expression. "Kitsune art. Guardian's Wall Jutsu. A very powerful defense jutsu. But how did it get here, Rika?" She turned to her sister. "Neither of us knows this jutsu, after all." Rika's expression turned predatory as the look on Zaku and Dosu's faces turned horrified at what that meant. "That's right. There's another kitsune out there," she sang in a mocking way, as something very big and heavy hit Dosu in the back and pinned him to the ground. Dosu looked behind him to see another horse-sized fox with its paw on his back. But this one looked different. It wasn't fiery like the others. No, this one seemed to be made of gleaming metal. The light shined off the armored fox, holding him to the forest floor like sunlight on armor, and Dosu knew he could do nothing against the beast. Swirls and patterns ran across the body of the fox, giving it a look of some ancient temple guardian come to life. There was no getting around it. He was caught. Rika gave a smile as she immediately recognized the fox. "Meh, hell yeah, good to see you again, girl." Ma looked up and nodded her head at Rika. "How is Naruto? He's not hurt, is he?" Kagome walked back to check on Naruto. "No, the shield did its job, my master is completely unharmed." "Missy Gid, thank goodness." She looked down at Dosu and spoke with a voice that left no room for argument. "I'm not very fond of hurting anything, but I will if you make one move." She leaned down and brought her maw right next to Dosu's head, showing him the dagger like teeth in her jaws. "And I promise there will be blood." Zaku turned to look at Mai. When Sasuke reappeared behind him, a murderous smile etched on his face. In a second, Zaku's arms were pulled back behind him, and Sasuke's foot was pressed firmly on his back. Zaku felt the pain of his bones and tendons being stretched to their limit. There was no way they would hold much longer. Stop. Sasuke gave a little chuckle at Zaku's reaction. You seem so proud of these arms of yours. Be ashamed if something were to happen to them. Zaku tried to yell, tried to beg for his arms, but his protest was cut off with a blood-curdling scream and a snap as Sasuke broke both his arms like twigs. Rika, Kagum, and Mai all saw the joy and pride going through Sasuke's aura from breaking Zaku's arms, and they made a terrifying discovery. The seal had little to do with it. Oh, it was helping and encouraging him to do it, releasing his inhibitions and restraints to let him enjoy his vicious act. But, to their horror, Sasuke wanted this power. The ability to crush any who stood before him with no mercy or regret. The seal wasn't putting evil in him, it was bringing it out. Sasuke turned to look at Dosu, still under Mai's claw. Well, then, I guess you'll have to entertain me instead. Hopefully for you, that fox will let you up before I get to you. Before he could make another step toward the pinned Dosu, Sakura wrapped in a bear hug from behind. Sasuke turned his gaze to her, murder blazing in his eyes, to see the young Kanochi crying her eyes out at seeing her crush acting so cruel. Sakura choked back her sobs long enough to give a soft and heartfelt, "Please stop." No one knew why or how, but the marks began to retreat from Sasuke's body at that moment. They traveled up to his neck and returned to the original mark Orochimaru placed on him, returning Sasuke to normal. Rika watched as Sasuke crashed to the ground exhausted and turned to look at Dosu, still pinned under Mai's claw. "All that leaves is you, Pansy." Kagome nodded. "Yes. What'll we do with you?" "Check and see if it has the scroll we need so we can get to the tower," said a voice behind the two foxes. Rika nodded. "Good call, little BR." Rika froze, turned, and saw Naruto sitting up and looking at her. He was awake. "Little bro." Rika ran back and rubbed her head on her little brother's chest, relieved to finally see him awake. Naruto chuckled and rubbed Rika's head. "Sorry I worried you, sis." Kagome walked over then. "Never mind us, master. How are you feeling?" "I'm aching all over, but it's nothing I can't handle." Naruto stood and walked out to the field, staring at the three down-sound ninja, one unconsciously, and Shikamaru and Lee's teams in the field with them. "Seriously? I fall asleep for one night, and look what happens. Everything went to hell." Sakura growled. "Shut up, Naruto. You have no idea what happened." Naruto walked over to Dosu, in no mood for Sakura's screaming. The unconscious guy doesn't know what happened while he was unconscious? Go figure. He ignored her yelling and focused on Dosu and Mai, who had a delighted smile on at seeing Naruto up and about. "Meh, man, am I glad to see you." Naruto hugged the metallic fox, the cold metal skin not bothering him in the slightest. Mai gave a happy giggle. "Lady Hiroko asked for a volunteer to deliver something to you, and I jumped at the chance." Naruto stepped back from her. "Really? What did she send?" Mai opened her maw wide, and a cloud of golden smoke flew out. The smoke hovered near Naruto's right hand, swirling and condensing into a shape. With a flash, the smoke turned solid, a golden Kakura asterisk staff now in Naruto's right hand. The bulk of the staff was a golden rod with swirling flames carved into it. The top of the staff was a large circle with a burning sun in the center. 3 golden rings dangled on the circle on either side of the sun, jingling lightly with every movement Naruto made. The sound seemed to have a strange effect on all who heard it. Everyone could feel their muscles relaxing and adrenaline leaving them, almost as if the staff was a transportable hot tub. Naruto grabbed the staff with both hands, visibly happy to have it back. "My staff. Oh, kick-ass. I missed this thing so much. Thanks, Mai." Naruto slammed the end of the staff down next to Dosu's head and bent down to look in the eyes. "You wouldn't happen to have a scroll on you, would you? Because I could just have Mai here start wailing on you with that metal tail of hers. Wouldn't be a pleasant experience, I think." Dosu gave a sigh. "Damn it. Earth scroll. In the weapons pouch on my right leg." "Thank you," said Naruto as he fished the scroll out and bashed Dosu unconscious with his staff when he got it. That was when Shikamaru chuckled. "You idiot. Now we know you have an Earth Scroll, and your team is almost completely beaten down. Save for you. You might have these weird fox summonings, but you still aren't thinking ahead. Naruto. Naruto nodded. Right. Which is why I'm putting this scroll in a safe. What are you talking about? Said Ino, as she stood beside Sasuke and Sakura. Naruto chucked the scroll to Mai, who caught it in her maw and swallowed it whole in one gulp. You're welcome to try and get it now, Shikama. He turned to Kagome. Would you please patch Sakura and Sasuke up a little, Kagome? We have a tower to get to. Sakura sighed in defeat. Ino, coming to her friend's side to see if she was okay. We can't go to the tower right now, Naruto. That ninja from before burnt our heaven scroll. We're back to square one. Oh, really? Naruto leaned a little on his staff, gave a devilish smile, and reached into his coat pocket, pulling a heaven scroll out of it. You mean this one? Sakura and Sasuke were stunned silent. They both sat staring at Naruto, trying to form questions as he fed the heaven scroll to Mai, sealing it away as well. Sakura was the first one to speak up. What? You? When? How? We saw it burst into flames. Naruto walked back to Rika as Kagome waved a glowing green tail over Sasuke and Sakura to heal their wounds, Mai walking beside him. No, you saw the decoy I made before we came into the forest burst into flames. And that ninja didn't notice it was fake because, Sakura asked. Because, as I said, that ninja didn't care about the scroll. He would probably have noticed it was fake if he cared enough to look at it for a few seconds. We just got lucky he didn't. Naruto slumped down to the ground by Rika's feet, Rika noticing a slight pained grimace on his face as he did. Now then, would someone like to fill me in on what I missed, please? After that, we are off to the tower. Naruto thought it was hidden, but both Rika and Kagome saw him grip his staff tighter and his muscles tense. Naruto was definitely in pain. They needed to get to the tower as quickly as they could. As Ino fixed Sakura's hair and Sakura filled Naruto in on what happened while he slept, another guest watched from the trees. Kabuto fixed his glasses and gave an evil grin. Lord Orochimaru will be interested in this. While Naruto was having his little adventure, Hinata had her own on her way to the tower. After getting the scroll they needed, all Hinata wanted to do was get to the tower and wait for Naruto to get there. The second the tower got within range of her sight, she couldn't help the smile that came over her face. Everything was going so well. Then Kiba started talking. As Hinata and her team jumped from branch to branch on their way to the tower, Kiba stopped and looked off to the left. There's another team over there. Hinata stopped to talk to her teammate, a little bit frustrated that the trip to the tower had been interrupted. Well, let's keep going then. We have what we need, so there is no reason to go looking for more trouble, Kiba. Shino nodded. Fighting another team when we already have both scrolls is a mistake. We should take Hinata's plan and keep going toward the tower. Kiba gave a scoff and jumped toward the other team. Yeah? Well, Kurenai Sensei put me in charge, so we're going to find that team whether you like it or not. Less competition if we take them out now. As Kiba took off after the team, Hinata and Shino gave a sigh and took off after him. As they got closer, they took refuge in a nearby bush and saw Gaara's team and some rain ninja squaring off. Hinata was actually happy it was Gaara's team. He was Naruto's best friend after all, and this gave her a chance to meet him. Gaara stood in front of his siblings, arms crossed and standing firm. If you just give me your scroll, then I'll let you guys leave with some honor intact. The biggest of the rain ninja, a scarred-up beast of a man with several straw umbrellas on his back, just chuckled and pulled out the umbrellas. Interesting idea, but I think I'll just kill you three and take your scroll. With that, he threw the umbrellas into the air and made a hand sign. Immediately, the umbrellas spun and hundreds of sunbon needles rained down on Gaara, throwing a cloud of dust into the air. Hinata was getting ready to jump in and help her crush his friend when the smoke cleared and Gaara was still standing. A shield of sand all around him had blocked every single needle. Gaara had not even been scratched. The rain ninja looked on in stunned fear. That was his best jutsu, and Gaara had taken it without even breaking a sweat. Kankuro gave a small chuckle. It's no use attacking Gaara. Those clouds of sand will be there to take the attack without him even doing anything. Gaara has the best defense out there. The Rain Ninja charged at Gaara, but before he could get close, the sand from Gaara's gourd wrapped around him and stopped him in his tracks. Gaara moved his hands and wrapped the other two ninjas in sand coffins as well, completely nullifying any and all threats the Rain Ninjas posed. Gaara moved a hand, and the sand covered the Rain Ninjas' mouths and noses. I'm not going to kill you. Just knock you out and take your scrolls. Make sure you take the time to learn what an opponent can do before attacking. Next time. It'll save you some embarrassment in the long run. After the three passed out and the sand retreated into Gaara's gourd, Kankuro walked forward and got the scroll they needed from one of the ninjas. Got what we needed. Let's get to the tower. Gaara held up a finger. One more thing to deal with, Kankuro. Temari walked up. What's up, Gaara? Gaara pointed at the bush where Hinata and the others were. Those three have to come out of the bushes. Kiba turned to the others. Look, there is no way we can fight someone like that red-haired guy. Let's just argue. Hinata, what are you doing? Not bothering to listen to Kiba, Hinata stood and walked out to the field. Gaara gave a smile. I remember you. Naruto said you were a friend. Hinata nodded. He told me about you, too, Gaara. It's nice to meet you. Gaara walked forward and held out a hand for Hinata to shake. Nice to meet you, too, Hinata. This is Temari and Kankuro. Temari walked up with a smile. So you're the girl Naruto was telling us about. I got a bet going with Kankuro. Did he ask you out yet? Seeing Hinata smile, blush, and nod, Temari turned to Kankuro. Told you. Now, pay up. Kiba stood up and walked out. Wait a minute now. You guys know Naruto? The sand team nodded. Kiba turned to Hinata. And Naruto asked you out on a date? Hinata smiled. Igiriegajis. He asked me out before the exam started. Kiba laughed. Oh God, I wish I was there to see that. What did his face look like when you told him no? Hinata's smile vanished. What do you mean, Kiba? Well, there's no way you're desperate enough to actually say yes to that moron. I want to know what he looked like when you rejected him. I'll bet he cried. Hinata turned to her teammate and crossed her arms. And what if I said yes, Kiba? Like you'd be dumb enough to do that. Kiba chuckled for a few seconds, but when Hinata didn't start laughing, she realized she wasn't kidding. Hinata, you don't have to date a loser. You're a high-born girl who should be with a high-class ninja. Hinata gave a smirk and decided that she would channel that last little bit of courage she got for Naruto at that moment. I agree. That's why I'm going on a date with Naruto instead of you. Temari clapped and put a hand on Hinata's shoulder. And I immediately liked this girl. You guys got the scrolls you needed yet? At Hinata's nod, Temari turned to Gaara. Might as well all head to the tower together, then. Strength in numbers, after all. Kankuro gave a nod. Agreed. So long as Dog Boy keeps his mouth shut on the way. With that, the Sand Team and Team 8 made their way to the tower without incident and were currently waiting for Naruto and his team to get there. Since Team 8 and the Sand Team had both arrived on the first day of the exam, they were given room and board at the tower till the test was over. Hinata and Temari both shared a room with a window that overlooked the forest below, and Hinata sat and stared out it, hoping to catch a glimpse of the spiky blonde hair Naruto was famous for. She couldn't explain why, but after the first night went by, Hinata had started to worry about Naruto. Nothing had given her cause to think something had gone wrong, but she just knew Naruto was in trouble out there. A melodic voice from behind her broke her out of his thoughts. You worry for him, don't you? Hinata turned and froze at the owner of the voice. She had seen her once before, but not in person. She had seen the woman standing before her back when the exam began, and Naruto gave her that brief glimpse into his memories. The pale white skin, the bright blue eyes, the sunlight blonde hair, the elegant white kimono she wore. Hiroko, the leader of the Foxes and adopted mother of Naruto, stood before Hinata. Hiroko saw the shock on the girl's face. I take it by your reaction, my son already told you about me. Hinata nodded. Hiroko gave a smile that would melt icebergs with its warmth. Breath, honey. You have nothing to worry about from me. Hinata let out a breath that she didn't know she was holding. Igiriegajis. Naruto did tell me a little about you, Miss Hiroko. She turned back to the window. Yes, I am worried about Naruto. Something doesn't feel right. Hiroko walked forward and put a hand on her shoulder. I see Naruto has already shown you a bit of what it means to be the Moon Sage. Hinata turned, and Hiroko saw the question she was going to ask before it left her lips. I knew you were the Moon Sage the second you walked into this tower. You could be nothing else with an aura like yours. Hinata saw her chance to get more information about the Sun and Moon Sages. And Naruto promised me he would explain it to me, but would you mind telling me a little about the Sun and Moon Sages? Please. Hiroko motioned for the girl to walk with her, and the two began a walk through the halls. The Sun and Moon Sages are the only two people who can practice the two forms of the original sage arts. The sage arts developed by the first sage, the youngest of the two sons of the sage of 6 paths. Hiroko looked down at Hinata as she walked by her side. And his wife. Hiroko giggled a little at the blush that came over Hinata's face. The husband created the sun arts and the wife the moon. The sun arts are the more offensive of the two arts, as you saw the other day when Naruto was training with you, I believe. Hinata looked up. How do you know about that? Hiroko shrugged. I've got a few tricks up my sleeve. I'm more than just a pretty face, you know. The two turned a corner. The moon arts, on the other hand, are more geared toward defense and healing. Doesn't mean they aren't dangerous, though. We have writing that tells us that the first Moon Sage took on an entire army after the leader had nearly killed the Sun Sage with poison. Hinata looked up shocked. What happened? Hiroko scoffed. What happens to anything that tries to take a husband from her wife? She leveled the entire army in little under 10 minutes. Hinata went wide-eyed at this, but Hiroko just continued the story. They eventually passed on the arts to the Kitsunes and told us of the auras that would set the next two human sages apart from everyone else. Hiroko stopped and looked at Hinata. You and Naruto are the first ones to come up in 2,000 years. Hinata wanted to talk, but a strange feeling came over her. Something's wrong. Hiroko's smile vanished, and she looked ahead. Yes, I fear your first challenge, as the Moon Sage, is upon you, Hinata. You are right. Something is wrong with Naruto, but it is something you can help him through. Hinata's eyes turned steely, and she stood taller. What's wrong with Naruto, and how can I help him? Hiroko's expression turned sad. Naruto had a seal placed on him yesterday, and it is disrupting his memories from coming back and causing him immense pain. There is someone here who can remove the seal, and is about to do so as we speak, but when he does, Naruto's chakra will run wild through him like water after a dam bursts. As the Moon Sage, you can take his chakra while adding yours, and the flow will help ease this process. This will awaken you as the Moon Sage, however. Hinata nodded and turned to go down to the rooms where her team came in from. Then let's not waste time. Do you know what room his team is coming in? We can beat him there, and I can be there to help when he comes in. Hiroko held up a hand. You need to know one other thing, dear. What's that? When you do this, Naruto's final memories come through in one of them. Hiroko shuddered and closed her eyes in pain as she remembered that day. It's evil. Hinata felt immense worry. What do you mean? Hiroko looked up with tears in her eyes. Do you remember an orphanage around here that was shut down back when you were just starting in the academy? Hinata nodded, searching her memories. Yes, I remember. Irika Sensei told us that the lady who ran it was caught beating a child. He said they barely managed to save the boy before she killed. Hinata stopped, and her hands went to her mouth in shock as tears began to come to her eyes. Hiroko looked at Hinata with a heartbroken expression. That's why Naruto had his own apartment when he was little, sweetheart. That's why he was on his own instead of in an orphanage waiting to be adopted. Hinata took her hands from her mouth, but the tears wouldn't stop. I never knew. He never had any scars or anything to tell it happened. An image of Naruto's cut cheek healing came into her mind, of Naruto telling her how most injuries he suffers disappear in a night. She started to cry harder. Because every wound she gave him healed without even leaving a scar, didn't it? Hiroko nodded. The Hokage had gotten word that Naruto was being neglected by the owner and was coming to get Naruto out of there when it happened. Somehow she got word of it and got it into her head that it was Naruto's fault she was being arrested. She was beating him with a bloody bamboo cane when the Hokage got there, and Naruto was barely conscious. Hinata shook her head back and forth. This couldn't be true. Why? Why do that to him? What could he have possibly done to have deserved something so evil? Hinata yelled through her sobs. Hiroko hugged the young girl. Nothing that he choose, Hinata. Naruto has been carrying a burden that I would not wish on my worst enemies. He's been carrying it every day since he was born, and he'll carry it till the day he dies. Hiroko tilted Hinata's chin up to look her in the eyes. If you do this, Hinata, if you become the Moon Sage, then you will have to carry that burden as well. You will get his worries, his pain, and his sorrow. Hiroko watched as a fire lit in Hinata's eyes, and she wiped the tears off his face. I'll take it. I'll take it all. I'll take my time and heal every wound he's suffered from this village, until it's all nothing more than a bad dream, till he can't even remember a time when he wasn't happy. Please, Miss Hiroko, let me help him. Before Hiroko could speak, Rika, in her human form, ran up to them, worry on her face. Lady Hiroko, we got the seal off Naruto, but his chakra is going out of control. We can't get near him. Before Hiroko could speak, Hinata stepped forward. Take me to him, please. A short time later, Hinata was standing by a hospital bed where Naruto sat barely conscious as a visible field of chakra swirled around him. Hinata could barely hear Sakura and Sasuke behind her asking for answers about what was happening to Naruto, or hear Irika Sensei remarking how Naruto had dropped to the ground in pain shortly after his team had passed the exam. Jiraiya had erected a barrier after Hinata walked in, attempting to keep the rampaging chakra from escaping. She ignored them all and walked toward Naruto. The chakra swirling around the room just felt like a summer breeze to her. It was drawing her in. When she stood next to him, Hinata took his hand into hers and placed the other over his heart. It's okay, Naruto. I'm right here. She started to focus her chakra into Naruto's hand and felt his own rushing up her arm. Immediately, the warmth flooded her system, stronger than before. The world faded away, and all Hinata could feel was the warmth coursing through her. Soon Naruto's chakra calmed from a raging hurricane to gentle breeze, and a smile came over his sleeping face. Hinata looked down at him and smiled. You'll never be alone again, Naruto. I'll always be there for you. She leaned her forehead against his. I know this village has hurt you, Naruto, but you don't have to keep taking it alone. You don't have to hide behind a mask with me. She could feel his mind opening to her and felt her chakra changing the longer she kept the circle of chakra going. I'll take your pain, Naruto. We are the sun and moon sages, after all. We'll stand together against the world. With that, the walls around Naruto's mind broke and Hinata was let in. She immediately found herself in what she could only describe as a skeleton of a room. The walls were bare and covered in cracked paint, and large holes dotted every wall. She was sitting on a dirty stained bed with a ratty blanket thrown on it and dozens of rusted springs sticking out. There was no dresser in the room, just a small pile of dirty clothes thrown off into a corner, and the only light in the room came from a dirty brown window that was partially boarded up. The place looked like hell. Hinata felt herself looking around the room, not in control of her body. I must be seeing through Naruto's eyes. This has to be his memory of the orphanage. Hinata was broken out of her thoughts when a feeling hit her. Hunger. She was hungrier than she had ever been in her life, as if she hadn't even touched food in days. Was Naruto always this hungry? She got her answer when Naruto pulled up his shirt to look down at his growling stomach. If Hinata could have, she would have cried at the sight she saw. Naruto was nothing but skin and bones. Every rib bone, his hip bones, arm bones, they were all exposed. Hinata felt sadness for Naruto, but a cold rage was also starting to build. The woman who ran the orphanage had clearly been letting Naruto starve. She was torturing him. "Oh, Naruto," she said to herself as she saw his starving body. "What has this woman done to you? It's no wonder all the clothes you wore were baggy on you when you were little." The second this was done and both of them were awake, Hinata vowed she'd cook him as big a meal as she could. From downstairs, a loud bang rang out, and Hinata could hear someone yelling, "Where are you, you little beast? I swear to God I'll fucking kill you for this." Hinata felt Naruto's fear as her own, as he knew it was the owner of the orphanage looking for him. Naruto immediately hid under the bed, a gesture he knew to be useless, but it was the only thing he could do to protect himself at 6 years old. Hide. "What did I do? What did I do?" Hinata heard Naruto speak in a small, frightened voice. "Nothing. You didn't do anything, Naruto. This isn't your fault." Hinata screamed at the young Naruto, trying to help any way she could. It was as useless as yelling at a tape recording, unfortunately. The door of the room kicked open and the owner of the orphanage, a skinny scarecrow of a woman with wispy brown hair and sunken eyes, stormed in and dragged Naruto out from under the bed. "Don't pull this little kid bullshit with me, demon. You kill all those people, and then you want to cry." The woman threw Naruto to the floor and kicked him in the stomach, knocking the air out of him. Hinata couldn't feel the pain of the blow, but she felt the fear Naruto had as he truly felt she was going to kill him. "Stop! You disgusting monster, stop!" It didn't help at all as she gave another kick to Naruto's curled-up body before bending down and grabbing him by the hair. "I could kill you and no one would care. Did you know that? No one would even miss you. Why the Hokage let you live this long is a mystery to even me, Fox." She spit in his face and threw him down to the floor again before raising a bamboo cane she brought with her over her head and bringing it down with a sickening crack. Hinata heard bones break and flesh tear with every blow she made. Over and over she struck Naruto till the cane turned red. Hinata couldn't stand it. This was the people Naruto wanted to lead? He wanted to help these people? Hinata noticed tears in the woman's eyes as she beat a near unconscious Naruto. "My son, my husband, you took them from me, Fox, and I'm supposed to help you find a home? Help you be happy." Naruto's vision was fading. The world was dimming at the edges and shapes were becoming harder and harder to make out. When the beating stopped and Hinata saw a man in a white robe and hat knock the woman across the room, and Naruto was picked up off the ground. The next thing she knew, the vision was in a hospital bed. Naruto was hooked up to all kinds of machines. IV drips pumping fluids and nutrients into him, monitors to watch his heart rate, and blood pressure gave a steady beat that helped to calm him somehow. Hinata spoke soothingly to him, unable to quell her need to help Naruto however she could. "You're safe, Naruto. She won't hurt you anymore." Outside the room, a female doctor could be heard talking to a voice that could only be the Hokage. "I've never seen anything like it, old man. He's been asleep for a week, but his system has been repairing itself without us doing anything. We've gone through more bags of nutrients than I can count because his body has been sucking them up to restore his body fat and muscle. It's like nothing happened to him at this point." The Hokage spoke in a soft voice that showed how relived and tired he was. "Thank you for watching over him. I needed someone I can trust." The doctor nodded. "I owed Kushina that much, old man. But our deal still stands. I'm out of here tomorrow. I have to win some money after this crap." A loud sigh came from outside the door. "But let me know if the kid needs any more treatment after this, and I'll come." "I will. I promise." A few footsteps sounded before the female voice asked, "What happened to the bitch who did this?" The voice the Hokage used held neither pity or remorse. "I had her executed." With that, the door opened, and the Hokage stepped in to see Naruto awake and staring at him. With a sigh, the old Hokage dragged a nearby chair beside Naruto's bed and sat, the weight of his age seeming to hit him all at once. Naruto looked up at the Hokage with pleading eyes and just asked one simple question. "What did I do wrong?" The Hokage clearly almost choked up at that and leaned over to hug Naruto's small frame. "I am sorry, Naruto. So sorry." Naruto just kept repeating the question over and over through tear-stained eyes and the Hokage leaned back to look him in the eyes. I will help you through this, Naruto. Once a week, you and I are going to spend some time talking together. I'll even buy you ramen when you get out. You'll get through this, Naruto. I promise. The vision slowly shifted to Ikareku Ramen, where Naruto was busy working on his fifth bowl of ramen. The Hokage sat next to him and was only partly done with his first. Naruto looked much better. His bones no longer showed, and he was smiling as he ate his meal. He also looked a bit older, too. She guessed he was about 7 in this memory. The Hokage cleared his throat. Naruto, being Hokage is a serious responsibility, and not just any ninja can do it. Are you sure this is what you want to do with your life? Naruto drank the broth from his bowl and sighed. Yep, you told me yourself that you became Hokage to protect the people you care about. I have people I want to protect now. He counted on his fingers. I want to protect you, Irika Sensei, Mr. Ikareku, and I am. You have all been so nice to me, so I'll protect you with my life. I promise. The three standing smiled fondly at the boy, but Hinata saw something they didn't. Around Naruto, an orange aura formed. Small suns and smile foxes danced in the light of it, and Hinata knew, then and there, that this was the moment Naruto awakened as the Sun Sage. Hiroko must have been giving him the process he needed right then and there. That's all it took, isn't it? Hinata said, smiling at the memory of her crush. All it took was a few people to care about you. You've been through so much that you'd protect those precious to you with everything you've got. Hinata realized that, as horrible as his past was, Naruto was using it to move forward. He was using the pain of his past as motivation to make his future better, using his loneliness to help him cherish the family and friends he now had. But there was one thing that still needed to be answered. The vision faded and Hinata found herself standing in a warm, grassy field. She shouted to the sky. What did he do to be treated so horribly? Tell me. It's not what he did. Remember? A deep, powerful, and ancient voice said behind her. Hinata turned around and saw something that stopped her dead. There, standing in the middle of the field, towering over her like a mountain, was the nine-tailed fox. His 9 tails slowly wagged in the air around him, and he looked down at her with a solemn expression. It was sealed up in him when he was born. The 9-tailed fox was the horror of the ninja world. It destroyed all in its path without discrimination or restraint. Wherever human malice and evil collected, it would show up like an emissary from hell. The entire ninja world had heard of its evil and feared it. And it was standing in front of Hinata. The fox looked down at her with, to her amazement, a smile on its face. At last, they are both together. Hinata decided that if it had wanted to hurt her, the fox would have already. Something else was going on. What do you mean? Why are you inside Naruto's mind? The fox chuckled. I think you have the answer to that already. Hinata felt Naruto's memories surging through her mind. Heard several people calling him fox, demon, or monster, but the big one was a memory of her old sensei Mizuki, telling Naruto that he had the 9-tailed fox sealed in him. It all finally clicked to Hinata. Why that horrible woman from the orphanage was blaming him for the death of her family. Why people looked at Naruto like the very sight of him boiled their blood. Hinata shook her head back and forth, a rage building in her like she had never felt before. That's the reason he has suffered so much. Because he was forced to be a hero. All the beatings and cold stares because he held you inside him. This isn't fair. He never had any choice. The fox's eyes turned warm. I know, but that's why you are here, is it not? Hinata forced her anger down for a second in order to ask about something that was bothering her. How can you be so kind when you are supposed to be a demon? The fox sighed loudly. Where is it written that I call myself a demon? Exactly. Hinata felt like her mind was on the verge of a huge discovery. But you show up wherever human evil is. We have records of it happening. You would show up and level everything. The fox goaded her along, wanting her to figure it out. Everything? Then where did the stories come from, I wonder? Hinata gasped as the truth finally dawned on her. You left most of the people alive, and the stories came from them. You only showed up to destroy whatever evil had shown itself. You were trying to stop it. The fox smiled. Exactly. This world was left to me and my family to protect, and I could not allow those evils to keep threatening it. Hinata felt another burst of memories run through her head, including one where Hiroko sat Naruto down and told him a story about the 10-tailed beast and the Sage of Six Paths, how he was the first Bijou host and made the 9 Bijou from the 10-tailed beast chakra, and how he treated them all with the same kindness and love as his own flesh and blood sons. The sage, he was your father, she spoke in a shocked whisper. A look of sadness crossed his face. Yes, he made me, my brothers and my sisters out of the chakra of the original beast and charged us with acting as the guardians of this world. Unfortunately, the world didn't see us that way. The field around them changed to a fiery battlefield, and Hinata could see a much younger and smaller Kyuubi being chased by a horde of ninja. The fox spoke as Hinata watched the younger Kyuubi running with tears in his eyes. You humans began to see us as power sources instead of sentient beings. From me down to my brother, Shikaku, humans began to hunt us down and seal us away inside of other humans in an attempt to claim our power as their own. Instead of being your protectors, we became your prey. Hinata walked up to the fox and, feeling brave, placed a hand on its paw. Being sent from prison to prison by the people you were supposed to protect. I'm so sorry. The fox looked down at Hinata, amazed at the girl's bravery. All these centuries of being spoken to like a mindless beast by the legends of the ninja world. And now 2 ninja, who are seen as disappointments, are the one who see past that. The environment changed again. This time they were in some kind of underground sewer. In front of the two, a large metal cage stood with dozens of pipes running on the ceiling from it. The walls were stone and looked waterlogged and cracked, and very little light was in the place. Hinata looked at the cage and saw a tiny Naruto sitting in front of it and the 9-tailed fox on the other side, glaring down at him. The fox spoke again to Hinata. Watch, little one. In front of the cage, Naruto, only about 9 years old at the time, was smiling at the sight of the giant fox snarling at him from behind his cage. My mama told me about you. She said you were really lonely, so I wanted to talk to you. The fox roared and slammed his claws through the cage, the tips coming an inch from Naruto's face. But Naruto didn't even flinch. Curse this damn seal that keeps me here. How I wish to feast on your bones. Naruto looked on past the claws in his face and disarmed the fox with one sentence. It hurts when you're forced to be all alone, doesn't it? The fox in a memory stopped snarling and just stared at Naruto. What? Naruto gave a sad smile. I'm the same. I was all alone back home before Mama and my big sisters came to get me. They were so nice to me. They played with me, fed me, and Kagum even reads these cool stories to me almost every night. I'm not alone anymore. Why should you be? The Kyuubi in the memory drew back his claws and looked at the young Naruto with new eyes. You expect us to be friends, boy? Naruto nodded. Yeah, I know it'll take a little while, but I'll be your friend. Kyuubi leaned down to get his eyes on Naruto's level from the other side of the cage. Do you not know who I am? Naruto shook his head and chuckled. How can I when you haven't told me your name yet? The Kyuubi looked on in shock as little Naruto cocked his head like he had heard someone and stood up to walk away. Naruto stopped to look at the Kyuubi with a smile. Sorry, my mama is calling me. She says I can only stay in here for little bits at a time at first, but I'll be back tomorrow to talk some more. He looked around at the sewer setting and grimaced. And I'll ask Mama if I can give you a nicer place to live. As Naruto vanished in a thin air, the scene changed back into a lush green field. But this time, a massive, ornate castle stood on the horizon. The walls gray stone covered in carved seals and symbols from top to bottom. At its front, a massive wood gate stood taller than the Kyuubi, and 2 large fiery stone foxes stood at the gate of it. Hinata felt like the castle should have been imposing and ominous, but she felt drawn to it, like it was calling her home. The Kyuubi gently put a claw in front of her to stop her. She hadn't even realized it, but she had begun walking toward the wood gate since it materialized. Wait, little one. You need to know what you are doing before you make your decision. Hinata stopped and looked up at the fox, giving him his full attention. The fox looked toward the castle. What you see here is the entirety of Naruto's mind. This castle is his conscious and subconscious all given form. If you enter, then your path will be set. You will be unable to leave until you find the center of Naruto's mind and take your place beside him. Then you too will truly be one. Seeing the look of amazement come over her, he decided to explain further. Naruto is waiting for you there, waiting at the center of the castle. All you need to do is find him and sit by him, and the bond is set. Your minds bound as fully and completely as two rivers forming into one. All his thoughts, feelings, and pain will be yours and yours his. He gently used his claw to lift her chin, making her look him in the eyes. Do you still wish this after learning what he is and the burden he bears? You could just walk away now. You have awakened the Moon Sage Chakra. After all, you don't need to do this. A fire lit in Hinata's eyes, and she spoke with a voice more confident than she knew she could muster. I wish it more now than ever. Hinata turned to look up at the fox. Naruto went for years being beaten and humiliated by the village without even knowing why. All those years of pain, all those years of loneliness and tears, and he still wants to be the Hokage. The leaf has hurt and betrayed him, and he still wants nothing more than to be our greatest protector. He stands when anyone else would fall, fights when anyone else would run, and he smiles when he has every reason to cry. A warm smile came over her face. How could I ever not want someone like that by my side? The QB gave a wide smile and banged one paw on the wooden doors, making them slowly open up to Hinata. That was exactly what I wanted to hear. Go, find Naruto, become the true Moon Sage, and tell him I look forward to our next talk. Hinata nodded, let the urge to enter the castle fill her, and walked in, the doors closing shut behind her. The inside of the castle was beautiful. A large, lush green courtyard stood before her with a large cherry blossom tree in the center with golden-colored petals instead of the usual bright pink. A small shrine sat at the bottom of the tree in front of a small pond with koi fish swimming about in it. All around her, Hinata could see foxes running, playing, and napping in the warm sun. The courtyard was surrounded by large marble walls with 3 doors leading off to separate hallways. Hinata couldn't help the smile that came over her face. Warm, inviting, and happy. This is definitely Naruto's mind. Hinata walked toward the small shrine at the base of the tree and saw a small statue on top of it. A beautiful woman with hair so long it reached her calves was smiling brightly with a small baby in her hands. Standing beside her, with his arms wrapped around her, and the young baby was a man with spiky hair and a bright, familiar smile. Below the statue, engraved in finely polished stone, were words that Hinata would always remember. Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. Loving parents of Naruto, Uzumaki, and heroes for all time. Hinata knew the name. Everyone knew the name of Minato Namikaze, the 4th Hokage of the Hidden Leaf. Hinata slowly reached a hand toward the stone. That's why he sealed the QB in you, isn't it? Because you were his son, Naruto. The second her hand touched the stone, an image of a tiny Naruto flashed through her mind. He was cradled in the arms of Lady Hiroko, who looked at the young boy with a mother's love in her eyes. In his hands, Naruto held a picture of his real mother and father at their wedding. Hiroko tightened her arms around Naruto and kissed him on top of his head. Your mama and daddy loved you very much, Naruto. They never wanted to leave you. Little Naruto sniffled and looked up at Hiroko with tears in his eyes. But does that mean you're not my mama? Hiroko turned little Naruto around on her lap and wiped his tears from his cheek. I may not be your real mama, Naruto, but you are still my son, and I'll always love you, sweetie. Naruto threw his arms around Hiroko in a bone-crushing hug and spoke through sobs. I love you too, mama. After a few seconds, Naruto looked up at Hiroko with a new fire in his eyes. My daddy was the yellow flash, right? Hiroko nodded. That's right, sweetie. He was the fastest ninja ever. Not even we could catch him if he didn't want us to. What? Naruto smiled. I want to be just as fast as my daddy. I want to be the new Orange Flash. A curious look crossed Hiroko's face. Why orange, sweetie? Naruto smiled brighter than Hinata could ever remember. Because that's what color you get when you mix yellow and red. The memory left her, and Hinata stood in front of the small shrine with her hands over her mouth. She could feel the joy that Naruto felt in the memory. The joy of learning that he did have parents. That he did have someone who cared about him from the start. Hinata gave a small bow to the shrine. Thank you for protecting, Naruto. I'll take it from here. A small breeze went through the courtyard, pushing her toward the northern corridor. Hinata started to walk down the hallway and noticed the pictures on the walls. There was one where Naruto was sitting with Kagum, reading a scroll of seals. Another where he was running with Kagum and Rika in their small fox forms, playing tag. There was another where he was being hugged by Hiroko at some festival, with Naruto holding a large cotton candy in his hand. With every memory she passed, a little more of Naruto became part of her, till Hinata felt stronger than she ever had. Till she came to a large portion of wall that just had a picture of Naruto smiling painted on it. Something was wrong with it, though. It took a second for Hinata to figure out what was off about the picture, but it came to her when she remembered all the pictures she had seen of Naruto smiling up to that point. It was an infectious smile. Looking at those pictures of Naruto's smile had made her unable to keep a grin from coming on her face. This one didn't. She felt nothing from the smile she saw now. Then she noticed it, the slightly pained expression around Naruto's eyes. Hinata's eyes narrowed. This isn't his real smile. This is that smile he puts on so no one will see how much pain he is in. Hinata put a hand on the painting, and the wall rippled and gave under her fingers. It's just paper. Hinata used both her hands to tear down the fake paper smile and felt a blast of cold air hit her like a wall. She looked on to see a snowy wasteland behind the paper smile. The air coming through the doorway hurt to breath, and when she turned to look behind her, all the foxes that were normally playing and happy had their ears back against their head and were backing away from the cold doorway. But Hinata knew that this was the way she had to go. She could feel it. She took a deep breath and walked through the frozen doorway. Hinata found herself in the frozen ruins of the castle from before. The courtyard was covered in snow with a dead tree clawing its way through the ground in the middle. The walls around were old and broken with piles of rubble strewn about at random. The air she breathed was so cold it hurt her lungs and made her pull her hood over her head and zip up her coat. The worst part, however, wasn't the frozen ground or the painful air. The worst part was the shadows. Where before there had been foxes running around and playing, this part of Naruto's mind had these terrifying beings made of shadow that seemed to glide just on top of the snow. She didn't know if they were male or female. They looked like the shadows of mannequins that glided around the landscape. But it was their eyes that sent a chill through Hinata's spine. They all had these horrible glowing red eyes that seemed to radiate hatred and rage. They never came toward Hinata, but they always had their eyes on her as she made her way through the snowy landscape. Every now and then, she heard one of them speak in a gravelly whisper. It was always short phrases like monster, freak, or beast. Till one glided by, and she heard it whisper, "No one would care if you died." Hinata looked back at the phantom, and suddenly the faceless shadow was the old woman from the orphanage that had beaten Naruto when he was little. Rage filled Hinata at the sight of the woman, and she flung herself at her, driving her into a wall and holding her by the throat. Hinata didn't know where that strength had come from, and she didn't care. She just wanted to beat that woman into dust. "How could you do that to him?" she yelled, throwing a palm strike at the woman's face as she did. A palm strike that she failed to notice was glowing silver. The second her hand made contact with the woman's face, a large bang burst out and the woman exploded into wisps of smoke, with the wall behind her shattering like glass. Hinata stopped, looked at her hand, and struck the wall behind her to see if she could do it again. The stone didn't give, and all that happened was her hand stung a little from striking the stone. Then she put little chakra into her hand and saw how it glowed as silver as moonlight. Hinata went to touch her glowing hand, but found that when her hand touched the glowing light, it bounced off like it had been pushed. Hinata remembered what Hiroko had said about the moon sage being all about defense and thought about the nature of the moon itself. Then the answer came to her. The moon only shines because it reflects the light of the sun. That's what made the moon sage so dangerous. She could reflect everything. I have the ultimate shield. I must have forced the wall to reflect away from my hand when I touched it back there, and that was why it shattered like that. Hinata felt a rush of confidence go through her. These shadows couldn't even touch her anymore. With a will, Hinata began walking again, the shadows now nothing more than an annoyance to her. Along the way, she saw more pictures on the wall, but these were not the same as before. One had Naruto, alone in his apartment, curled up in a ball and crying. Another had him staring at a group of kids at a playground as their parents came to pick them up, and he was left alone. Another was of a starving Naruto digging through the garbage can at the orphanage, looking for something to eat. Everyone just made her walk faster. She wanted to get to Naruto more than ever, so she could hug him and not let go till they woke up in that bed in the tower. Hinata shook her head. No, I'll just have him move over so I can lie beside him and keep hugging him. He will not spend this night alone. Seeing a strangely whole picture on the wall, Hinata stopped to take a look. This picture was framed in iron, unlike the others which were just scraps of paper pinned to the wall with rusted kunai knives. In it, Naruto was glowing orange with the aura of the sun sage with a fiery look in his eyes. Hinata reached out to touch it and suddenly found herself in a room with Naruto and Hiroko. Naruto was pacing around, looking somewhere between angry and crying. Naruto stopped and looked up at Hiroko, his eyes almost pleading for answers. Is this really what the world of ninja is all about? Us hating and killing each other over no big difference, but different symbols on our headbands. Hinata suddenly knew what Naruto was angry about as more of his memories flooded her mind. In his travels, Naruto, in disguise, had come across a family of Earth ninja that had let him, Ra and Kagum, into their home for a few weeks of rest. Naruto came to be attached to the small daughter the husband and wife of the house had, looking at her as almost a little sister. Naruto truly felt happy with that rock ninja family, till the man went out on a mission and didn't come back alive. And Naruto found out that he had died in a fight with ninja from the Hidden Leaf. Hinata could feel all the sadness and pain Naruto felt as he stood at the funeral, listening to that little girl scream for her daddy to wake up. It had broken his entire view on the honor of being a ninja. Hiroko nodded. If those Leaf Ninja hadn't won the fight, then some poor child in the Leaf Village would have been the one crying for their parent that night. This is the way things are, Naruto. Naruto was breathing heavy and had balled his hands in a fist so tight that his knuckles had turned white. It's not right. This whole damn system is wrong. Hiroko stepped forward and placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder. Yes, Naruto, it is. All ninja see the cycle of hatred they are trapped in, but can't escape the darkness of it. That is the fate of those who follow the ninja way. Hinata saw Naruto's aura burst out from him, covering the entire room in the orange light. He looked toward Hiroko with his eyes, now looking like there was blue fire burning behind them. Then that's what I'll destroy. The entire ninja way. You say that there is no way for them to escape the darkness? That's what the sun is for, to drive away the shadows and darkness, no matter how black. I'll become Hokage, and I'll find a way to change the ninja way. I swear it. Hinata saw it then. A future Hokage was standing before her. A revolutionary who would stand against the world. Someone she would walk beside into hell itself. The memory faded, and Hinata was back in the snowy courtyard. She took a breath and walked on to find Naruto. Eventually, Hinata came out to another courtyard to see a circle of statues surrounded by an army of the Black Shadows. They didn't seem to be able to cross the threshold of the statues and were clawing and gnashing at the air around it. She looked up to see that they were statues of Rika, Kagum, Hiroko, Irika, that man with the white hair, Jiraiya, Kushina, and Minato. All the people that Naruto looked up to and cared for like family were keeping the shadows away from something. Then one of the shadows moved, and Hinata saw a small stone bench with seals all over it standing in the center of the circle of statues, with Naruto sitting in it. Hinata took off, running toward Naruto, a silver light coming over both her hands. "Get out of my way," she yelled when she got close enough to the shadows, and before they could turn, Hinata had already blown through a huge chunk of them. Hinata kept pushing forward toward the circle, groups of shadows being blown away from the shockwaves she made when her hands flew through the air, all the while her eyes were focused on Naruto. Till finally, she had made it past the circle of statues and stood in front of a smiling Naruto. Naruto looked up at her with a weak stare, obviously still feeling the effects of his chakra running wild through his system. "Hey there, Hinata. Glad you came." Hinata bent down and hugged Naruto with all her might. "I'm sorry I didn't get here sooner." Naruto tried to hug her back, but his arms felt so heavy that he could barely lift them. "It's all right. I learned a lot while you were on your way here." Hinata smiled and sat down on the bench beside Naruto, the symbols carved into the stone immediately lighting up. "I'll bet you did. I learned a lot about you on my way here, too." Naruto swallowed nervously. "Listen, Hinata, I'm sorry for not telling you about the QB before. It's just that. I was..." Hinata took one of his hands into hers and interlaced her fingers with his. "You were scared that I wouldn't want to sit here after I learned the truth." Hinata leaned over and rested her head on his shoulder. "But this is right where I want to be." Naruto gave a bright smile and leaned back against the chair to rest. I'm really glad it was you who turned out to be the Moon Sage, Hinata." Hinata snuggled into his side. "So, am I Naruto? I'll never let you feel alone again. I promise. I'll always be there for you. Even when we are apart, you'll still hear my thoughts with you. Just as two outcasts taking on the world." Naruto smiled and looked up at the sky to see a bright, full moon piercing the darkness of the frozen wasteland. "I can't wait till our date, Hinata." Hinata blushed and looked up at him. "I can." She giggled at Naruto's confused expression. "I waited this long for you to notice me, so I can wait a week or so for our first date. We're together. The rest is just icing on the cake." Naruto gave a warm smile. As the two sat on the bench, feeling wonderful in each other's company, an orange glow came over Naruto and a silver one over Hinata. The light of both mixed into the symbols behind them on the chair and spread over the ground at their feet. As the light spread, the snow vanished from the ground and the shadows faded from sight. On and on the light went, repairing the walls and fading away the sad memories on the walls till they were barely noticeable. The light eventually reached the dead cherry blossom tree, which suddenly erupted in silver petals that shined in the light of the moon. Eventually, the light stopped, and the snowy wasteland had been transformed into a peaceful paradise. A giant castle split in half. On one side, a happy, warm place where just to be there made you smile, and on the other a calm, peaceful spot where all troubles seemed to melt away. One side covered in sunlight, and the other bathed in moonlight. This was the inner world of the sun and moon sages. Outside in the real world, the sun was beginning to set, and all the teams were still waiting to see what happened with Naruto and Hinata. Sakura and Sasuke were with Shikamaru's team, Hinata's team, and the newly arrived team of Lee, Neji, and Tintin just outside the room, where Hinata was still with Naruto. The massive chakra now died down enough that Jiraiya could just set up a stable barrier instead of having to constantly keep adding chakra. Ino leaned over to Sakura. "You really don't know what was up with those weird foxes, Sakura?" Sakura shook her head. "Wish I did, Ino, but they're just as big a mystery to me as everything else going on today." Neji sat in the corner, scowling at Hinata and Naruto in the room. Whatever is going on, Hinata should know better than to disgrace the Hyuga name by agreeing to date a failure like that. A stern voice came from near the door. "That is my son you're talking about, boy." All turned to see Lady Hiroko, still in her elegant kimono, standing with a stone expression on her face. And you will watch your mouth when you speak about him in my presence. Kiba stood up with a smug grin on his face. Look, lady, we can't help it if your son is a loser. Maybe it's hard for you to realize that when you adopted him, you got sold the most broken merchandise in the store, but with a voice that all the genin in the room could feel run through their very souls, Hiroko snarled out. Silence. There was a burst of air, and when Kiba tried to speak again, no sound came out. He tried again, still nothing. His voice was gone. Hiroko smirked at the young boy's shocked expression at finding his voice gone. You will regain your voice in little over an hour's time, but I suggest you learn to speak to ladies with respect, boy. She walked into the room where Naruto and Hinata lay, phasing through the barrier like it wasn't even there, ignoring the angry looks and soundless yelling Kiba was throwing at her. Shikamaru spoke up then. Kiba, that woman just sealed your voice away without using hand signs, written seals, or even touching you. I really don't think you want to push her buttons any more than you have. Shino stood next to his teammate. Agreed. She seems far more powerful than she looks. While this was going on, Gaara, Kankuro, and Temari were off in a separate room, having their own conversation. Gaara had his back to the wall with his eyes closed in a serious expression. Temari was sitting on a couch, and Kankuro was busy working on his puppet, Crow. Temari spoke up to Gaara. We have to tell him, Gaara. We owe him that much. Gaara shook his head. I agree, but I still don't like it. There is no reason for any of this. Kankuro didn't look up from his puppet. Baki Sensei did tell us the reason for all this, remember? This is for the pride of the Sand Village. Gaara started pacing at that. So, we're going to attack an ally, a very powerful ally, mind you, because it will bring the Sand back some pride. We are going to kill so many mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers for pride. We will forever mark the hidden Sand as backstabbing traitors for pride. This doesn't add up, Kankuro. Temari stood up and stopped her little brother's pacing. I agree, but it doesn't change the fact that it is happening, Gaara. We'll find out what is going on later. We'll make sure to try and keep casualties we cause to a minimum if we cause any at all. But we need to tell Naruto about this. We need the whole family to help get through this, Gaara. Gaara sighed and nodded. You're right, Temari. Either way, he deserves to know what's coming. But how about we wait till after he has his date with Hinata? Let him at least have that before we drag him into this mess. Temari nodded. Agreed. From outside the door, Rika could be heard running by and yelling something's finally happening in there. Gaara immediately took off out the door, followed by Temari and Kankuro, and stood with the rest of the crowd outside of the door to Naruto's room. Through the barrier, they could see a silver and orange light surrounding both Naruto and Hinata. Over their heads, a blazing orange sun and a silvery crescent moon formed and began to swirl around each other. Soon enough, the light faded and Naruto and Hinata could be seen stirring. Jiraiya was standing there, gave a look to Hiroko inside the room, who nodded with a smile and let the barrier down. Immediately, all the rookies flooded the room, questions pouring from their mouths, till Hinata spoke up. Hinata held up a hand. Everyone, I'm sorry, but I'm very tired and I would like to know how Naruto is doing. So, could all the questions wait till tomorrow, please? Kagum, in human form, walked through the crowd then and immediately began running a diagnostic jutsu on Naruto. Hinata stood beside his bed, taking his hand into hers while Kagum worked. Kagum sighed with relief. He's going to be weak for the next couple of days, and we'll have to make sure he gets plenty of rest, but he will be fine. Hinata smiled down at Naruto, and then looked over at Rika and Mai by the door. Mai was now in a human form as well. A pretty 20-something woman with a trademark kitsune hourglass figure and light brown hair done up in a short ponytail at the back. Instead of a kimono, she wore a pair of baggy pants strapped at the ankles and waist and a long-sleeved, red Chinese-style shirt. Hinata smiled at the two. Would you two mind helping me find a bed we could wheel in here, please? I'd rather not leave him alone tonight. Rika nodded. Sure, there's one in the next room. Mine, I will grab it for you real quick. Thank you. Niji stepped forward then, a scowl on his face. There will be none of that. It is bad enough that you agreed to a date with this failure, but you won't be disgracing us further by sleeping in the same room as him. Hinata crossed her arms. What I do is none of your concern or the concern of the Hyuga clan. I will be sleeping in this room tonight, and every night we are in here. If it bothers you so much, then I suggest you find a room on a different floor then. From behind Niji, Temari could be heard cheering for Hinata. That girl is my new best friend. Niji went to say something else when the Hokage stepped up beside him and gave him a look. The Hokage looked down at Niji. Hinata has a point, Niji. The Hyuga clan has no business in her affairs after her father disowned her as his successor when she became a genin. So that will be the end of that argument. Am I clear? Niji clenched his fists and bowed his head. Why yes, Lord Hokage. The Hokage turned toward everyone as Rika and Mai carried a bed into the room for Hinata to sleep on. Hinata will tell you all you need to know tomorrow. Right now, both her and Naruto need some rest, as do you all. With that, everyone emptied out of the room, leaving Hinata alone in the room with the 4 fox spirits, the Hokage, and a half-awake Naruto. And after Hinata had gotten into her pajamas for the night, and Kagum and Rika helped a weak and tired Naruto into his, Hinata was ready to get some sleep. Naruto groaned as he looked at all the people gathered around his bed. Sorry if I worried anyone. He made to sit up, but Hinata stopped him with a hand on his chest on gently push him back into bed. Easy, Naruto. You need to rest. It was then that Naruto noticed that the sun had gone down already. God, it's night already. While Mai was moving the bed closer to Naruto's, Rika moved to stand beside Naruto's bed. Yep, the newly awakened moon sage here spent hours sitting beside your bed to help you get your chakra under control. Seriously, Naruto, we're talking about that date later. This girl deserves something special. Suddenly, Naruto heard Hinata's voice say, I already have something special, but he never saw her mouth move. Naruto leaned forward, looking toward Hinata with a smile and a light blush. I heard that, Hinata. Hinata looked on curiously. I didn't say anything, Naruto. Hiroko stepped up then. No, but you thought it. You two are one now, Hinata. He can hear your thoughts. Hinata blushed slightly, but got a warm smile and looked at Naruto. Well, it wasn't lying. Rika got a big smile on her face watching Naruto blush. Oh, he's blushing. How cute. Naruto groaned a little in the bed, still smiling despite Rika's teasing. I'd yell at you, sis, but I'm tired and happy to even start. With that, Rika turned back in a small fox form and jumped onto Naruto's bed, curling up by his side, with Kagome following suit. Hinata couldn't help the warm smile that came to her face at seeing the three together, but also had something she wanted to know about. Hinata looked up at Hiroko. Is there a way to keep our thoughts private, Lady Hiroko? That might get distracting on a mission. Hiroko nodded. Good catch. Picture yourself talking to Naruto in your mind when you want to speak to him. Your thoughts only drifted to him now because your bond is still fresh and you're right next to him. It'll be under control in the morning. Hiroko saw Hinata yawn and started directing her to the bed less than an arm's length away from Naruto's. Get some sleep, dear. You've got a lot to look forward to tomorrow. She turned to look at Naruto with a smirk. Like helping me keep my son from doing anything other than resting for the next couple of days. Naruto groaned. Am I really that bad about it? Hinata giggled from her bed, reaching over and taking one of Naruto's hands into her own. Yes, you are, Naruto, but I'll help make it easier for you to relax, I promise. With a bounce, Mai in her own light brown fox form jumped up onto Hinata's bed and curled up beside her. Hiroko chuckled at that. Those three will watch over you tonight. I would feel better knowing there are some people I can fully trust guarding you too. Hinata nodded, and as Hiroko and the Hokage left the room, turned to look at Naruto. Good night, Naruto. Naruto yawned. Good night, Hinata. Oh, and good night, Rika, Kagome and Mai. As everyone fell asleep for the night, deep in the bowels of the tower, Kabuto was strolling into a dark room. All around him stood towering stone pillars with small torches spread randomly around the room. And as he stood there, he sensed a powerful chakra in the room. Kabuto gave a smirk. I have the information you want, Lord Orochimaru, and some extra that you may find interesting. From the shadows behind him, Orochimaru appeared, his long tongue going over his lips. Oh, really? Well, that extra bit can wait for now. What about Sasuke? Did you get the info I needed on him? Kabuto reached into his pocket and pulled out a card. Every bit. Your fight with him didn't offer as much as I had hoped, but we have enough to go with now. Orochimaru smiled at the info on the ninja card. Splendid work, Kabuto. Now, what is this other business you mentioned? Kabuto adjusted his glasses. There was some big commotion today over that boy Naruto and the young Hyuga girl. Seems those foxes are interested in both of them. Orochimaru gave a devilish chuckle. Well now, I suppose that means we'll have to keep an eye on them. We could always use more subjects for experimentation. Kabuto gave a dramatic sigh. Guess that means I'll have to kill them at some point. Shame. Naruto is kind of entertaining, in a naive, idiot kind of way. Orochimaru began to walk away. Quite. But that fun can wait. Sasuke is more important at the moment. We'll look into them when the need arises. In a puff of purple smoke, Orochimaru vanished, leaving Kabuto alone in the room. Kabuto again pushes his glasses up the bridge of his nose. Shame for you, Naruto. You have entered the big game now. The next morning, Hinata woke up feeling better than she had in years. After quietly getting out of bed so as to not wake up a peacefully sleeping Naruto, she got one with her morning routine in the bathroom and walked down to the kitchen with a humanoid walking beside her. Hinata looked up at her. I apologize if I woke you up, I just shrugged her shoulders. No worries, Hinata. I'm actually happy I get to know the Moon Sage a little. Hinata smiled at Yet, feeling warm at the idea of being the Moon Sage. Yes, I'm glad to get to know you too, Mai. Of course, Hinata already knew plenty about Mai from Naruto's memories. She was a kitsune who excelled more in defense and barrier jutsu than any kind of overly offensive jutsu. She had a natural tendency toward cooking and had, in fact, made sure to cook Naruto as many healthy meals as she could while he was growing up. Hinata was especially happy about that last part. She herself liked to cook and was glad that she finally had someone who shared her hobby. She was going to put that hobby to use that morning by cooking Naruto breakfast in bed, mostly to help keep him resting in bed that day, and because she couldn't get the image of little starving Naruto out of her head. When Hinata and Mai walked into the cafe area, all the teams were in there with their own breakfast made. Sakura immediately got up and walked up to Hinata. Hinata, thank goodness. Please, you've got to tell us what is going on with Naruto and these weird fox human things. Mai held up a hand and cleared her throat. Sakura looked ashamed at her remark. Oh, I'm sorry. It's just, we don't know what's going on here, and we would like to know a few things. Hinata just smiled. They are called kitsunes, Sakura, like in the old stories. They are actually Naruto's family. Kiba chuckled at a table, cause no human would call him their family. Mighund. God, it's too early to deal with dickheads. Hinata just smirked. Don't mind him. He's just angry cause Naruto has a girlfriend and he doesn't. Ino walked up to Hinata, ignoring Kiba's shocked expression completely. But what was that yesterday with all the lights and chakra going crazy? Hinata put up her hands and chuckled. Hold on, guys. Let me get started on Naruto's breakfast, and I'll answer questions while I do. Okay. With that, Hinata went to work preparing a big breakfast for Naruto and explained everything she felt she should to the teams present. She didn't tell them any jutsu Naruto could do or any the foxes or herself could do. She basically just told them about Hiroko as Naruto's mother and his sisters Rika, Kagum, and Mai. Told them about how the seal put on him yesterday caused his chakra to go haywire, and she was just helping it flow better. She never told them about the sage arts or how she could feel the natural energy of the world constantly coursing through her. She figured that would be a nice surprise for later on in the exam. The conversation went smoothly, and Kiba even kept his mouth shut. Then Kakashi, Kurenai, Guy, and Asuma walked in, and Hinata's mode changed. Kakashi walked over to Sakura and put a hand on her shoulder. Sasuke is going to be out of it for a few days, but that seal shouldn't give him any more problems. Sakura gave a relieved sigh. Thank goodness. Then Kakashi turned to see Hinata silently working with Mai to put some breakfast onto a couple different plates for Naruto, Hinata, and the foxes to eat together. Kakashi smiled at Hinata. So, I take it Naruto is doing better. Hinata didn't even look up at him. Why does that matter to you? Kakashi looked stunned and slightly insulted. Because he is my student, Hinata. Sakura looked on shocked at Hinata. Why would you say something like that, Hinata? Hinata looked up with a cold glare at Kakashi. Because I know who Naruto's parents were now, Kakashi Sensei. And I know who they were to you. Kakashi walked up to the small counter that separated the cooking area from the dining area and placed his hands on the counter. Naruto's parents were close to me, yes. But where do you come from saying something so disrespectful? Hinata slammed her hands down and screamed at Kakashi. Because you weren't there when he was suffering, with his parents being what they are to you. You should have been the first one to know Naruto was being mistreated by that thing that ran the orphanage. Kurenai stood up then, shocked at the display of anger her normally shy student. Hinata, he is a jonin. He has other duties. Hinata shook her head viciously. No, I don't care how many missions he had to go on. Naruto didn't even know who he was before he became a genin. He just left him to fend for himself against those horrid people who abused him. Hinata gestured at all the rookies. They at least have an excuse for ignoring him. They didn't know, and they were told to ignore him. It's not a great excuse, but at least they have one. She pointed at all the jonin. All of you knew who he was, and none of you lifted a finger to help him. Hinata walked out into the dining area, standing right in front of Kakashi with murder in her eyes. But you're the worst of them all. You not only knew who he was, you knew his parents personally, and you never bothered to help him. Kakashi couldn't deny it, and could feel guilt pooling in his stomach. I had no choice. Hinata's eyes went wide, and she pushed Kakashi with her newfound sage strength, knocking him back into the tables and causing all the rookies' jaws to drop. No, you chose to ignore him. You chose to turn a blind eye when he was digging through garbage cans for food. You chose to ignore him when he truly hated every day he had to wake up still being him. Hinata's eyes narrowed, and she delivered the final blow to Kakashi. For someone who brags about never abandoning their friends, you sure did abandon Naruto easily. With that, Hinata went back to Mai and picked up all the plates of breakfast for all of them and began to walk back toward their room. When Kakashi stood up, I know I have made some mistakes with Naruto, but I'm working to fix them all now. Hinata didn't even break stride. Work harder. You have a lot to make up for. The entire Leaf Village does. Kurenai was still shocked at her student. Hinata, what's gotten into you? Hinata gave a sigh and turned to look at her sensei with sad eyes. Someone has to stand up for him. Sensei, there's only so much he can do by himself. If Naruto attacks anyone in the village for all the horrible things they say or do to him, all that happens is that it proves them right. He has to put on a smile and pretend like nothing bothers him just to be seen as human in this village. Hinata's eyes turned fierce. I, however, can yell. I can hit and I can fight back. So that's what I'll do. I'll stand by him against all of it. With that, Hinata and Mai strolled out of the cafe and into Naruto's room. Kakashi just picked himself up and walked out of the room, ignoring the other jonin and Sakura's pleas to come back. For all he wanted to deny it, Hinata had cut him to the core. He couldn't deny it. He had truly failed Naruto. He just wanted to be alone with his thoughts for a while. Back in the room, Naruto had just woken up to see Hinata and Mai carrying in several plates of breakfast for everyone. Naruto was still feeling very weak and wanted to help them with carrying all the plates. Hinata saw him moving to get up and decided to test out their new link. Focusing on an image of Naruto in her mind, Hinata spoke to him telepathically. Ah, you lay back down. You are resting for the next couple of days. Naruto, I know you prefer to be the one taking care of everyone else, but you better get used to this. I'm going to be around from now on. Naruto spoke back to her as he laid back down, smiling. You know, I kind of like the sound of that. Rika perked up from her spot beside Naruto after a few seconds, sniffed the air, and stared at the plates. Is that deep-fried tofu on those plates? I held up 3 plates. Yep. Hinata insisted she make us all some. Kagum also woke up at that, and both her and Rika morphed into their human forms, grabbed a plate of breakfast and one of the chairs in the room, and, after thanking Hinata, began happily eating breakfast. Seeing Hinata about to sit on her bed, Naruto scooted over and spoke in her head. No, you don't, Hinata. Come sit by me. Hinata felt herself blush, but nodded and took a seat next to Naruto. But before she could start eating her breakfast, Naruto surprised her by kissing her on the cheek. Thanks for breakfast, Hinata. It's really nice of you. Hinata couldn't help the smile that came over her face, and she leaned into Naruto a little bit more. Wow, maybe I should tell Sakura to try and be a moon sage too. Seems to come with your crush becoming your boyfriend. Naruto laughed at that. Yeah, she'd probably beg Mom to make her a moon sage too. God, imagine how Sasuke would react to that. With a straight face, Hinata said. He'd scowl, grunt, and feel superior to everyone else. Naruto almost choked on his food, but managed to swallow it down before he gave a loud laugh. Oh, that was perfect. You are awesome, Hinata. She smiled and picked up a fork to eat her food. I try. The rest of the meal went on in relative silence, with everyone enjoying the meal Hinata had made for them. Till eventually, Rika, Kagum, and I left the room to go check in with Hiroko. Naruto knew it was a lie, but he accepted it since he was alone with Hinata for a little while. Hinata snuggled into Naruto. See, relaxing isn't so bad. Naruto nodded. Yeah, this isn't bad, but promise you'll at least let me sit out on a deck or something later today. I'm gonna go stir crazy without some fresh air. She nodded. I figured you would. Naruto decided to touch on something important. I know what you told everyone just now, Hinata. Hinata froze against him, but let him keep talking. I never blamed Kakashi or any of the other Jonin for what happened, but thank you for standing up for me like that. Hinata let out a breath she didn't know she was holding. Someone should stick up for you, Naruto. Yeah, guess I'm just used to handling it myself. Hinata wrapped her arms around him in a hug. That's the problem. You had to handle too much by yourself. I should have been your friend from the start, but I was too shy. Naruto hugged her back. Stop, Hinata. You know as well as I that thinking about what could have been won't change anything. We're here now, so we just have to keep moving forward. I like the sound of that. For now, though, I think I'll just stay in this bed with you for a while. I like it here. Everything was comfortably quiet after that. Both Hinata and Naruto just sat in that small room and enjoyed the other's company. It was nice and peaceful. No doubt life was going to throw its fair share of troubles. But for that day, the sun and moon sages forgot their troubles and enjoyed the fact that neither of them would ever be alone again. Hiashi Hyuga was not, by any means, a likable person. He was stubborn, opinionated, and had a profound sense of arrogance and entitlement due to his status as head of the Hyuga clan. He settled for nothing less than perfection. When his oldest daughter had shown no aptitude for the Hyuga fighting style and a dislike for confrontation, he had not lost a wink of sleep deciding to disown her. The head of the Hyuga clan could not be some weakling coward. He counted it a blessing that his younger daughter had shown a much greater talent for the Hyuga arts and focused on raising her as an heir. That only left the issue of what to do with his disappointment of a firstborn. Though she was not legally his daughter anymore, she was still a Hyuga, and her actions still reflected on the clan as a whole. Every time he went to read a mission report about her, he could feel his muscles tighten. She was a walking embarrassment to the Hyuga clan, and allowing her to continue to be a ninja would just make it worse. Which is why he had decided to stop any future embarrassment from her in the simplest way possible. Brand her with a cage bird seal. Any Hyuga that was not born to the main branch was given a special seal when they came of age. This seal would not only destroy the Byakugan on the death of the Hyuga wearing it, preventing it from falling into enemy hands, but allowed the main branch to inflict agonizing pain on any second branch member who dared to even look at Hiashi wrong. Placing that seal on Hinata would allow Hiashi to force her to give up being a ninja and instead take up a job that better suited a weakling like her. Cleaning the clan house or cooking the meals for the others, there had to be some meaningless task she was good at. As he sat in his study, enjoying a cup of tea brewed by one of the second branch members, a phone on his desk rang. Hiashi picked it up. This is Hiashi Hyuga speaking. On the other end was Niji, sounding irritated. Lord Hiashi, you need to come to the tower in the middle of the forest of death immediately. Hayashi's face turned stone. And why is that exactly, Niji? Niji's voice became angry. Lady Hinata has entered a relationship with Naruto Uzumaki, Lord Hiashi. Hiashi stood up in front of his desk, his tea being knocked to the floor. What? She dares insult us further by even talking to that filthy failure. Yes, Lord Hiashi. She is currently with him in the tower at the center of the forest of death. You did well in calling me, Niji. I will be there within the hour. With that, Hiashi slammed the phone back on the receiver and made for the tower. While on the other end, Naruto hung up the phone he was using as well. Hinata was behind him, sitting in front of a small table with a chessboard on and out on the small balcony of their new room, along with Rika, Kagum, and Mai in their normal fox forms, smiling at Naruto. Did it work? Naruto turned and smiled at her. Yes, Lady Hinata, your father is on his way now. Naruto said, his voice an exact copy of Niji's as he did. Hinata chuckled a little, but it faded a little at seeing the small limp Naruto walked with back to their chess game. He still needed a lot more rest. I'm sorry you have to do this, Naruto. It's just, I can't stay in that house anymore. It's poison. Naruto took a seat and reached under the table to hold her hand, while lying down next to Hinata's foot to rub up against her. Don't worry, Hinata. After I'm done, you won't even have to see that house if you don't want to. Hinata felt a warm grin come over her face and rubbed her thumb over the back of Naruto's hand. Oh, really? And I guess the fact that I'll be living with you is just a happy coincidence, then? Naruto shrugged his shoulders. Hey, it pays to be a good guy every now and then. Hinata looked down at the chessboard, trying to think of a move. Lady Hiroko had mentioned that a game like chess would help to enforce their new bonds, as it required a lot of thinking on both of their parts. It was hard to think up a move when Naruto could hear what she was thinking, but the game wasn't the point in the end. Hinata grabbed a pawn and moved to take one of his bishops. So, the other two are coming as well? Naruto looked at the chessboard, focusing on his next move. Yep, Mom said she wanted to sit down and have a chat and some tea with them, and they jumped at the chance to get out of their office for a while. And with your dad being the way he is, I don't think he will be in the best of moods when he gets here. Hinata watched as he moved his rook down to place her king in check. I can't wait to see the look on his face. She moved her queen up to take a pawn. Neither can I, Hinata. But before that fun can happen, we have one little detail we need to take care of. What's that? Naruto moved his knight to a position near her king, placing the two of them into checkmate. You need to sign the Kitsune summoning contract. Hinata smiled at the board and looked up at Naruto. Good. I've been looking forward to it. Can we do it now? This is the third time we've ended in a stalemate. Naruto chuckled and stood, his staff floating into his hand from the other end of the room. It would be my pleasure, Hinata. Outside of the room, Kiba was fuming. Nothing was adding up anymore. Naruto was, hands down, the worst ninja he had ever seen. He couldn't even do a transformation jutsu back at the academy. Why would a high-class girl like Hinata go out with a loser like him? He had decided it had to be a trick. No girl would willingly go out with Naruto unless they hadn't realized what a loser he was. He was going to show him up and make Hinata realize that she didn't want to date him. Then he'd ask her out himself. If she'd say yes to a loser like Naruto, she'd probably jump at the chance to date someone like him. The door to their room opened, and Kiba watched Naruto walk out with Hinata on his arm. those freaky fox things following them. He couldn't take it anymore. Hey, what's up, freak? Hinata had a look of cold fury on her face, a look that let Kiba know that she knew what he was planning and didn't like it. Naruto, on the other hand, had a look of confusion on his face as he turned to look behind him, then looked back to Kiba and pointed at his own chest. I know you didn't mean me. Kiba walked forward, arms out, emboldened by the fact that he had drawn the other rookies out of their own rooms to watch him put Naruto in his place. What if I did? You gonna do something about it? Oh wait, that's right, you can't. Naruto put a hand down to quiet a growling Rika. And why would that be? Kiba got right up in his face. Because you're nothing but a loser. A pathetic little freak who couldn't even find humans to adopt him. Hinata went to scream at Kiba, but Naruto's chuckling stopped her. Naruto leaned a little on his staff. Oh, I get it. You're pissed cause Hinata picked me over you, right? This is you trying to punk me out in front of Hinata in order to make her date you. Huh? Wow. You have a horrible view of women if you think that's all it takes to get them to date you. Naruto pushed Kiba forward lightly, making him nearly fall over from Naruto's natural sage strength. From behind him, Kiba heard Ino and Sakura both agree with Naruto. It only served to make him angrier. Yeah, big talk for a little pansy. Naruto rubbed his temple with the hand that was holding Hinata's, who had let go of Naruto's arm to cross her arms over her chest and glare daggers at Kiba. Look, I've got a splitting headache, and I really don't have the patience to put up with your bull. So, let's just get to the part where I ram your head through the floor and move on with the day. Kiba took a stance. All right, let's go, freak. I'm going to enjoy putting you back on the floor where you belong. Naruto held out his staff to Kiba. Just set this over by the wall for me, and let's get this over with. Without thinking, Kiba grabbed his staff with both hands. Fine, I'll MO. That was all Kiba got out before the staff ignited into brilliant gold flames. Kiba suddenly felt like hellfire had begun running in his veins and let out a yell as the chakra from Naruto's staff ran through his entire chakra network in an instant, dropping him to his knees from the pain. Naruto set his staff over his shoulder and held out an arm to Hinata. Sorry about that, Hinata. You want to just sign a contract in here still? Hinata hugged Naruto's arm, mostly because she wanted to make Kiba mad and because Naruto's legs were beginning to shake. No, this room seems to have some trash on the floor that needs to be cleaned up. Let's just go grab some drinks and then head back to our room. Kiba looked up at Naruto, his muscles still shaking from whatever the staff had done to him. What the hell was that? Naruto held his staff out in front of him, tongues of flame dancing over the length of it from time to time. This staff has some security features in it in case someone that isn't me or the Kitsune tries to use it. Kiba tried to get up, but his muscles twitched and shook, dropping him back down. That W is a dirty trick. Naruto pointed to himself. Ninja raised by foxes, remember? Being sneaky and crafty comes with the territory, mutt. And you fell for it, Kiba. Came a disappointed voice from the crowd as Kurenai walked over to her student. Naruto and Hinata didn't bother to stay, instead walking off to get a few drinks before heading back to their room. Kurenai helped Kiba to a chair where he sat and waited for his muscle spasms to fade. Kiba looked up to Kurenai with rage in his eyes. I could have taken him if he fought like a man. Kurenai held up a finger. Too bad for you that he fought like a ninja then. Huh? Seeing Kiba about to speak up again, Kurenai waved her hand dismissively. No, you be quiet and listen, Kiba Inuzuka. You need to hear this. An opponent who you have openly called out to a fight and embarrassed his girlfriend holds out a clearly special staff and says, hold this for me. And you do it? Great. So now I know that I have to train you to remember that ninja have these things called traps. We use them to catch idiots off guard and end a fight before it can even start. Kiba looked up, ashamed. I could have taken him. Kurenai sighed and turned to leave to find a medic to check on her stubborn student. You keep telling yourself that, Kiba. But the reality is that Naruto just beat you without throwing one punch or any jutsu. And he did it while he himself was still so weak he could barely keep from shaking on his legs. She pointed toward the crowd of rookies, a few of which were chuckling a little mainly Gaara and his siblings. And they all saw it happen because you couldn't keep your mouth shut. Kiba was eventually tended to by a medic, while in Naruto and Hinata's room, Naruto was getting help from a human Kagome to draw a complex seal on the floor of their room. Hinata sat on the bed, watching them work. Eventually, Kagome stood and looked over their work. Kagome turned to look at Naruto. You put the blood in the center and lay down, master. I'll summon the scroll, since you look about ready to collapse. After Naruto bit his thumb and drew a line of blood in the center of the seal, Hinata knew he would try and stay out of bed, so she walked forward and grabbed his hand, bringing him back to lie down on his bed. Listen to your big sister, Naruto. You still need a lot of rest if you're going to recover. Naruto gave a sigh and relented, relaxing back into his comfy bed. Kagome just smiled and ran through a few hand signs before slamming her hands on the seal. The seal burst into light and a puff of smoke erupted in the room. Once it cleared, a large scroll, about as long as the bed Naruto was laying and sat on the floor. It was beautifully decorated as a gold and silver fox head sat on either side of the scroll, with dozens of fiery foxes dancing all over the paper of the scroll itself. Hinata watched amazed as the scroll glowed white and began to float in the air toward her. The scroll unrolled itself to show 3 names drawn in blood on the scroll itself. The newest one was easy to recognize, as Naruto's name stood out proudly on the scroll. The other 2 were what amazed her. They're slightly faded with age, were the names of the very first sun and moon sages, the son and daughter-in-law of the sage of 6 paths himself. It was like she was standing in front of a holy relic. Hinata felt honored to know her name would soon be beside 2 such names. Hinata looked at Naruto. I just write my name in blood, right? Naruto could feel the pride and happiness flowing through her and couldn't help but smile. Yep, just write down your name in blood, then dab a little on the fingers of your writing hand and press it at the bottom. That's all there is to it. Hinata immediately bit her thumb and began to write down her name, feeling something of a warm tingle run through her as she did. When she reached the end, she dabbed a little more blood on her fingers and pressed them to the scroll. Immediately, her name glowed silver, and Naruto's glowed a bright orange, and a silver fox snaked up her right hand from the scroll. Eventually, the fox rested on her arm, and Hinata watched as it turned into an identical tattoo to the one on Naruto's arm. Except this fox was cradling a crescent moon in its paws instead of a sun. Kagome walked over and hugged Hinata. Welcome to the family. Over in the corner, Rika and Mai, both human, gave a clap and a cheer for the new fox summoner, showing that they too were happy to have Hinata among them. Rika stood and walked over to Hinata, placing a hand on her shoulder. We have got to throw her a welcoming party when the next part of the exam is over. It's only right. Hinata smiled at the 2 women who were quickly becoming like the older siblings she never had. It felt good to be among people that never dragged you down. The celebrations were cut short, however, when a fox shadow glided along the walls of the room to come next to Naruto's on the ground. Everyone heard a sort of ghostly whisper in the fox tongue, barely loud enough to be heard, but enough to know it was there. Naruto's grin became devilish. Good. It's time for some fun. He looked to Hinata and made to get out of bed, grabbing his staff from beside the bed, and Rika and Hinata coming over to help him. Your dad is here, Hinata. Hinata nodded, and the group made to head out to the lobby, where most of the rookies were hanging around and talking with each other. Naruto was led by Hinata and Rika to a chair nearby and took up seats around him, Hinata sitting right beside him. Naruto looked out at everyone and smiled. So how is Kiba doing? Shino, sitting near the window examining a spider, spoke up first. Kiba was taken by the medics to wait out the effects of your staff. They say he will be fine by the end of the day. Sakura leaned forward in her chair across from Naruto. What is that staff, Naruto? Where did it come from? Naruto looked up at the staff and smiled. It's an old family treasure. Mom trained me to use it when I got it as a birthday present years ago. Seeing Shikamaru off in a corner, clearly analyzing everything, Naruto thought it was a good time for Hinata to try out one of her new sage abilities. Focusing on their link, Naruto spoke in her mind. Hinata. Hinata turned slightly toward Naruto and also spoke through their link. Yes. Try and use your aura sight on Shikamaru. It looks like he's trying to size me up. Hinata focused on the feeling of the natural energy around her, like she saw the old fox in Naruto's memories tell him to do, and Shikamaru's gray aura slowly faded into sight. As she stared at it, she noticed what appeared to be gears all whirling and churning in the aura around him as numbers and symbols came up from the gears. Hinata looked toward Naruto, still keeping their conversation in their own heads. It looks like he is. I like this aura sight, but what is he trying to figure out? Naruto shrugged. He knows I'm smarter and stronger than he remembers, and I think he's trying to figure the new me out. Hinata gave a small smile. He'll be in for a surprise when he finds out about the little trick you pulled before you came into the forest. Naruto smiled and looked toward her. Bet they freak when they find out. While Hinata and Naruto were busy having their own conversation in their head, everyone else just saw Hinata and Naruto chuckling and smiling at each other and making different expressions with their words. It was a strange sight. Sakura was just about to speak up about how weird they were acting. Kakashi, Asuma, Kurenai, and Guy all walked into the room. Kakashi seeming to pause when he saw Naruto sitting in the room and Hinata giving him a piercing look. Naruto, however, was just smiling warmly at them and gave a wave as they walked in. Hey, senseis, I was wondering where you all were. She looked to Kurenai as she took a seat next to Asuma, who was lighting a cigarette. How's Kiba doing, Kurenai-sensei? Kurenai shrugged. His muscles are slowly beginning to stop shaking, and the doctors say he'll be all right soon enough. You handled that very well, Naruto. Asuma nodded. Agreed. You managed to incapacitate an opponent without so much as wasting a breath. Naruto rubbed his head, and Hinata noticed him blush a little. Well, to be fair, I just tried that to see if it would work. I didn't know if he would actually be dumb enough to go for it. Lee looked toward Naruto, curious. So, what would have happened if Kiba had not fallen for the trick? Hinata put a hand on Naruto's shoulder. Then I would have stepped up and knocked him out for embarrassing me like that. And Naruto heard in his head, because you're not allowed to strain yourself till you can at least walk without your staff. So I do it for you. Naruto smiled and placed his hand on Hinata's. Normally, I prefer to fight my own battles, but strangely, I think I'd be okay with you stepping in that situation. Hinata and Naruto were broken out of their thoughts by Kakashi, who was standing a few feet from Naruto's chair, a guilty look in his one visible eye. Kakashi closed his eye and hung his head. Naruto, I am sorry. Hinata stood up and walked off to the kitchen to get a refill on their drinks, while walking behind her. Rika and Kagum had stayed to take up a seat by Naruto's chair, and Naruto just stared up at Kakashi with a curious expression. About what? Kakashi sighed. I should have checked up on you more, looked out for you more. For all I talk about friends and teamwork, I seem to lose sight of it out of a mission. I'm sorry I wasn't there for you more as you grew up. Naruto gave a warm smile, looked up at Kakashi. You know, I don't blame you for what happened to me, Kakashi. Seeing he had Kakashi's full attention, Naruto went on. Yes, I had a rough childhood, but look where I'm at now. He pointed toward Rika and Kagome. I've got big sisters and a mom who love me and watch over me. Rika and Kagome gave warm smiles at their little brother. I've got a new girlfriend who knows everything, good and bad, about me, and she still likes me. I got a pretty good life, Sensei, and I know that because I've had it so rough. The bad just makes the good that much better. Kakashi gave a proud smile at his student. Naruto, your parents would be so proud if they could see you now. That hit Naruto hard as his eyes went wide, and he reached a hand up to grab his mother's jade necklace around his neck. Thanks, Sensei. That means a lot. It was a nice moment, and everyone, even Sakura and Ino, felt happy to see Naruto happy to hear Kakashi's words. When yelling from the nearby kitchen broke the silence. A male's voice, angry and powerful, screamed out. It doesn't matter what a weakling like you thinks. You will do as I command. Hinata's voice came next, and Naruto could feel her becoming more and more scared the longer the conversation went. I don't care what you think. You disown me, so it's my choice to go with him. Naruto stood, his legs shaking, and Kakashi, Rika, and Kagum come and help him up as Kurenai was on her way down the hall to her student, a look of anger on her face. Naruto linked himself with Hinata's mind. Hinata, what's happening? Hinata's voice was immediately in his head, scared and panicked. It's my dad, Naruto. He's in here, and he's mad. I don't know if. Her voice was cut off as everyone heard Hinata shriek, "Let go of me." No, bellowed Hiashi, who was clearly livid. You will come with me immediately. This embarrassment has gone on long enough. Naruto had officially had enough and yelled out, Meh, smash that prick. There were loud footsteps and yell of what the before the left wall down the hallway exploded into wood and drywall as Hiashi crashed through it and slumped at the wall opposite, landing at Kurenai's feet in a fetal position, clutching his chest in pain. From the hole in the wall came Mai in her human form, followed by Hinata, who quickly made her way to Naruto and hugged him as Rika and Kagome got around in front of them in a defensive position, and Kankuro, Gaara, and Temari came over to guard them as well. Mai, however, wasn't a normal human at that moment, as every inch of her skin had become gleaming metal covered in swirling symbols. She cracked her knuckles in front of Hayashi's slumped form and kept her eyes on him. Her voice seemed to echo slightly in her metal form. Get up, I dare you. I will just put you through that wall, too. Hayashi looked up at Mai, gasping for breath. Who or why you? Mai started to make her way down the hall to take a spot by Hinata, place a hand protectively on Hinata's shoulder. I'm her new familiar. Hinata looked ecstatic at that, as she knew that, technically, Rika and Kagome were Naruto's familiars. It was normally a term for a summoning or animal that stayed by a ninja to help and protect them. The Inuzuka clan were famous for taking their canine familiars in a battle with them, but it took a whole new meaning with the foxes. To them, becoming someone's familiar was the same as becoming family with them. Mai just announced that she was Hinata's big sister. Mai turned to look at Hinata and smiled. If she would like, of course. Hinata nodded. I would love to have you as a familiar, Mai. Hayashi got up and shoved Kurenai away and began to make his way toward Hinata. Now, you listen to me, Hinata. You are a Hyuga, and everything you do, unfortunately, reflects on a Hyuga. I will not let you drag us through the mud more than you already have by dating this worthless freak. Hinata grabbed Naruto's hand, drawing strength from him. What I do is none of your business, father. Hayashi growled and made to get closer, but Guy and Kakashi got in his way, stopping him from getting closer to Naruto and Hinata. Hayashi looked past their shoulders, glaring at the two young ninja. Wrong. As head of the Hyuga clan, everything you do is my business. I was just going to do this when you failed this exam, but I can see it needs to be done now. He held up his hand, and a glowing green symbol appeared in his hand, a glowing green X symbol surrounded by different seals. Out of the corner of his eyes, Naruto saw a victorious grin come over Niji's face as he realized what Hayashi was going to do. Hayashi then looked to all the Jonin and smirked. And even if they stop me, sooner or later she will come home and be branded as the failure she is. You can't stand in my way. Suddenly, Hinata stopped shivering and stood up straight as both her and Naruto got their own devilish grins. Hayashi wondered what was happening, but then he heard 4 pairs of feet walking toward him from behind. Naruto shrugged. You're right. An orphan like me, and even these Jonins couldn't stop the head of the Hyuga clan if they wanted. He points behind Hayashi, who turns to see the 4 behind him, and his face goes pale as he sees the Hokage, the 2 members of his council, and Lady Hiroko all glaring daggers at him. The Hokage began to walk towards Hayashi, never taking his eyes off of him. Am I to understand that you wish to brand and enslave Hinata, one of our most promising rookies, when you gave up all rights to what she does with her life when she became a genin? Hayashi turned to the 4, the caged bird seal vanishing from his hand. Lord Hokage, She is hardly. Silence, bellowed the Hokage, cutting Hiashi off. My counsel and I have just gotten out of a lovely chat with Lady Hiroko. She gestures to Hiroko, and she keeps glaring at him. She told me that Hinata is now one of the only two in the village that she can teach ancient techniques that would help the Leaf Village greatly. And then we come out to hear you threatening one of them with, essentially, slavery. The Hokage was an inch from Hayashi's face now. My Jonah may not be able to stop you, but I damn sure will. From behind the Hokage, the male counselor, Hamura, nodded his head. The actions you've committed today are nothing short of disgraceful, Hayashi. The female counselor, Koharu, nodded to that. Be thankful that we have no evidence of you harming Hinata, or we assure you we would be fully in our rights to have the Umbu keep you from seeing her ever again. Excuse me, came Hinata's voice from beside Naruto, brining all the attention in the room to her as she pulled the sleeve of her arm down to show a nasty bruise forming where Hayashi had grabbed her arm earlier. Will this do? Hayashi saw the smug grins on their faces and suddenly realized that, somehow, they had planned for this to happen. They had played him for a fool. The Hokage saw the bruise and turned on Hayashi even fiercer than before. That will do it. Hayashi Hyuga, you will have all of Hinata's belongings brought out the Hyuga compound undamaged. You will bring them to a storage facility and keep them there till we work out where she will live, and you will do it now. And from this moment on, I give my word that if you come near her or Naruto, I will have you in prison so fast it will make your head spin. Hayashi was furious, but knew he had been bested. The head of the Hyuga clan, being a convicted criminal, would shame the Hyuga worse than anything in their history. He had lost. But Hiroko wasn't satisfied with just that. I'll have some extra security if you don't mind. Hiruzen, she said, grabbing Hayashi by the throat and lifting him off the ground as if he were made of paper. Hayashi made to strike her, but he suddenly felt like his arm weighed a ton and couldn't move to strike her. In her free hand, different seals began to appear and disappear around her hand as a white fiery fox formed among the seals above her hands. You were trying to brand her with a seal, so I think it would be fitting to give you one of my own. The white fox and all the seals shot from Hiroko's hand and straight for Hayashi's chest, digging and burrowing its way under his skin. Hayashi let out a yell of pain as he felt the white hot flames clawing into him. As the last of the fiery fox's tail vanished into Hayashi's chest, rows and rows of glowing seals began to run along the entirety of Hayashi's skin. They ran along his face, his arms. Every part of visible skin he had were crawling with the seals. Once they finished covering him, they began to glow from his limbs back to his chest, where the little white fiery fox emerged again holding a tiny orb of blue light in its paws and flew into Hiroko's hand again. The seals retreated back to Hayashi's chest, where it formed a small black fox with fire forming around it. Then, finally, Hiroko dropped Hayashi back to the ground. Hayashi looked up stunned at Hiroko. What's that, orb? What have you done to me? Hiroko brought out a small fox statue holding a lantern in its jaws, and the blue orb flew in and lit the lantern, giving off an ethereal light. I just took part of your soul, Hayashi Hyuga. Seeing the terrified look on his face, Hiroko chuckled. Don't worry, nothing will happen to you as long as you don't cross me. I'd never do something that would put one of Hiruzen's best ninja out of commission unless I had a reason. No, this will just let me know if you even plan on making a move toward Hinata or Naruto and drop you to your knees if you ever do. She turned to the Hokage and the council, who gave her a worried glance as they didn't know if she would abuse this power over Hayashi. And I hereby give my word, as the leader of the Kitsunes, that I will never use it to hurt or inconvenience Hayashi Hyuga unless he makes any action against anybody that I care about. This includes Hinata now. The Hokage nodded. Knowing you, Lady Hiroko, that is all the reassurance I need. Seeing all that happened before her eyes, Rika leaned down to whisper to Naruto and Hinata. Ninjas have nothing on moms protecting their kids. Naruto and Hinata both just nodded dumbfounded as they watched Hiroko pocket the small statue and turned to look at Naruto with a warm smile. Honey, you look like you're ready to fall over if anyone steps aside. Hinata, would you please get back into bed and lay down for a while? I have some good news I want to tell you both about. Naruto grimaced, but knew better than to argue with his mom after he just watched her pull part of a man's soul out. Yes, Mom. Hinata took Naruto's arm. I'll make sure he stays there. Lady Hiroko. Hiroko walked forward. Hang on, sweetheart. I almost forgot. Hiroko reached down to and gave Hinata a loving hug. Hinata sat there stunned, as she hadn't been hugged like that since her mother had died. Hiroko smiled as she felt Hinata's arms come around Hiroko to hug her back. I felt it the second you signed the contract. Welcome to the family, Hinata. Naruto felt the happiness running through Hinata, as if it were his own. He was beginning to wonder how he went so long without being connected to Hinata as the sun and moon sage. Hiroko pulled away from the hug and wiped away one of Hinata's tears. That was very brave of you to stand up to your father, and I'm proud of you both for outsmarting him like that, but you should never be so quick to let yourself be harmed. You have people that want to see you alive and happy, so please take care of yourself. Hinata nodded and snuffled with a few happy tears in her eyes. I will. Naruto stepped up beside him, obviously shaking on his legs. We'll keep each other safe. That's what the sun and moon sages do, after all. Hiroko ran a hand through her son's hair and turned to look at the assembled rookies. I'm sorry you all had to see that, but I believe you should let Naruto into his bed before you hound him with questions. Temari stepped up and took a look at Hinata's bruised arm. Geez, that guy's an ass. No offense. Hinata shrugged. It's the truth, so none taken. Temari looked toward Kagum. Can you patch up her AR? Temari stopped dead as she watched the bruise on Hinata's arm slowly vanish from existence, as if it was never there. Never mind. The bruise isn't as bad as I thought. As Naruto and Hinata were making their way back to the room, Shikamaru stepped up. Hang on a second. I've got something to ask Naruto. Can it wait till I'm back in a room? Shikamaru shook his head. No, because I want them to hear this, too. Hinata came up to Naruto's side to keep him steady. What is it, Shikamaru? His eyes narrowed. Hinata didn't go to the kitchen to get a drink for you. Kakashi just gave her a solid alibi to go to the kitchen, where she knew her father was going to be to start this whole fiasco. Naruto spoke to Hinata. Seems he's as smart as we thought, Hinata. Hinata nodded, keeping her expression plain as she spoke back to Naruto. We need to be more careful around him. Shikamaru kept going. You knew those four were nearby, and you knew they would come out to catch Hiashi in the act and get Hinata protection from him. And I know this because Hinata stopped shaking the second those four showed up. Naruto and Hinata stood silently as Shikamaru went on. What I cannot figure out, however, is how you knew exactly where Hiashi was in the tower. You may have done something to get him here, but how could you have known where he was once he was in the tower? Naruto and Hinata both saw what all the other rookies, save for Gaara and his siblings, had failed to notice. Inside of Ino, Shino's and Niji's shadow stuck out a small fox head for a split second before they melted back into their shadows, and Hinata could hear a hushed giggling from behind her on the wall. Naruto just smirked. Why spoil the surprise? With that, they all made their way back into the room to get Naruto back into bed, ignoring Shikamaru as he demanded answers behind him. Soon after Naruto had been placed back into bed, Hiroko came into the room and tossed a pair of keys into Hinata's hands. Hinata looked at them with confusion. One key was just an ordinary house key. Could have been for Naruto's apartment, for all she could tell. The other one was something else entirely. It was a giant key with 4 different, oddly shaped prongs on the end. The key itself was polished silver with designs and seals she had never seen before, till she remembered it from one of Naruto's memories. This was the key to the home of the foxes, the Lost Valley. Hiroko pointed toward the key. The Lost Valley, as you know, can only be reached by those who have those keys. As the Moon Sage, you are more than worthy of having one. Just put some of your chakra into it, and not only will no one but you ever be able to use it, but it will appear in your hand should you ever lose it. Hinata clutched the key to her chest. "Thank you, Lady Hiroko." Hiroko nodded. "Just place the key onto any door and turn it 1/4 to the right, and whatever door you use will become a portal to the Lost Valley." Naruto spoke up from the bed, his own golden key suddenly in hand. "These came in handy whenever we seemed to have outstayed our welcome in our travels. It's an instant get-out-of-trouble tool. Just add one door." Hinata giggled and looked at the other key. "What is the other key for, Lady Hiroko?" She smiled. "Your new home." Hinata and Naruto both looked from the key to each other, then back to Lady Hiroko before Naruto just said, "You bought us a house just now." "I would have, but it turns out there was a perfectly fine house the Hokage was more than happy to let you, Hinata, and the rest of us live in." Hinata looked down at the key. "This must be a pretty big house to hold all of us." Hiroko's look became gentle as her gaze turned to her son. "It should be. The last people to live there were your mother and father, Naruto." Hinata could feel the shock run through Naruto's system as he sat there in stunned silence. Hinata moved up next to him and placed the key into his hand, knowing this meant a lot to him. Naruto closed his hand around the key in his hand. "The Hokage is just letting me move into my parents' house." Hiroko shook her head. "According to his will, your father is letting you live there." Seeing Naruto look up at her with that same shocked look, Hiroko walked forward to run her hand through Naruto's hair, and Hinata moved to his side and rubbed his arm. "Your father was the kind of guy who planned ahead for everything. He knew he might not always be there for his wife and child with the risks of being the Hokage, so he made sure you would always have a place to call home. The terms of the will state that you can have the house as soon as you turn Chunin or the Hokage decides you are capable of living there on your own. He was going to wait to give it to you as a gift after you became a Chunin, but I made him a deal he liked." Naruto finally spoke. "What was that?" Hiroko pointed to herself. "That I would live there too as your legal guardian." Hinata clapped her hands to her mouth as she felt the burst of happiness run through Naruto. He was overjoyed to know that he finally had a home. A real home. Not an apartment where he went at the end of the day to sleep and be reminded he was alone, but an actual home. A place with people to welcome him back. Hinata leaned into his side. "I'll come over every day, Naruto, once I find my own apartment." Hiroko chuckled. "No, it's with you. You're living with us. You two are the sun and moon sages. Therefore, you are strongest when you are near each other. If you can, you should always try and be close to each other." Hiroko pointed at Naruto. "Within reason, young man. Just because I'm letting her live with us doesn't mean I'm giving you permission to make out whenever you want." Naruto looked up blushing in embarrassment. "Mom." Hinata just giggled and put a hand on Naruto's chest to push him back into bed. "Calm down, Naruto. You still need to rest." Hiroko nodded. "Listen to your girlfriend, Naruto. Get a nap and heal up. The exams have not ended yet. Later on today, we're going to the Lost Valley for a bit." Naruto, suddenly realizing how tired his healing body had become, gave a yawn. "Oh, what for, Mom?" Hiroko started to leave the room. "Well, our new moon sage can't go into the next round without at least a little bit of training in her new powers, can she?" Hiroko made to leave, taking out her own gold and silver key and walking over to the closet in their room. She placed the key onto the door, and the most intricate, complicated array of seals Hinata had ever seen appeared on the door. They all looped and twirled, circled and twisted all around the door, and, as Hiroko turned the key to the right, all the seals moved in a number of different ways before glowing with a pale green light. And when Hiroko opened the door, Hinata saw what she could only describe as a portal to paradise. The door opened out into a field in front of a magnificent pagoda that towered into the sky. The pagoda was covered in silver and gold statues with a marble road leading up to it. All around there were trees so big they dwarfed many of the buildings in the Leaf Village, and all kinds of plants grew around the landscape. What shocked Hinata the most, however, wasn't the building, it was her first view of the male kitsunes. They were enormous. This towering beast that shook the ground with their steps were napping, drinking from a large lake, or carrying what appeared to be building materials around. None of them were nearly as big as the nine-tailed fox, but they still dwarfed most anything she had seen. Hinata knew that was part of the reason it was mostly female foxes were the ones that she saw outside the Lost Valley. Males learned techniques to change their size as well as shape-shifting, so they were only called in when buildings needed to be dropped. Hinata felt herself smile as she watched a female kitsune turn herself into a pretty redhead before waving and yelling up to a gray-furred male kitsune to change so they could go on their date. Hiroko looked back to Naruto and Hinata. I'm going to have your stuff moved in the house so we can move in as soon as you finish this exam. You two rest till I get back. The rest of the day went mostly uneventful. Hinata and Naruto spent some time in their bed, talking to their friends. Hinata found out that Mai, as her new familiar, was going to be handling some of her training from then on, as she was more of a defensive type of fighter as well. She also had a long talk with Temari and found an instant friendship with the Sand Kanochi. The both of them laughing and enjoying a cup of tea while Naruto caught up with Gaara and Kankuro from his bed. Later on, Hinata and Naruto were escorted to the Lost Valley for Hinata's first round of training. She was slightly worried that, like the gentle fist style, she wouldn't be able to grasp anything they told her and would just disappoint them all. But, to her shock, the Moon Sage fighting style and jutsus fit her like a glove. She just absorbed anything the foxes taught her and felt ecstatic to finally find a style that suited her. According to her teachers, Mai and the gray fox who had taught Naruto aura sight, Ryu, it was never her ineptitude that made her poor at the gentle fist. She was just not suited for the style. It was too rigid and stiff for Hinata's naturally graceful and flowing type of preferences. Later that night, both of the sages returned to their room for a much-needed rest, with Hinata smiling at the wonderful day she had. Everyone else had already fallen asleep in the tower, with Naruto and Hinata being the last ones to make it to bed. Just as Naruto was starting to fall asleep, a fox shadow came up to whisper a warning in his ears, and the door to their room craped open, turning even the exhausted Hinata's eyes to the door. Just to see several ninjas in face masks wearing the symbol of the Sound Village on their heads. Naruto spoke with no patience in his voice. You are taking a big risk here. Coming in to attack someone when there are Chunin and the Hokage in the building? Smart. The head ninja never blinked. Don't worry, brat. Lord Orochimaru has assured us that you two won't be any trouble capturing, so just come along quietly. Naruto and Hinata logged that little tidbit about Orochimaru away for later, because something was happening in the room behind the Sound Ninjas. The small group of Sound Ninja never noticed it, but all the shadows were spreading behind them. It craped over the walls, the ceiling, the windows, slowly and silently turning the room into a shadowy abyss where no light entered. They never noticed because their lookout was already gone. Naruto reached down to pet Rika and Kagum, who were up and growling beside Naruto on the bed. You guys came in from the back, didn't you? The head ninja flinched a little because he had gotten it right. How did? Naruto cut him off as Hinata reached over to calm down Mai. You came in from the back and made your way through the stairways that would take you the farthest from the Chunin and Hokage. At one point, you even jumped out a window and climbed up the side of the building to get at us. The head Sound Ninja sounded worried now. How do you know that, boy? From behind the ninja, the room lit up with several pairs of large red eyes appearing in the dark, and growling could be heard piercing the dark. The ninja heard it too and turned to see the eyes glaring at them before each were suddenly and violently dragged off into the darkness. 1 second they were standing at Naruto's door. The next they disappeared into the dark without even a scream, and the door shut behind them. Naruto shut his eyes as him, and Hinata laid back to go to sleep. I know, because you can't hide in the shadows when they are helping me. Outside the room, there wasn't even a trace of the ninja ever being there. No overturned tables, no broken glass, no sign of any struggle whatsoever. The shadows faded as silently as they came, letting the moonlight back into the room. Ibiki would see those ninja again when the foxes dropped them off for interrogation that morning, but that night they were gone. That shadows had dragged them away.